Union Square and Company Audio presents The Wolf Den, written by Elodie Harper, read by Antonia Beamish.
AD 74. Februarius. Chapter 1. Baths, wine and sex make fate come faster. Roman maxim. She holds her hands up as if in prayer, steam evaporating from her skin. The water laps at her neck as she lies back into its warmth. Laughter and female voices surround her, a confusion of sound echoing off the stone. She filters it out, focusing on her fingers, turning them, watching the water drip down, the steam rise. They could be anybody's hands, she thinks. They could belong to anybody. But they belong to Felix. Then another's fingers interlock with hers, breaking her reverie. Victoria drags her upwards out of the water. "Amara! You're getting your hair wet. You can't lie back like that." Victoria's nails pinch her skin as she tries to revive the curls now plastered to Amara's shoulders. "They're like rats' tails. What were you thinking?" Anxiety surges through her. So much rests on this afternoon. She cannot believe her own thoughtlessness. "I don't know. It doesn't look so bad." Amara turns to face Dido, who has slid over to join them, a slight frown on her gentle face. "You can hardly notice." "The men aren't here for hair, anyway." It's a less friendly voice this time. Drauka, Simo's most valuable woman, is watching them from across the narrow pool. She rises up out of the water, lifting her arms, and sways. The dark waves of her own hair glisten like a raven's plumage. Behind her, through the curved windows, the sea looks flat and grey. It's impossible not to stare. Amara thinks of the statue of Helen of Troy back in Aphidnae, back when she had another name, another life. "Venus Pompeiana!" Victoria gasps, grabbing Amara in exaggerated astonishment. "The goddess walks among us. Oh, shield my eyes from such glory." Drauka scowls, dropping her arms with a splash. Victoria laughs. "As if nobody else here has a pair of tits," she says, though not loud enough for Drauka to hear. "She is beautiful, though," Dido says, still staring at their rival. "And she's been here before, hasn't she? Maybe the men will prefer her. Maybe—" "Apart from Drauka, what do they have that we don't?" Victoria interrupts, casting a scathing look at Drauka's three companions. They are taking up most of the pool, splashing about with theatrical laughter, more posed than playful. "You can tell they're all barmaids. Maria has arms like a litter-bearer." Amara isn't sure they have the right to sneer, given their own lowly status as brothel whores. She-wolves. A familiar knot tightens in her stomach. "I wonder what the men will be like," she says. "They'll be—" But Victoria doesn't finish her thought. Something behind Amara has caught her attention. "Hey!" she calls. "Let go! Let go of her!" She starts wading through the water towards an old woman who is pulling at Cressa's arm, trying to drag her out of the pool. Victoria stares up at the woman as she successfully hauls a dripping Cressa out onto the side. The woman leans down and points a gnarled finger in Victoria's face. "Felix? You Felix?" Nobody replies. The stranger looks at them all, grouped together. Berenice has swum over too, mouth slightly open in surprise. "Felix whores out!" the old woman says impatiently, waving her hand towards the door, motioning for them to leave. Cressa tries to remonstrate, but the old woman pushes her backwards. Simo's women have stopped splashing and laughing. Amara senses, rather than sees, that they are all at the far side of the pool. "Felix whores out, now!" the woman repeats, jabbing her finger at each of them in turn. When no one moves, she grabs Amara's arm. "Out! Out!" she shrieks. "Get out, now!" Stone scrapes Amara's skin as the old woman yanks her against the side of the pool. Hard fingers dig into the soft flesh of her upper arm with a grip that's surprisingly strong. She pushes herself up onto the hot tiles, shaking herself free. The woman continues shouting, threatening to call Vibo if they don't move quickly. The mention of the bath manager's name finally convinces them. Felix's women clamber naked out of the water and hurry through to the next room, shivering at the sudden plunge in lighting and temperature. A cascade splashes down into the cold pool, the noise competing with the old woman's shouts to hurry. Amara clutches at the bright blue wall to steady herself, trying not to lose her footing, squeezing against paintings of sea creatures, the open mouth of a fish huge by her face as she passes. Victoria is the only one of the five still arguing when they arrive at the bath's changing rooms. They didn't come in this way. Rows of polished wooden lockers are topped by paintings of lovers indulging in every possible sexual position. The women's clothes have been dumped in a heap on the floor. "Hurry! Hurry!" their tormentor demands, throwing a cloak at Berenice, who still looks as stupefied as she did in the pool. Amara needs no further encouragement. She bends down and begins rifling through the mass of material, handing a yellow toga to Dido, who is shivering badly, perhaps as much from fear as cold. Dido is new to slavery, and every indignity seems to hit her like a knife to the heart. Victoria is the only one who doesn't rush. She is still fastening her toga long after everybody else is dressed, gazing at the old woman with pure hate. When Victoria finally looks away, Amara sees the woman make the sign of the evil eye. A final poke with the bony finger between the shoulder blades, and Amara and the other women are bundled outside into the bath's private courtyard. Drizzle hits their faces, and the wind from the sea is cold. They stand in a huddle, already damp beneath their togas and cloaks. Amara glances around, surprised they are alone, then notices two men sheltering under the colonnade, a pair of incongruous hulking shapes against the walls painted nymphs and roses. One of the men strides over, face thunderous. It's Thraso, Felix's steward. "What's this? What's happened?" His hands are balled up, ready to fight. Amara steps back. She knows how hard those fists can fall. "Better ask him," Amara says, pointing at the other man left standing in the shadows. "Isn't he with Simo?" "Somebody double-crossed Felix," Victoria adds, as Thraso swivels round. "Simo's women got to stay. We were all thrown out before the men arrived. Bit convenient, don't you think?" Thraso doesn't want to hear more. He charges across the yard, swinging at the other man's head. "Bulbus, I'll fucking kill you, you fucking liar!" Bulbus dodges, missing the full force of Thraso's punch, though he still catches a blow to his ear, making him stagger. Thraso grabs the man's shoulders, smashing his skull into Bulbus's nose. Bulbus roars, breaking free, clutching his bloodied face. Thraso attacks him again, and the two men fall to the ground, throwing punches, biting and screaming. The women watch, unsure what to do. "Felix isn't going to like this," Berenice says, stating the obvious. Amara glances sidelong at Victoria, hoping for a sarcastic remark, but Victoria looks away. There's a commotion from the doorway. A group of male slaves rush out, forcing the women to scramble aside. They run over to the brawling pair, trying to intervene, one taking a kick in the face. Vibo, the bath manager, comes out next, huffing, his portly figure swathed in a green toga. He manhandles Cressa out of his path in his haste to reach the fight. "Enough!" he shouts, "or you will answer to your masters for disobedience." The two men finally roll apart. Thraso is the first to stand. Bulbus has to be helped to his feet by two slaves. "Are you trying to close down my business?" Vibo demands. "Brawling on my doorstep like dogs in the gutter? I should have you both whipped." Bulbus mutters something, but Amara cannot hear what he says. "I'm not interested," Vibo shouts. "Clear off now, both of you, and take that ragbag of whores with you." The women don't wait for anyone to move them on. They cross the yard before Thraso can reach them. Amara notices he is limping. Bulbus came off worse, but must still have landed several hefty blows. Thraso's lip is split, and he's cradling one arm. Nobody is foolish enough to ask him how he is feeling. The women climb the steps up to the tall gate, Victoria leading the way. Berenice is at the back, not quite quick enough to avoid Thraso's angry slap. They all know why he's lashing out. It's the prospect of Felix's rage when they get back to the brothel. Amara can feel the fear building, a lump in her throat she cannot swallow. Stepping onto the street is like rejoining a fast-flowing river. She grips Dido's hand, and they force their way through the crush of people, heading up the hill to the Forum gate. The stones are wet and slippery. The first time Amara came to Pompeii was with Dido. It can only have been a few months ago, but feels longer. They travelled in on this road together after Felix had bought them at the slave market in Puteoli. The weather was warmer then, under the clear blue skies of late October. She remembers Felix buying ripe figs for the journey. The fruit smelt so sweet, its insides pink and shining when she split it open, sticky on her fingers. It was almost a moment of happiness, if happiness could exist in a world where she had been bought and sold. Amara still wonders at this act of kindness from Felix. They were not to know then how uncharacteristic it would be. A man carrying a heavy basket of fish on his head shoves past, turning his shoulders into the crowd like a weapon. They follow him under the high archway into the dark, echoing tunnel, the road growing steeper and the crush more intense. Amara glances back to see Cressa, a look of resignation on her face, lugging the puffing Berenice up the hill. Thraso is almost out of sight behind. His leg must be giving him a lot of difficulty, or he would be berating Berenice's slowness. Victoria, of course, has darted ahead. She is the only one of Felix's 5 women who was born in this town, and although a slave, she owns the place in a way that none of the others ever will. Inside the town walls, the road evens out, but also becomes wetter, water sloshing over Amara's shoes. Dido helps her up onto the raised pavement, 2 fabric sellers muttering at having to shuffle out of their way. A man heaped in garlands of myrtle, offerings for the temple of Venus, presses close.
"For your goddess, for love, 1 penny for 2, good price, bring you good fortune."
He is holding the leaves so close to Dido's face, she instinctively puts her hand up to draw across the veil she no longer wears. Amara pushes the garlands away. No. The crush thins as they reach the Forum, absorbed into its vast space. Hawkers act like stones, breaking the eddies of the crowd. Some passers-by dawdle to look or haggle. Others stride past. At the far end of the square sits the Temple of Jupiter, incense rising from its steps. The building wavers in the heat before the smoke fades out over the blue mountain behind. Amara thinks of her father, of the way he would smile when she asked him if he believed in the gods. Stories have power, whether we believe them or not. She shuts out the memory of his voice. The others are still looking round for Thraso. Dido points him out, sweating his way through the crowd.
"Is his nose broken again?"
Berenice asks.
"He looks awful."
"Worse than usual, are you sure?" Victoria replies. "I think maybe Bulbus knocked it back the right way." Berenice misses the joke.
"No, he looks awful,"
she insists, raising her voice even louder to make her point. Cressa shakes her head.
"He'll hear you."
Thraso catches up, snapping at them to move it, and they all weave across the square. A group of sailors, probably just docked at the port, whistle as Amara passes, one gesturing what he'd like. She smiles at him, then lowers her eyes. The men slap each other and laugh. The road leading downhill from the Forum is overflowing with rainwater, its surface a broken mosaic of red and yellow, reflecting the painted buildings that line its banks. The women stare as a team of soaked litter-bearers trudge their way through, water sloshing over their knees, their lucky cargo raised up high, safe behind thick curtains. Amara notices the body of a dead dog wedged between two stepping stones, held there by the weight of the stream rushing past. Not all the filth is getting washed away by the morning's downpour. The women pick their way laboriously along the walkway, turning left into a narrow street that winds round to the brothel. The space to move shrinks further, but the crowds are thinner here too. As a child, Amara would have enjoyed the thought of returning home out of the wet, of sitting with her mother in front of the brazier, their maid bringing them hot wine with spices to warm up. But the looming bulk of the brothel doesn't give her any sense of homecoming. There's no hot drink waiting, just Felix and his anger. They huddle outside the building, pressed single file against the wall, keeping dry under the overhanging balcony. Thraso looks almost as nervous as the women. "You two," he points at Victoria and Amara. "You had plenty to say for yourselves at the baths. You can explain it all to Felix." The others slink inside, Dido looking back anxiously. Victoria touches Thraso's good arm, inclining her head. "I'll tell Felix how hard you fought," she says, gazing up at him, with a sincerity so earnest, Amara almost believes her. "You defended his honour. That will mean something." Thraso cannot quite bear to show gratitude to a whore, but nods curtly. He glances at Amara, clearly expecting something similar, but she cannot think of anything ingratiating to say. Victoria stares at her, eyes widening with warning. "Yes," she says at last, nodding at Thraso, "you did. Very brave." Her Greek accent sounds thick through fright. Thraso knocks on the wooden door leading to Felix's apartment above the brothel. It's answered by Paris, his permanently sour expression topped by a monobrow. Standing in the doorway, Amara catches a whiff of the latrine hidden in the darkness of the stairwell. She used to feel sorry for Paris, for the loneliness of his young life, shuttling between scrubbing his master's floors upstairs and servicing customers in the brothel below. But Paris has shown no indication that he wants the she-wolves' company or friendship. "Felix," says Thraso, waving at him with impatience. "He's with a client, so you'll have to wait." Paris turns and climbs the stairs. They follow, emerging onto the narrow covered balcony that surrounds Felix's flat. It makes her think of a spider's web, the way the walkway circles her master's rooms, slowly drawing you further in, not cutting straight to the centre. Amara can hear an unfamiliar male voice, too faint to make out all the words, though she catches one phrase, "pay you." Paris gestures for them to go through to the small waiting room. Thraso sits heavily on the bench by the brazier, barely leaving space for the two women on either side. They squash in next to him. The balcony lets in daylight, but also cold air. The warmth from the fire is feeble. Amara's heart is thumping. It doesn't help knowing Felix is currently squeezing some poor debtor for every last penny just down the corridor. Thraso stares straight ahead, as if mesmerized by the small tongues of flame near his feet. She can feel the fear coming off him. Amara stares at the wall. No gambling nymphs or lovers here. Everything is painted in a geometric pattern of black and white. The sharp-edged lines turn and interlock in an endless maze that's hard to follow round the room without feeling dizzy. They sit and wait, not talking, time stretching out. It starts to rain more heavily, water beating down on the roof. It's impossible to tell over the noise whether Felix and his client are still doing business. Then Amara sees a downcast figure past the doorway, hears him thud down the stairs. Nobody gets up from the bench. Paris sticks his head around the door. "You'd best go through." Thraso rises, stalking past him. Amara and Victoria follow. Chapter 2. She reeks of the soot of the brothel. Seneca, Declamations 1 2. The room is large, dominated by red. Their master is sitting behind his desk. He doesn't rise as they enter. If he is surprised by their arrival so much earlier than expected, he gives no sign. Felix has half Thraso's bulk, but twice his strength. His wiry frame is all bunched muscle. Amara knows there is no softness anywhere on that body, hidden beneath the folds of the pale toga. Nothing to give the lie of tenderness when he holds you. "That was a quick orgy," he says. "The rich boys couldn't keep it up for long then. But they paid you double, of course." Felix looks at Victoria. "That's what you're here to tell me, isn't it, my darling? How much money you made?" Felix is smiling, but Amara can feel his anger vibrate through the sarcasm. The room grows darker. She knows without looking that Paris has just closed the door to the balcony. Victoria opens her mouth, but Thraso jumps in. "It was Simo," he says. "Simo betrayed us." "He must have been in it with Vibo," says Victoria. "All Simo's girls stayed in the pool, but some old crone dragged the rest of us out. She forced us. She said it was Vibo's orders, that fat slug. We never even saw the punters." "Balbus was in on it too," Thraso interrupts. "I thrashed him for you, the lying little—" "Thraso only stopped because Vibo made him," Victoria says. "And Drauka was sneering at us. She knew. I'm sure she did." Amara watches Felix as Victoria and Thraso babble on, falling over themselves to shift the blame as far away from themselves as possible, shoveling it aside like shit from a latrine. She knows that if the boss doesn't interrupt, they will soon start blaming each other. Felix listens in silence, absorbing everything, his anger visibly growing. If there were a way of making herself smaller and less noticeable, she would shrink to the size of a dormouse. "And you?" Felix turns sharply to Amara, catching her off guard. "Do you have nothing useful to say? Or are you just going to stand there like a dog?" It's like they said," she stammers. Felix waits for her to continue, radiating rage. Behind him, the wall glows red. The only sound is the heavy drumbeat of water above. Amara knows her master is just moments from erupting. If she doesn't fill the silence, there will be nothing between her and the rain of blows that fall. "The old woman forced us out of the baths," she says. Her eyes avoid his face, skirting instead to the fresco that frames his desk. She tracks up the black plinths reaching the bull skulls painted at the top. "She used your name. She only wanted the women belonging to you. It was an insult aimed solely at you." Victoria gives a stifled gasp. Amara glances over, sees the fear in Victoria's face, then looks quickly away. "I don't think it was an insult from Vibo. What would he have to gain?" Nobody replies. Amara continues, talking to the small bag of coins resting on the desk by Felix's right hand. "Simo must have bribed him. It's the only explanation. Simo's got a nice little deal going on at the baths right now. Why would he want to double the women and halve the profits?" The rain is still falling, and she is almost out of courage. Nobody has ever frightened her more than the man in front of her. Amara looks up from the desk. She always avoids staring directly into his eyes, and so now, when she does, his expression surprises her. He is listening. For one brief moment, she sees him. It's enough. "I don't think it's Vibo you want to punish," she says, her voice a little steadier. "He could be valuable. If Simo can pay him off, so can you. That way, we could still make money at the baths and show we won't be put off so easily." Felix raises his eyebrows. She has surprised him. Amara tries to let go of her fear, imagines it rising from her body like steam evaporating. "As for Simo, I'm sure you could teach him a lesson. Doesn't he run a bar? Perhaps it will become less attractive to customers." Felix's expression has barely changed, but she knows the worst of his anger has passed. "You bark a lot for such a little dog," he says. He nods at Thraso's swollen, bloodied lip. "And what did you do to Balbus in return for this?" "I broke his nose." "More than that, I hope." Felix rises from his seat, and the two women step backwards. Thraso stays still. Felix clicks his fingers at Victoria. She hurries over. He runs his hands over her, feeling her body, rearranging her clothes, a critical look on his face. It's not a man touching a woman, but a salesman checking his goods. He slaps her backside, hard. "Will you make me as much money as Simo's whores? Will you?" He gestures towards Amara without looking at her. "That one thinks so, but I'm not convinced." He takes Victoria's chin between his fingers. "What were you doing at the pool today? Gawping round the place like peasants at the games? Slouching about on your flat arses?" Victoria can't shake her head. Felix is holding her too tightly. "I've seen Drauka. That whore has the finest arse in Pompeii. And what do you have? What sort of tits are these?" He lets go of Victoria, pushing her face away. She sways but stays upright. "Simo may have paid Vibo off, but would Vibo have thrown you out if he thought any of you could fuck like Drauka?" He pauses, daring them to answer, but neither do. "Our friend Simo's been bragging he sells the best cunt. So you," Felix jabs a finger at both his women, "need to show Vibo he's talking shit. Vibo gets to fuck you whenever he likes, however he likes, no charge. All part of the service. If you're not his favourite girls after that, I'll know why." Amara glances at Victoria, trying to judge her reaction, but her face is blank as wax. "Get moving!" Felix shouts, making them both jump. "I want 5 denarii each from you lazy fucking whores. Tell the others they'd better put some effort in." Amara almost stumbles over Paris in the doorway in her haste to get out of the room, but Victoria is still quicker. They scuttle along the balcony, shoving their way down the stairs. Victoria reaches the bottom first. She turns round, blocking the door, so Amara can't get back into the street. Amara steadies herself against the wall, jolted as much by Victoria's obvious anger as the sudden stop. "Why did you do that?" Victoria whispers. "Felix would have dropped Vibo. Why ask him to send us back? What sort of idiot are you?" "Think of the money," she whispers back. The pair of them are rammed together at the bottom of the smelly, dark stairwell. "Think of all the rich men. Not like the dregs who come here. You're crazy. What do you think they're going to do? Turn up at the baths with bags of gold? They go there to screw, not find a bride." Victoria's whisper grows louder with exasperation. "And now we have to put up with Vibo." Amara wants to explain that she's willing to try anything, no matter how far-fetched, however horrible, anything that might get them out of the brothel. Paris's sharp voice calls down. "What are you both doing?" "Leaving," Victoria says, pulling the door towards her. They slip out into the rain, and within a couple of paces are back inside. Even though the sky is murky and overcast, it is another level of darkness in the brothel. The shutters in the small cells are locked to keep out the damp, and the air is thick with smoke from incense and oil lamps. The space is not that much smaller than Felix's apartment above, but to Amara it feels as narrow as a tomb. Fabia is slopping out, trying to stop the latrine from overflowing with rainwater. The stench, never pleasant at this end of the corridor, is worse than usual. She looks up briefly to greet them, then bends back down to her task. Fabia used to work here as a she-wolf before she grew too old. She even gave birth to the wretched Paris in one of the cells. Fabia barely earns her keep now, but so far Felix has not thrown her out onto the streets to fend for herself. "What did Felix say?" Cressa asks, as she and the other women emerge from Berenice's cell. He's going to give it another go with Vibo, Victoria says. He wants to persuade him to take us back at the baths, which means the smelly prick will be coming here, and we've got to give him whatever he wants. She folds her arms, and Amara is expecting her to tell everyone whose fault this is, but she doesn't. Vibo's coming here, Berenice says. But he can't be. Is he that bad? Amara asks. Any lingering satisfaction she felt at impressing Felix is fast disappearing. You two not had him yet? Cressa asks. Amara and Dido shake their heads. He's the worst. Practically strangled me last time. She raises a hand to her throat, as if remembering his fingers around her neck. Amara looks at Victoria full of remorse, but she ignores her. And the best part, Victoria says, is that we've all got to earn our glorious master 5 denarii each by tomorrow. Cressa groans. Was he joking? Berenice asks, her face hopeful. She's never very good at spotting when anyone is being humorous. Not joking, Victoria replies. Safe to say he was not in a jolly mood. But we'll never manage it, Berenice wails. That's far too much. We'd better get as close to it as we can. Cressa's gaze wanders over to Fabia still sluicing the latrine. Though Venus herself would struggle to pick up punters in this weather. I'm not going fishing without food, Victoria says. We can start at the Sparrow, have something to eat, and maybe after that the rain won't be so bad. The 5 women set about extinguishing most of the oil lamps to save fuel and limit the smoke. The constant smelly fug indoors means the paintings Felix recently paid for, endless sex scenes emblazoned round the top of the walls, are already smeared with soot. The picture above Amara's cell, of a woman being taken from behind, has a new, grimy shadow across the bed. She bends down to put out the terracotta lamp burning beneath it. Like every other light in the brothel, it is modelled in the shape of a penis, flames flickering from the tip. 1 or 2 even have a small clay man attached, brandishing an enormous fiery erection. Felix finds it amusing, says the lamps get the customers in the mood. Amara hates them, as if they don't have enough cocks to put up with. Gallus, Felix's freedman, is guarding the main door, directly opposite the elephant. A tall, broad-shouldered man, he's better looking than Thraso, though just as brutal in a fight. He grasps hold of Berenice's arm as they try to pass. Hang on, he says. You can't all go out at once. One of you has to stay behind. What if I get a customer? Can't you just come and grab one of us from the Sparrow? Victoria says. We'll only be up the road. No, Gallus replies. You know Felix's orders. He gives Berenice a shove. Back in there. What a shit, Victoria mutters as they hurry along the pavement. We'll have to take her something back. And Fabia, says Cressa. She's looking so thin. The presence of the older woman, barely hanging on to existence, is like the shadow of a future none of them want to face. For Cressa, who is several years older than the rest of them, Amara suspects Fabia's fate is even more frightening. The noise from the tavern opposite is loud, even at this time of day. A gigantic mural blazes with colour on its outside wall. It's an elephant surrounded by dancing pygmies and draped in snakes for good fortune. Underneath reads the boast, Citius restored the elephant. The 4 women don't stop to go inside. Picking up customers at the elephant isn't impossible, but Citius rents rooms as well as serving food and wine. In this weather, his guests are more likely to head upstairs with one of the women who work at the inn than troop to a brothel in the rain. The Sparrow is only a few paces further away. Its painted sign is drenched and darkened by the rain, but Amara can still make out the small bird surrounded by flowers, sitting on its innuendo-laden message. The Sparrow is satisfied, so may you be. Nobody is loitering in the small square outside today. Instead, the stones shine white in the wet. When Amara first arrived in Pompeii, Almost every scrap of pavement in front of the bar seemed to be taken up by drinkers, most standing and talking, some scribbling messages on the wall. She's seen graffiti about Felix on there before, even some reviews of the brothel. Plenty about Victoria. Nothing about her. She's not sure whether to be grateful for that or not. They scurry inside, stamping their feet on the floor to shake off the rain. Victoria saunters over to the bar. She leans against its marble top, undoing her cloak and letting the edge of her yellow toga slip from her shoulder. There are whistles from a table in the corner.
"Busy morning, ladies."
The landlord, Zoskalis, has a cloth draped around his neck and his face is shining with sweat. There's almost no room for him behind the counter. The wall is stacked with wine jars from floor to ceiling, but Amara's never seen him knock anything over. She has no idea what brought Zoskalis all the way to Pompeii from Ethiopia, a place so distant she finds it almost impossible to imagine its existence. He likes to joke to customers it was love of his wife. Amara almost never sees her at the bar, more often in the street, harried by their 3 small children. She makes an unlikely siren, luring her man halfway across the world. "Not as busy as we'd like," Victoria says. "Anybody here need entertaining?"
"I'm sure if there are, you'll soon find them,"
Zoskalis replies. Business between tavern and brothel is always brisk.
"I'll get Nicandrus to bring you hot wine and stew."
The women make their way to a table near the 2 wolf whistlers. Amara feels a flicker of fear. She would have crossed the street to avoid men like this in her hometown, her mother no doubt tugging her along to walk faster, whispering at her to look down. The 2 men are already drunk, dressed in the stained, weather-worn clothes of travelling traders. She sees the one closest to them is missing his 4 front teeth. His companion has a thick beard, curled and dressed with cheap oil to hide the grey. Amara takes a seat on a bench by the wall, and Dido joins her. Victoria tries to pull up stools for her and Cressa, but the man with the missing teeth catches hold of her wrist.
"Plenty of room for you to sit here."
White spittle pools in the middle of his lips as he speaks. He spreads his legs out, slapping his knee. His companion snorts with laughter.
"Hope you aren't bothering the ladies."
Nicandrus arrives with the tray. His tone is light, but he walks deliberately between the tables, forcing the man to let go.
"Oh, they're no trouble."
Victoria smiles sweetly at the man who has just grabbed her. She sits down, moving her cloak so he can see up the length of her thigh, before swiftly covering it. She smiles at him again, and he stares back, flushed. First fish caught, Amara thinks. Nicandrus puts the bean stew down in front of Dido. "You look cold," he says. "It's so wet out," she replies. "Hope this warms you." He hovers, obviously hoping she will say something more. Amara has noticed the way Nicandrus watches Dido, seen his nervousness whenever an aggressive customer gets too close to her. She almost loves him for it.
"Nicandrus!"
Zoskalis bellows across the bar.
"The wine won't serve itself."
Dido bends her head to eat. She is hopeless at fishing. A few short months ago she was a respectable girl from a small suburb of Carthage, never leaving the house with her head uncovered, betrothed to a man chosen by her father, a secluded life of raising children and keeping house stretching out in front of her. Amara feels a pain in her chest. She has been enslaved longer than Dido, but not so long she doesn't remember the agony of losing her own freedom.
"You're not from Pompeii,"
Victoria says to the 2 traders. She is making quick work of her stew, dabbing with the bread around the rim, never one to let a potential customer slip away.
"Did you travel by sea?"
Cressa says.
"I've always wanted to travel by sea."
She sips her wine, gazing at the bearded man, as if he were the god Poseidon, deigning to visit the mortals on shore.
"No, we came over from Puteoli," he says. "In the meat business, goats mainly."
"Bet you like a bit of meat," his companion adds, poking Victoria in the leg, the string of saliva between his lips lengthening as he grins. Victoria laughs, covering her mouth prettily with one hand, as if he just said something witty. Amara tries not to wince. Always the same. Why do men never have anything original to say to a prostitute? This pair are moments away from bragging about the size of their cocks. The toothless man slaps his knee again, and this time Victoria perches on it. Cressa takes a long draught of wine, draining her cup to the bottom, then rises and drapes herself over his companion. Victoria nestles herself back closer against Toothless, who is breathing heavily. But Amara notices she is careful not to let his hands wander too far up inside her clothes. There are limits to what Zoskalis will tolerate in his bar. The bearded man is kissing Cressa, who breaks away to steal another sip of wine, this time from his cup. He gives her a slap, meant playfully perhaps, but hard enough to make her spill red liquid down her front. "Dirty little she-wolf," he says. Cressa exchanges a quick glance with Victoria, who bends to whisper in her lover's ear. After a pause, all four rise. The men, a little unsteadily, and they leave the bar. "That was fast," Nicandrus says, coming to collect the plates and glasses, even for Victoria. He has switched to speaking Greek, both his and Amara's mother tongue. Dido speaks it too, though Amara suspects Nicandrus doesn't realize that Punic, not Greek, is her first language. "Felix told us to make 5 denarii each by tomorrow," Amara replies. Nicandrus winces. "What brought that on?" "It didn't go well at the baths this morning." "Sorry to hear that," he says, looking at Dido, who still hasn't spoken. "I hope nobody gave you trouble." Dido shakes her head. Nicandrus smiles at her, before heading back to the kitchens with his stack of dirty dishes. Amara looks round the room, trying to see if there are any other potential customers. 3 men engrossed in a game of dice ignore her. Another, drinking alone at the counter, scowls when she finally manages to catch his eye. Lunchtime is never the easiest hour. Victoria and Cressa did well to find a pair of willing men. "We're going to have to go further afield, aren't we?" asks Dido, her slim shoulders sagging at the thought. "There were a few sailors hanging around the forum earlier," Amara says, "and the rain's easing off. It might not take us too long." Dido looks at her, her eyes dark. There's a grief deep enough to drown in, if you let it rise unchecked. Amara never will. She stands up, waits for Dido to join her, holding out her hand with the poise and confidence that belonged to her other life. Chapter 3. All other animals derive satisfaction from having mated. Man gets almost none. Pliny the Elder, Natural History. The sounds of Victoria entertaining the toothless man, and his appreciation, are loud in the street. Felix gave Victoria the room by the main door for precisely this reason, knowing she would be a good sales pitch for passing trade. Gallus slouches by the wall, looking bored. "Can you give this to Berenice and Fabia?" Amara asks, handing him half a small loaf. "We're going to try our luck in the forum." "Sure." Gallus stuffs the bread into a fold in his cloak. She hopes he won't eat it himself. The air smells fresher after the downpour, though it's left the narrow road looking more like a canal. Amara and Dido walk carefully, holding their cloaks up to stop the hems trailing in the water. In the winter, their profession is harder to tell on sight. Hidden underneath the outer layer, they wear togas, the uniform of men and prostitutes. Amara used to feel naked, without swathes of fabric shielding her body from head to foot. But over a slippery pavement when agility matters, it's almost a relief to have her legs free. The journey gets easier when they reach the wide main street, the Via Veneria, which leads back to the Forum. They switch to walking side by side rather than single file. Amara takes Dido's hand, squeezing it gently. "You can't look down all the time," she says. "I understand it's difficult. But we're meant to be attracting men's attention, not avoiding it." "I know," Dido says. "But it's really hard." "Not really. Your face is already doing half the work for you. You're easily the most beautiful woman in Pompeii. Amara has never seen anyone as lovely as Dido, though it's a loveliness shot through with fragility, like the exquisite glass statue of the goddess Athene she remembers from her childhood. It was so precious, her parents kept it high out of reach. I hate it, Dido says. I hate men staring. I hate it when... She trails off. I guess I'll get used to it, all of it, eventually. No, just endure it. Never get used to it. They pass a shop selling jewellery, stop a moment to admire the cut glass and cameos. My mother wore a stone like that, Dido says, pointing. The red one? Yes. She was wearing it the last time I saw her. Amara knows the rest of this story, how pirates swept through Dido's hometown, stealing people to sell as slaves. Dido was kidnapped along with her younger cousin. Her uncle killed trying to defend them. Her cousin died on the voyage from Carthage to Puteoli. Dido, like Amara, was completely alone when they first met, lined up side by side at the slave market. Amara wants to tell Dido that she may see her mother again one day, but finds she can't. She doesn't believe it's true. They have lingered too long. The shopkeeper comes out to try and persuade them to try on a string of cheap beads, becomes offended when they refuse. They hurry off towards the forum at the top of the hill. It's even more crowded than earlier. The street sellers have wasted no time setting up again after the rain. Amara leads Dido towards one of the wide colonnades surrounding the square. Just smile at everyone, she says. Pretend you're Drauka. Is that what you do? Pretend you're someone else? I am someone else. Amara isn't even my real name. Dido isn't yours. They walk slowly, arm in arm, along the brightly painted walkway. For all her bravado, Amara's heart is beating fast. Nobody pays them much attention. Expensively dressed men, perhaps meeting to discuss the upcoming elections, brush past, as if they are invisible. Hawkers ignore them, too busy with their own selling. They've no time to buy what the women are offering, not at this time of day. Undeterred, Amara suggests they try another circuit. They walk again, pausing more often this time. Amara looks everyone in the eye, unwittingly carrying herself with the assurance of a young man rather than a flirt, while Dido occasionally manages a shy smile. They don't quite hit the mark, neither looking like prostitutes nor respectable women, but this time a few glance at them out of curiosity. They loiter at a stall for leather shoes, catching its sharp scent of freshly tanned hide. The seller demonstrates the suppleness of a pair of sandals, twisting the straps in his fingers. One man starts to haggle, and another, perhaps the customer's friend, stands waiting. Amara brushes lightly against him as if by accident. He looks up and sees Dido, who manages somehow not to look down. For a moment, Amara thinks he's going to see through them, realize they are two frightened women who haven't any idea what they are doing. But that's not what he sees. Encouraged that Dido hasn't walked off, he leans towards her. Too rough for your lovely feet, surely. We don't have far to walk, Amara answers, only a street away. She stares straight into his eyes so he cannot mistake her meaning. Why don't you and your companion join us? They are standing so close, he can slip his hand inside Dido's cloak. She stiffens, gripping Amara's arm until it hurts. It takes all Amara's willpower not to slap him. She thinks of Felix, thinks of what he might do if they have nothing to give him tomorrow. That's enough, Amara says, more harshly than she intended. The man drops his hand, surprised. She forces herself into a false lopsided smile. Nobody handles goods for free, not if they aren't buying. The man looks them both up and down. Maybe later, ladies. He turns his back. They walk away from the leather stall. This time it is Amara gripping Dido. She feels as if her legs are going to give way. Do you need to sit down? Dido asks. She shakes her head. I had a bad feeling about him, Dido continues. It's just as well. I shouldn't have let him touch you, Amara says. I should have told him to fuck off. Dido laughs, taking her by surprise. The shortest-lived whores in the business. What an opening line that would be. You can all fuck off. Dido's laughter is contagious, and soon they are both shaking, trying not to snort out loud, overtaken by hysteria. They clasp their hands round a pillar, swinging and leaning back, giggling like children. Neither care that they are attracting contemptuous stares. Suddenly, it doesn't seem to matter. Eventually they both calm down and straighten up. Come on, Amara says. Back to the beast hunt. They walk with more confidence this time. Dido isn't even having to force her smile, although the men aren't to know it's at their expense. They stop by a group dicing near an archway to the indoor food hall. The air is heavy with the smell of meat and spices. They stand at the edge of the circle and watch. Good throw, Amara says, as one man scores a 6 and scoops up a small pile of coins. His friend slaps him on the back. The players seem to be split into 2 teams. They all look like out-of-town traders, speaking with a wealth of accents and languages as they argue over the money. Amara and Dido pretend fascination with the game, slowly leaning more towards the winning side, ingratiating themselves. A flask of wine is passed round, and Dido accepts a sip. Throw for us! One of the men pulls at Amara's arm. Go on, you throw! The winners are in good spirits. After the game, they will need to spend that money somewhere. Amara squats down and takes the dice. For Venus, she says, looking up sidelong at the team who've claimed her. She rolls a 5, higher than their rivals had just managed. The men cheer. It doesn't count, says one of the losers, face scrunched in anger, watching eager fingers rake through his last few coins. You can't get a whore to throw. You can get a whore to do whatever you like, Amara retorts. That's the whole point. Her new friends fall about laughing, one slipping his arm round Amara as she stands up, but her opponent is unamused. Cheating little Greek, he spits. The loser gathers up his remaining money, gesturing at his 3 companions to do the same. They hurry away, and Amara and Dido are left with the winners. 5 men, whose attention has now turned from dice to other games. Her heartbeat quickens. She would prefer not to be outnumbered like this. Pompeii has brought you good fortune, Dido says, inclining her head in a way that reminds Amara of Victoria. It pays to serve Venus in the goddess's own city. You're from Africa, one of the men says, noticing her accent. Venus has a wide dominion, Amara replies, and the road to her house is short, if you care to join us. The man who urged her to throw the dice still has his arm tightly round her waist, his fingers kneading her flesh. There is no way she and Dido could fight this gang off if the men decided to cut the transaction short by taking without paying. The food hall is still being repaired from earthquake damage, and there are plenty of deserted arches where building work has paused. Dido steps away from the group. We share a home with 3 others, she says. 5 women. Such a happy chance. You must celebrate with our friends. The goddess of love deserves some thanks, after all. The men exchange glances, perhaps weighing up the possibility that they are going to be led into a den of thieves by a honeyed bait. Perhaps you've seen our home, Amara says. We live by the elephant. The wolf den, one of them laughs. We've got an invite to the town brothel. Is that what you are? The man holding Amara loosens his grip, turning her towards him so he can see her face. A little Greek she-wolf. His skin is tanned, cracked across the cheeks from being out in all weathers, and there is a mark at the bottom of his chin, where it must have been nicked by a knife. She knows this man will be no stranger to violence, but then none of them are. Amara decides to roll the dice again. She leans in to kiss him lightly on the lips, then pushes him away, darting just out of reach. Wolves from Greece, Carthage, Egypt, and Italy, she says over her shoulder, beckoning him to follow. all worshippers of Venus Pompeiana. Dido swiftly joins her, and they hold hands, walking down the colonnade towards the Via Veneria, aware the men are close behind. "We need to get there quickly," Dido whispers, her eyes wide with fear. "Don't run," Amara says. She looks back over her shoulder, smiling at the man who until recently had her in an iron grip. He and the other dice players look flushed with excitement rather than anger, enjoying the thrill of the chase. They weave past the shops and the grand houses on the Via Veneria. The road is still flooded with water. One of the 5 players, a short, brawny man with a patched cloak, grabs Dido and makes as if to throw her in. She screams, and the men roar with laughter. The man sets her back down as a mule cart approaches, and Amara seizes her hand, dragging her further along the pavement. Amara doesn't think she has ever been happier to hear the raucous chorus from the elephant as they round the corner to the brothel. She feels ready to collapse with relief at Gallus's feet. He collects the money from their 5 customers. As Amara steps over the threshold, she glances down at his left hand for the signal. 3 fingers. Only 3 women are in. Amara's heart contracts. Berenice is waiting in the corridor, wreathed in smoke from the lamps. "There's Egypt!" shouts the short man, grabbing her roughly round the hips. "Where are the other 2? "On their way," Amara replies, draping her arms round the man with the marked chin. "Fabia will go and fetch them." The old woman scurries past her, hood pulled up to her face, and darts into the street. "For fuck's sake! You promised 5! The 2 men left without women are furious. Amara's customer has already pulled off most of her clothes and is pushing her towards an empty cell. He breaks from kissing her to catch hold of one of his angry companions, drawing him closer. "Stop complaining. You know I always share." The stone bed is hard against Amara's back. There is a terrible ringing in her ears, the rush of blood pounding in her head, the smell of the strange man too close to her, his grip even tighter than she remembers in the Forum, the movement she cannot stop and cannot control. She is drowning. Amara tries to focus on the curtain pulled across the doorway. Count its folds until he is finished, anything to quell the unbearable panic. But the second man is blocking her view, his face contorted. He grips her thigh, stopping her from twisting away. She cannot scream, she cannot breathe. Terror is crushing the air from her lungs. Then the curtain opens. Cressa slips inside the room. "No need to wait," she whispers, running her fingers through the second man's hair. He pushes her off. "I want that one." He points at Amara. Cressa moves, so she is standing between them. "No, you don't." Cressa slides her hands around his hips, pulling him closer. He tries to resist, but the lure of her naked body is too much. He gives in, allows Cressa to lead him away. Cressa glances back as they leave. The kindness in her eyes speaks another language, reaching Amara across the darkness. Amara starts to cry. The man with the scarred chin collapses heavily against her. He is finally finished. For a moment, she is forced to lie squashed beneath his weight. Then he raises himself on his elbows and steps back from the bed. Amara pulls her legs in towards herself, unable to stop weeping. For a moment the man stares at her, and she cannot tell if the look of disgust is for her or himself. He leaves without speaking. Chapter 4. Take one who through long years would slave for you. Take one who'd love with purest loyalty. Ovid, Amores 1:3. Nighttime at the brothel passes like a scene from Hades. The endless procession of drunken men, the smoke, the soot, angry shouting, pottery smashing, the sound of Dido weeping, the pungent smell of Victoria's potion as she washes out her insides, the rasp of Berenice's snoring. When the hour is too late for even the most dedicated Pompeian to venture out in search of sex, Amara lies alone in the darkness of her cell, unable to sleep, suffocated by rage. She is woken the next day by Victoria's singing. It's like music from another world. the light, earthy voice full of hope and good humour. She sits up in bed. "Couldn't you let us sleep in for once?" Berenice shouts. "Look at the sunshine," Victoria calls back. "It's like the Festival of Flora." Amara smiles in spite of herself. She swings her feet onto the floor, wrapping the blanket round her shoulders. Berenice and Cressa are already out in the corridor, yawning and rubbing their eyes. The three of them head to Victoria's cell. Amara glances up as she goes in. The painting of two lovers above the door shows the woman on top, a gift from Felix to his hardest-working whore. "You woke us up," Berenice says. Victoria is already dressed and styling her hair. It falls in a waterfall of curls about her shoulders. She does not look like a woman who has been up all night, indulging men and deflecting violence. Her eyes are sparkling at the prospect of a new day. Amara has never met anyone like Victoria. "Where's Dido?" Victoria asks. "She can't have slept through you lazy lot yelling and complaining." The four of them head to Dido's cell. She is lying on the bed, her face to the wall. Cressa sits next to her, bends and kisses her on the forehead. It is not only Amara and Nicandrus who feel protective of Felix's youngest she-wolf. "It's morning, sweetheart," Cressa says. Dido sits up. Her face is wet, and her eyes are red from crying. Cressa hugs her, stroking her back. "Were they shits?" she asks. "One of them broke all the lamps," Dido says, pointing to a pile of pottery shards that she's swept into a corner. "He really frightened me." "Nasty, shitty little man." Cressa's voice wavers, and for a moment Amara thinks she is going to struggle to keep her composure. Victoria sits on the other side of Dido, quickly taking over. "You can't let him bother you," she says, smiling. "Not Mr. Garlic Farticus." "What a stupid name," says Berenice, looking doubtful. "He can't really be called that." "But he is," Victoria insists, her face solemn. "It's Mr. Garlic Farticus who runs that fast food place near the baths." "He was kind of smelly." Dido looks a little brighter as she starts to play the game. "And garlicky and farty?" Victoria nods. "Yes, definitely him, Mr. Garlic Farticus." "I never knew he was called that," Berenice says wonderingly. "I thought he was called Manlius." "Of course it was Manlius, you idiot," Cressa snorts. They all laugh. Even Berenice smiles. Amara wonders for a moment if she might have played dumb on purpose. "I think we should write him a message on the wall," Victoria says, "in case he ever comes back." She bends down and hands a shard of pottery to Amara. "What shall we say?" "I know. Thrust slowly." "Shall I write it in Greek?" Amara asks. "What's the point in that?" Victoria retorts. "We want the smelly idiot to read it, don't we?" Amara scratches the motto on the wall. They all sit looking at it when she's finished, smirking with satisfaction. "I'll tell you who does thrust slowly," Berenice says, her face sly. She pauses, making sure all four are giving her their full attention. "Go on, then," Cressa says. "Who is this Apollo?" "Gallus," Berenice beams. "I love him." "Gallus?" Victoria shrieks. "He's a terrible lay." "You've not even slept with him," Berenice says, wounded. She looks round at her friends' embarrassed faces. "Have you?" "We all have, sweetheart," Cressa says kindly. Berenice flushes. "Well, it's me he loves. He told me he will buy my freedom one day. He loves me. He's going to marry me so I don't have to do this anymore. We spent a whole hour together when you were all out fishing. He's really kind and loving and gentle and caring. He even asked what I wanted." Amara struggles to picture the oafish Gallus being any of these things. She's about to ask Berenice if he gave her the bread yesterday, but decides the answer might be too painful. "Berenice," Victoria says, her voice low with warning. "You didn't fuck him for free, did you?" There's silence. Berenice pouts, not meeting anyone's eye. "You Idiot, Victoria hisses. What if Felix finds out? You can't spend your days rolling around with Gallus for nothing. He has to pay Felix. The prick's just playing you. He's using you. He doesn't want to pay because he's saving up to buy me, Berenice says, stung. And who's going to tell Felix? Not any of you, I hope. Of course none of us would tell Felix, Amara says. But are you sure Gallus isn't taking advantage? He loves me, Berenice repeats stubbornly. He told me he's never met anyone as kind as me, that he can really talk to me because I listen and I care about him. Victoria rolls her eyes. Why do you have to make everything dark and ugly and twisted? Berenice snaps at her. At least I have better taste than you. The last word is said with such venom that Amara is surprised, but before Victoria can retaliate, Cressa interrupts. Nobody is trying to ruin things for you, she says to Berenice. We just want you to look after yourself, that's all. Berenice frowns and turns away from her, not willing to be won round yet. Cressa widens her eyes at Victoria, tilting her head at Berenice, willing her to make amends. Victoria sighs. Of course we're happy if Gallus loves you, she says, but you need to make him pay. He's stealing from Felix. That's much too risky. You know it is. For him, as much as you. Berenice looks crestfallen. That's just typical of him, she says, putting himself in danger for me. Victoria looks as if she might explode at this version of Gallus the hero, but Cressa changes the subject. Does anyone know how much money we made last night? Thraso took over at the door, Victoria replies. I spoke to him before turning in. The last count was just over 16 denarii. That's a relief, says Amara, thinking of Felix. It's not as far off as I thought it might be. We've got to replace those, though. Dido points at the broken lamps. Cressa bends over to look at the heap of smashed-up clay cocks. That's at least 3, 4, Dido says. We'll have to pay for them ourselves, Victoria says. We can't ask Felix for the money, not after yesterday. Amara feels some of the darkness from last night returning. Felix gives them such a paltry allowance, barely enough for food, especially when they chip in for Fabia. None of them are ever going to save enough money for their freedom that way. It can't be helped, Victoria says, as if she can hear Amara's thoughts. We'll make it back. Amara stares at their fresh graffiti, thrust slowly. It doesn't seem as amusing anymore. Cressa gets to her feet. We should head to the baths, get cleaned up, unless you lot want to waft about stinking of man all day. It's a mid-morning ritual at the brothel, their trip to the women's baths. Amara suspects she isn't the only one who finds it emotionally as well as physically cleansing. I'll stay behind, Victoria offers. Somebody else had better go for the lamps. There's a pause. I'll go, Amara offers. She is just as desperate as the others for a wash, but she owes Cressa for rescuing her. Dido had a terrible night, and Berenice was trapped inside most of yesterday. Although given her affair with Gallus, this may not have been such a sacrifice after all. Take my savings, says Cressa. We can split the cost when you get back. Fabia is sweeping the floor when they step out into the corridor. Not for the first time, Amara wonders where she slept that night. She has found her huddled on the back doorstep before, wrapped in nothing but her cloak. The old woman smiles at them. Don't you all look beautiful, she says. Fabia helps the 4 who are going out to tidy up their hair. Even though they are not fishing, Felix hates his women to wander about town looking a mess. You'll never need paste for your lips, Fabia says to Amara as she straightens up her yellow toga, fastening it with a cheap pin. They're bright as pomegranate seeds. You're so lucky. Amara wonders what Fabia looked like when she was young. Her face is not just lined, but beaten, like the ruts in the road where the carts have repeatedly run over the stones. It can't help, that she has such a shit for a son. "Can I bring you back something to eat?" Amara asks. "Gallus brought me some bread yesterday," Fabia replies. "Don't you worry." Thraso is slumped half asleep on the doorstep when they leave. His lip looks a little better than yesterday, but his nose is still swollen. He asks where they are all going, and heaves himself up to check whether the tale of broken lamps is true. Once his surly permission has been granted, they set off. Amara says goodbye to the others a few paces down the road at the entrance to the women's baths, then makes for the pottery shop on the Via Pompeiana. Cressa's leather purse tied around her waist. Last night was dry, and the water level on the road has dropped. It no longer resembles a canal. Instead, the wet surface shines silver in the glare of the late morning light. The town is already busy. It's not often Amara has an excuse to venture out by herself. She lingers as she passes the doorway of Pompeii's wealthiest homes, stealing a look inside whenever a tall wooden door is left ajar. She catches the sparkle of fountains, glimpses of winter gardens, and elaborate mosaics which sweep up to the edge of the street. Her parents' house, in Aphidnae, was not so grand, but some of the homely touches, a woman sitting spinning in the atrium, a sleeping dog, remind her of what she has lost. The potter's shop is not too far along the Via Pompeiana. It's impossible to miss with its huge mural of Venus surrounded by lamps on the front wall. The painting picks out the warmth of the flames on the goddess's features, the light reflected in her eyes. Behind her is a pink shell and the pale blue of the sea. Small potters work at her feet, shaping lamps and statues, feeding a tiny kiln, a miniature representation of the business Amara is about to enter. The shop front is shallow and apparently empty. Through a doorway at the back, she can see slaves and the red glow of the kilns. Somebody will be back in a moment. Around her, every possible surface is lined with lamps. She turns to look, careful not to knock into anything. Some are beautiful, so much lovelier than the ones she is here to buy. Amara picks up a small glazed light from the nearest shelf, gently stroking its surface with her finger. An image of Pallas Athene is stamped on it, an owl's face on her breastplate. "That's one of mine." She looks up. A slave is watching her. Amara hurries to put the lamp back, embarrassed. "Sorry." "No, I designed it." The slave laughs. "I don't own any of them." He is very good-looking, Amara realizes, slim with dark hair and a friendly, open face. He looks nothing like Felix, she thinks. Then she wonders why the comparison would even matter to her. He walks over, takes the lamp back down from the shelf, and turns it over. "That's my mark," he says, touching a symbol on the back, the Greek letter M. He has a Greek accent, too. He almost sounds like he could have come from her hometown. "Is Pallas Athene your goddess?" Amara asks, switching to Greek. He is delighted. "Athenian?" "No, I'm from Aphidnae." She smiles back. "The town with the beautiful Helen of Troy." "You've been there?" Amara stares at the potter's slave, wondering who he might have been if they had met in their past lives. Did he ever go to her father when he was sick? Was he always enslaved? "I spent a little time there when I was a child, many years ago now. I'm from Athens, from Attica." Attica. So much in a single word. Pride in where she's from. Pain for what she's lost. Home. It feels closer, suddenly, standing next to this stranger. "What happened?" she blurts out. "Why are you here?" He looks startled. Slaves do not usually ask each other about the past without invitation. Nobody wants their grief dragged up unexpectedly into the light. "My family ran out of money," he says, "and I was the last thing they had to sell." His voice is unchanged, and he has the same easy manner as before, but she can feel his sadness. Amara wants to tell him that she understands, that the story of her life is the same, but she can't find the words. He looks embarrassed by her silence. "Is this the lamp you wanted?" he asks. She blushes. Her cloak is hiding her gaudy toga. He has no idea what she is. And now she's going to have to ask this beautiful Athenian stranger for a load of cock lamps. "My master lives opposite the elephant," she says slowly. There is a flicker of understanding on his face. She ploughs on. "My name in this country is Amara. I used to worship Pallas Athene, but since I was brought here, I have been subject to Venus. I have no choice. She is the goddess my master serves." "Amara," the stranger says, putting his hand over hers, stopping her from continuing. "I understand. None of us has a choice here." They stare at each other. Then he moves away, as if only just noticing he is touching her. "Menander!" a voice calls from the back. "What are you doing out there? I only wanted—" "Ah, I see. A customer. Forgive me. Forgive me." Rusticus, the potter, is standing in the doorway. He frowns at Amara, trying to place her. She stares back. In her mind's eye, she sees his large, naked arse bobbing up and down, glimpsed through a half-open curtain. He is one of Victoria's regulars. "Well," he chuckles, recognition finally dawning. He turns to Menander. "No wonder you were taking your time." He leans one elbow on the counter, his previous posture of respectful service gone. "And what can we do for you, little wolf?" Amara is so hot that she feels on fire. 4 lamps, not glazed of... She stops, not wanting to say the words. "Of Priapus." Rusticus smirks, enjoying her humiliation. She has a flash of anger and defiance. "So that will be 4 cocks," she adds loudly. There's a snort. She turns and stares at Menander. Is he laughing? He sees her face, and his expression changes instantly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean—" She sweeps past him to the counter, as if he hadn't said a word. "My master does not like to be kept waiting," she says coldly to Rusticus, as if she has been sent by the emperor and not some small-town pimp. "Of course," Rusticus replies, snapping his fingers at Menander, who hurries to gather up the cock lamps from a shelf in the corner. Amara says nothing. She stands rigid, bristling with fury, as Menander wraps the lamps in pieces of old cloth, tying them together to make it easier for her to carry. He is trying desperately to catch her eye, but she refuses to look at him, even when he hands the bundle over. Rusticus is struggling not to laugh. "Never mind," he says in a mock whisper to his slave. "Maybe you can save your pennies and speak to the fine lady for longer next time." Amara hands over Cressa's money and strikes out of the shop without thanking either of them. She walks quickly along the street, clutching the lamps to her chest, hating herself. She is no different from Berenice, swallowing Menander's charm as if he would be interested in talking to a she-wolf. Life at the brothel is hard enough, without making a fool of herself. Chapter 5. Grab your slave girl whenever you want. It's your right to use her. Pompeii graffiti. When she gets back, it's Paris on the door. The way he stands, scrawny chest puffed out and legs akimbo, makes him recognizable long before she reaches the brothel. It's rare for Paris to be put on door duty. He's far too slight to make a convincing guard. He looks years younger than his age and is desperate to grow a beard, hoping that then Felix will finally release him from his duties as a prostitute. The only person in the world who loves Paris is his mother, Fabia, and he treats her with a cruelty that makes Amara's heart ache. "Felix wants you," he says as she approaches. Did he say why? Paris shrugs, trying to imitate Thraso's easy indifference. Instead, he looks like a petulant teenager. Amara hurries into the brothel. "Felix is asking for me," she says, handing the bundle of lamps to Victoria before she can open her mouth for a greeting. "I've not even had a bath. He hates that. He's going to be so angry." "You can borrow some of my rose water." Victoria nods towards her cell as she starts unwrapping the lamps. Just help yourself, and try not to worry. He almost never asks for a full service, not at this time of day. Amara finds the small bottle in Victoria's cell, dabs a tiny amount of the rose perfume on her neck. She knows one of Victoria's customers gives her various potions as a tip and doesn't want to take too much. The thought of climbing the stairs to see Felix again makes her feel nauseous. It had confused her when she first came to Pompeii, why he wanted any of his women. He never seemed prompted by desire, let alone anything more tender. After a few weeks, she understood. All of them are afraid of him, both dreading his summons and dreading being ignored. Like everything else about Felix, it is the exercise of power. Victoria comes into the cell, pinches her cheeks to give them more colour, and fusses with her hair. What if it's something else? Amara asks. What if he's angry with me? It will all be fine, Victoria says. I promise. Just don't keep him waiting. Paris lets her in, taking the keys from his cloak as they stand together in the street. You're to go straight through to his study, he says, shoving the door open and walking off, as if stopping to talk to her would add a terrible burden to his busy day. Amara is left alone in the hallway, surprised not to be sent to the bedroom. She wonders what Felix might mean by it. She walks up the stairs and creeps round the corridor to the end. She stops, knocks gently, then carefully opens the door. To her confusion, she sees he already has company. She's about to step back, but Felix raises his hand in a gesture for her to stay. His client turns round to see who it is. When he understands he's being watched by a prostitute, he flinches. If this isn't a good time, he says. Please continue, Felix replies, offering no explanation for the presence of one of his women. Amara slides into the room. You were explaining why you want to take out a second loan without paying for the first. I can offer you this, the man says, taking out a pair of earrings. They belong to my mother-in-law, pure silver, made in Herculaneum. Felix takes the earrings, examining them briefly before dropping them on his desk. This will cover the previous debt. What about the new loan? They're worth far more than just the first loan, the man protests. This should cover at least half the value of the next one, too. They cover the first loan, but not the interest. Please, Felix, the man says, lowering his voice. Please be reasonable. I can get you more money as soon as the shipment is in. Just give me a little more time. You know I always come through. Felix sighs like a disappointed father. We've been doing business for so many years, Sella, and still you take me for a fool. He points at the earrings. I'm assuming Salvia wants them back? Sella is silent. And I imagine it would be a terrible shock for your parents-in-law if my men had to turn up at their fabric store uninvited and take back what you owe me in yards of silk. Felix, please, you can't. You know that I... You can have 10 denarii, Felix says, until the shipment comes in. Then if you've kept up with the other payments, we can consider that second loan. But that won't cover the earrings. These? Felix says, picking up the jewellery and dangling them at him, are for the first loan. The offer of 10 denarii is pure generosity on my part. Take it or take nothing. Amara watches as Sella signs another agreement, scratching his name in the wax. Felix looks bored. When Sella is finished, Felix folds the tablets away and takes out the money from a drawer. Sella thanks him, his voice almost inaudible. His face, when he passes Amara, is flushed with humiliation. Felix and Amara are left alone. He files away Sella's agreement, ignoring her for some minutes while he's busy at his desk. She knows better than to open her mouth. Yesterday, I asked what happened at the baths, he says, finally looking up. I didn't ask for advice. What made you offer it? His tone has not changed since he spoke to Sella. She can read nothing in his face. I must have misunderstood what you wanted, she says. No, you didn't. He waves her lie away with a flick of his hand. And then you recommended I do a deal with Vibo, a man who's hated by every whore in Pompeii. Why? Vibo is the only way into the private baths, Amara says, trying to match his blank face with her own. We can earn more money there. The men are much richer. So you want to suck a superior class of cock? Is that it? Felix laughs. She knows better than to react to his sarcasm. What a selfless whore you are. I can't believe you're trying to make me richer. He glances at the silver earrings which he left out on his desk. You can't think you would see that extra money. You're not as smart as you look if you imagine I'm going to share the profits. Felix beckons her closer, his manner conspiratorial. So tell me, what was it about? Amara is wary. I don't know. Come along, Felix says. I'm not going to be cross. I'm asking because I'm interested. So tell me. Amara twists her hands, still uncertain what to say. They have never had a conversation like this. Often, when she sees Felix, he doesn't talk at all, except, of course, to tell her afterwards how bad her performance was, how he cannot imagine why any man would pay money for that. Even though she hates him, his contempt is still wounding. It hurts, the way he touches her as if she were nothing. And now he's gazing into her eyes, as if he's interested in what she has to say, as if what she thinks is important. All her instincts tell her it's a ruse, but she's desperate for it to be true. Perhaps she can reach him. Why did you buy me? She asks. I was sold as a concubine. I'm educated, play the lyre. I know that cost you more. If you didn't want all those skills for yourself, then why? What sort of investment am I if I grind out the rest of my days in the cells downstairs? Amara thinks of Gallus, of the self-assured way he stands when he's getting customers to pay up at the door. She tries to hold herself a little taller. I could make you a lot more money than that, if you let me. For an unbearable period of time, Felix says nothing. Amara waits, the fear she has tried to squash mushrooming in the silence. Why did I buy you? He rests his elbows on the table, cupping his chin in his hands. It's a gesture of familiarity, almost as if they were equals. It wasn't for your marvellous tits. Let's be honest, we've both seen better. And I wasn't dazzled by your beauty. He pauses, letting his words sink in as he looks her up and down. You weren't much prettier than all the other girls standing naked in a row. You're no Dido. Felix stares into her eyes. But I couldn't look anywhere else from the moment I saw you. There you were, being auctioned off as a common whore. But you could have been the goddess Diana, from the way you held yourself. As if at any moment you would call on your hunting dogs to tear apart every man who had dared to see you naked. Felix crosses from behind the desk. Amara watches him walk towards her, forcing herself to stay still, even though she wants to back away. When he is very close, he puts his hands lightly on her neck. And you would, wouldn't you? Tear them all apart. Felix tightens his grip, pressing down on her throat. Would you like to tear me apart? Amara struggles to breathe, and dark spots form at the sides of her vision. Panic seizes her, and she puts her hands over his, unable to suppress the instinct to claw them away. He lets go, and she collapses over the desk, gasping for air. Do you know what happens to people who betray me, Amara? She nods her head, unable to speak. You do, don't you? You didn't hesitate to encourage me to punish Simo. Amara is slowly getting her breath back, but doesn't dare stand upright. She stays crouched over the desk, leaning as far away from him as possible. You are not the goddess Diana. Felix circles round her, or Artemis, as you Greeks would have her. He draws out the foreign words, mocking her accent. Porna eis. You are a common whore, even if you do play the liar. He pushes her down on the floor so that she is kneeling in front of him. And I own you. Don't you ever think you are cleverer than me. In the women's baths with Victoria, the steam cannot hide her tears. Amara wants to dive underwater, for it to swallow her so that she never has to surface. She stands by a large communal basin, sweating in the heat. Victoria gently wipes Amara's face, cupping cool water in her hands, splashing her friend's cheeks. You can't let every encounter upset you like this, she says, her fingers gentle on Amara's skin. It's just fucking. It's just your body. It's not you. You're strong. I know you are. It's noisier and more crowded than at Vibo's, and the decoration is nothing like as grand. But even without a huge warm pool to soak in, the women's baths are still more relaxing. Men cannot come here, not even Felix. It's not every encounter. Felix is different, Amara replies. It's not just what he does, though that's bad enough. It's what he says. How does he know what will hurt the most? Victoria splashes herself with water, sloshing it over her neck and arms. Felix is different, you're right. She is jostled by a pair of matrons, flanked by slaves carrying private tubs. The matrons settle themselves nearby, taking pains not to look at the women at the basin. They saw how Victoria and Amara rubbed each other down earlier, too poor to have attendants to do it for them. He might be rich, Victoria mutters, too quiet for the other women to hear. But look at your arses. Amara doesn't laugh. She would exchange beauty for money in a heartbeat. I know what you mean, Victoria continues. Felix gets under your skin. He does it to everyone. It's not just you. I thought he was going to kill me. Oh, he would never do that, Victoria says indignantly. Think of the money he would lose. She peers at Amara's neck and its faint row of bruises. Very unusual for him to leave any marks, though. You must have made him really angry. Everything makes him angry, Amara says. Just looking at him sends him into a rage. He's impossible. You did go on yesterday, telling him what to do. He hates that. I gave him good advice, Amara says. What was there to be angry about? Sweetheart, Victoria says. He does not want advice from his whores. He told me I can't even... Amara falters. Shame preventing her from repeating exactly what Felix had said. He said I don't give him enough pleasure, that I should ask you about it because you know what you're doing. He said that? Victoria is clearly pleased by the compliment. He said you're the only one who really knows what they're doing, Amara says. She does not add what else Felix said, that Victoria was half as pretty, but had 10 times the skill. I think he actually enjoys it with you. He didn't say so, but I got that impression. So he should, Victoria says. I put the work in. Not that you don't, she adds quickly. Amara is surprised at how happy praise from Felix has made Victoria. It saddens her to think of the power he has. 2 more matrons and a teenage girl bump up beside them at the basin, talking loudly about the elections. One of their husbands is standing. The girl, probably a daughter, looks bored and uncomfortable. She glances shyly over at the 2 beautiful she-wolves, clearly unaware of who they are. I think we'll save the advice on technique until we get home, Victoria says. But you shouldn't be too upset. He might have been angry today, but over time he will like you better for not being a coward. He likes a bit of spirit. She blushes, looking for a moment as shy as the young girl beside them. He's told me before that's why I'm his favourite whore. She says the last words quietly, close to Amara's ear, so their neighbours can't hear. Amara suddenly feels claustrophobic in the hot, crowded room. She steps away from the basin. Victoria follows. "The only reason I'd want to be his favourite," she says, glancing over her shoulder, "is so he wouldn't see the knife coming when I kill him." Victoria laughs, thinking she's joking. Chapter 6. If anyone wants a fuck, he should look for Attis. She costs 16 asses. Graffiti near Pompeii's Marine Gate. The winter sky is clear, the sun high overhead, and although there is little warmth from its blinding light, the brightness is cheering. Amara enjoys the feeling of being clean, even takes some pleasure in Fabia doing up her hair. The old woman's fingers are deft and gentle. In a different life, she could have been a skilled maid serving a grand mistress. Amara tries to let go of the morning's pain. Like the bruises, she tells herself, the humiliation will fade. They discuss where to go fishing and decide on the harbour. It's always good for customers, and the walk will be a pleasure in the sunshine. Cressa offers to stay behind. "I've got Fabia for company," she says, refusing the other's gratitude. "We can put our feet up together. It will be lovely." Fabia looks thrilled by the compliment. The old woman is as starved of affection as she is of food. Amara knows Cressa is in for a dreary afternoon of sitting in the dark, hearing endless tales of the wretched Paris's childhood. "Cressa's so kind," Amara says as they start off down the street. "She's a born mother." "Don't ever say that!" Berenice looks horrified. "Why not?" "Cressa is a mother," Victoria answers, hurrying them further away from the brothel. "She had a little boy. Felix sold him last year when he was 3. Amara and Dido gasp, and Victoria nods, her expression grim. "We were all amazed he let her keep him that long. It would have been kinder to have exposed the baby when it was born, before she got attached." "That's terrible," Dido exclaims. "Poor Cressa." "He was called Cosmos," Victoria says. "Sweet enough child. Fabia used to have him when we were working. Cressa adored him. I didn't think she was going to survive when Thraso took the boy away. Felix had to lock her upstairs, she was screaming so much. She was up there for days. And then after she came down, she never spoke about Cosmos again." "I don't think she can bear to," Berenice says. Amara thinks about the way Cressa saved her from the dice player, her kindness, her endless patience with Fabia. She is amazed Cressa has any compassion left to give after losing her child. "But she's always so thoughtful," Amara says. "I would never have guessed she carried all that grief. I had no idea." Berenice and Victoria exchange glances. "I think she finds ways of drowning it out," Victoria says. "You must have seen how much she drinks." "You can't blame her, though," Berenice adds quickly. "And she doesn't drink that much, not really." "That's why I always use my herbs at the end of the night," Victoria says. "Kill off everything inside before it can take hold." They have reached the Via Veneria and walk in pairs along the wider pavement. Victoria and Amara in front, Berenice and Dido behind. Victoria changes the subject from Cressa, as if eager to leave their friend's sadness behind. She points out the clothes of the wealthy women who pass them by, admiring the styles she likes, laughing at the ones she doesn't. The journey to the harbour is short, but the roads are so busy it takes a while to arrive. The closer they get to the sea, the fresher the air becomes. Amara can almost taste the salt. They stop to buy their one meal of the day at a roadside stall outside town. Victoria chooses, picking out bread, olives and anchovies, the dried fish stiff with brine. After walking a little further downhill, they reach the water. It is even busier here. Merchants are unloading. There's the yell of sailors and the scrape of cargo, and the constant slap of the waves against the stone walls. A little way off from the busy docks, a colonnade stretches round in a semicircle. From its roof, Statues of the gods look out at incoming ships, while in the water itself, at the centre of the harbour, is a giant marble column. Venus Pompeiana stands naked at the top. She gazes out over the vast expanse of blue, the guardian of her town. The she-wolves find a sunny patch on the colonnade, dangling their legs over the side. They eat their food quickly to avoid the gulls that swoop overhead. Victoria watches a troop of oar slaves walk up onto the docks for a brief respite. They stand, bent and blinking in the light. "What a miserable life that would be," Victoria says. She stretches back, palms resting on the warm stone, her face to the sun. "Who is luckier than us in Pompeii right now? All this time to enjoy ourselves, no back-breaking loads to carry." She swings her legs up. "I shouldn't even be alive. You know I was a rubbish heap, baby, left out to die in the shit and the fish guts. But here I am. Here we all are." "Here we all are," Amara says, 4 penniless slaves sucking off idiots for bread and olives. What a life. Victoria laughs. "So bitter. You can't still be mad about Felix," she says. "That was ages ago." "Not just Felix," Amara replies, looking at one of the larger merchant ships navigating its way into dock. She thinks about her own voyage over from Greece. The cold nights out on deck under the stars, rammed together with other slaves. The smell of vomit, the weeping, the terror of what awaited should they survive the journey. "You started life on a rubbish heap," Amara says. "But I had a home. I was a doctor's daughter. I had a life." She has never told anyone in Pompeii, except Dido, about her past. "Your father was a doctor?" Berenice asks in surprise. "What are you doing in a brothel?" The doctor's daughter, the role she inhabited for the first half of her life, a cocoon as warm as her parents' love, shielding her from the world. "He died," Amara says. She knows the others will respect her silence if she leaves it here, but now she's opened the door to the past. She doesn't want to close it. "My mother struggled on alone for a few years, helped out by family. Then her cousin, our main protector, died too. We sold everything we owned." She thinks of her home, of each beloved object being stripped away. The valuable glass statue of Athene was the first to go. By the end, they only had 1 plate left, not even beds to sleep on. It was too late to marry me off. There had been no dowry to start with, and by then we were destitute. Amara doesn't want to recount the end of the story, but now it's impossible to stop. They are all looking at her, waiting for her to finish. "So she sold me." Dido is upset. Amara already knows she finds this impossible to imagine, but for Berenice and Victoria, who were born into slavery, it is less shocking. "Who did she sell you to?" Victoria asks. "A local man, called Creams, one of my father's former patients. My mother thought he would be more respectful because he had known my father. Creams promised her I would be a protected house slave, that eventually I could regain my freedom." Even then, as a girl with no experience of men, Amara had suspected that this was a lie. She had seen the sly way Creams had looked at her as a child, complimenting her father on such a fine daughter. His eyes made her uncomfortable, although she could not name the reason. My mother asked Creams to buy her too. He refused. Amara cannot bear to think of her mother any longer. "So it's not just Felix," she says. "He's not the only man I hate." "These fish are so salty." Berenice stands up. "I'm going to the water fountain for a drink." The others barely notice her leave. They are too caught up in Amara's story. "Creams obviously had you as a concubine," Victoria says, her understanding of the world 1,000 times sharper than Amara's mother's. "I just don't understand why he sold you. You're young, you're beautiful. He can't possibly have got bored that quickly." His wife, Niobe, was jealous. She insisted. Amara prefers not to remember that Creams never even said goodbye, or the moment she understood Niobe had sold her, not as a house slave, but as a whore. "I don't like to disrespect your mother," Dido says, "but I can't understand her. Better to have starved together. A woman's honour is the most precious gift she has." She looks out to sea, as if she half expects to see the North African coastline instead of endless blue. "Every day I want to be home. I dream of it. I see it. I hear my parents' voices. But it's impossible. The shame of who I am now. If I went back, it would kill them." "My parents didn't believe all the stories of the gods," Amara replies. She looks at Dido's earnest face, and for once feels distant from her. She thinks of her father's work, of his patients, those he saved, and those he didn't, and of the agony of his own death when he knew he was leaving his family behind. She understands the grief Dido feels at the loss of her innocence, but doesn't share the profundity of her shame. "We only have life. Nothing else matters beyond that," she says. "Not honour, not anything. My mother sold me to ensure my survival." "And you're alive," Victoria says. She reaches over to take Amara's hand, her grip fierce. Then she smiles, lifting the darkness of the conversation. "But I still think I win this one. You say men are the worst, but it isn't true. The worst person in this story is that bitch Niobe. Creams was just like any other fool, thinking with his cock. Men are so predictable." Amara looks at Victoria, her profile backlit by the sun, chin raised. Unconquered, she thinks, like her name. "How did you know you were a rubbish heap baby?" Dido asks. "That's what the other slaves in the house told me," Victoria replies. "I was the only one who never had a mother." She shrugs at Dido's horrified face. "It's not that bad. Lots of slaves don't have any parents. Though I did ask why not once, and the cook told me she picked me up when she went to the dump one morning. Thought I was dead until I started screaming. Nearly dropped me with fright." Victoria glances at Amara. "Your mother was wrong to think being a house slave is a better life than being a concubine. Ask Berenice about her first mistress in Alexandria, if you don't believe me." They turn round to where Berenice was sitting, then realise she's still not back. "She's been a long time getting a drink," Dido says. "Shit." Victoria scrambles to her feet. The others follow. They never make solo trips to the harbour. A group is always safer. So many men who've been cooped up at sea are roaming around, suddenly released on shore, hungry for what they can get. A recipe for violence. The three of them walk swiftly along the colonnade towards the water fountain, calling Berenice's name. There's no sign of her. They go back along the waterfront and the docks, ignoring the whistles and attention from the men they should be trying to catch. "Perhaps she went for more food," Amara suggests. They head towards town, walking through the narrow alleyways of the fishermen's quarters. It's almost empty here. Most of the men are out at sea. They're about to turn back when they hear a woman screaming. "Berenice!" Victoria yells. They run further in, and there, under an arch in a narrow side street, is Berenice. She's on her knees trying to fend off two men. Victoria starts shrieking, making an astonishing amount of noise for one small woman. Amara and Dido join in, yelling as loud as they can. "Murder! Murder!" Victoria wails. A few doors open. The two men back off. "For fuck's sake!" one bellows at the screeching trio. "She was selling! And you weren't paying!" Berenice shouts back, getting to her feet. Both men look round, unhappy at the sudden attention. One spits at Berenice. "Fuck you, you lying Egyptian whore!" He scrabbles in his leather purse and throws down a coin before running off. His companion, close at his heels. Berenice bends to pick up the money. Victoria runs over to her as she straightens up, but instead of embracing her, she slaps Berenice hard across the face. "What the fuck were you doing?" "There was only one customer," Berenice protests, clutching her cheek. "Then his friend tried to get in for free." The few people who had ventured out to see what was going on realise it's just a women's brawl rather than the excitement of a dead body. They head back to their lives, grumbling at the false alarm. "You could have been killed," Dido says. "Why would you do that?" "It's for Gallus. I don't want him getting in trouble for not paying." Berenice's three friends gawp at her. She is wide-eyed, her hair wild where one of the men must have grabbed it. She puts both hands to her chest with passionate sincerity. "He loves me," she says. "Don't you understand? He loves me." Victoria stands with her hands on her hips, facing Berenice, ready for battle. But the sight of her foe clutching her heart like a tragic actress turns her anger into amusement. "Berenice, you amaze me. Of all the whores in the world, you're the only one stupid enough to pay her own customers." She turns, and the rest of the women follow, heading back to the harbour, where there are still men waiting to be caught. Chapter 7. The whole place rang with their theatrical laughter, while we were still wondering why this sudden change of mood, and looking now at each other, now at the women. Petronius, the Satyricon, Quartilla's brothel. The days pass, the weather grows warmer. The sparrows' vegetable stews become more varied. Campaign slogans spring up across town for the March elections. Life in the brothel rolls on, in all its bleak monotony. Amara tries to learn from Victoria, watches how she charms men, attracting the same locals back time after time. Rusticus, the potter, Phoebus, the perfume seller, Manlius, from the fast food store. All of them tipping her with gifts and treats rather than money, goods that Felix won't take. Amara observes Victoria's every movement, until she knows her friend's face and body better than her own. She even tries to copy the way she moans. She gets better at pretending, but Amara is never satisfied. The desire to escape takes hold, its roots digging deep under her skin, breaking her apart. There are days when even fear of Felix doesn't crush the urge to run away. What stops her is the certainty she would die on the road. The only person who hates life in the brothel even more violently than Amara is Paris. His continued presence in the cells twice a week is a strain for everyone. "I don't think I could bear it if Gallus had to do that," Berenice says. All of them, save Paris and Cressa, are unoccupied, hanging about in the smoky corridor, trying to ignore the sounds of Fabia's son and his customer sweating it out nearby. They are supposed to be naked, but the March nights are still cold, so they huddle together wrapped in blankets. "I just couldn't look at him the same, for a man to be on the receiving end. The shame." "Oh, shut up," Victoria says. "Think what Gallus might say if that's the way you're going." "I couldn't bear my precious cock in her mouth. Think of all the other cocks she's sucked." "It's not the same thing at all," Berenice says. "Gallus would never say that about me." She fusses with her hair. "Though he does get jealous, obviously." "What does he say?" Dido asks. "He says he'd like to kill all the grubby men who lay a finger on me. That's why he's going to buy me, so he can have me all to himself. Then nobody else will be allowed to touch me, not even—" She breaks off, unable to say their boss's name, but looks up at the ceiling so they understand who she means. Berenice smiles. "That's how much he loves me." Amara doesn't disbelieve Berenice when she says these things. She's a bit on the dim side, though surely not a liar. But it's a struggle to picture Gallus coming out with these flowery phrases. Does he clasp his breast, too? Kiss the hem of Berenice's robe? He's clearly a more enterprising little shit than he looks. Absolutely none of the other she-wolves, not even Dido, have ever considered the possibility Gallus might be genuine rather than devious. "Does he tell you how much his mother would have adored you?" Victoria asks. "Yes," Berenice says. "He does. He told me I remind him of her, that I have the same kind eyes, that—" She stops when she realizes the others are trying to suppress their sniggers. A man reels in through the doorway, no doubt fresh from one of the nearby taverns. Berenice stalks towards him, almost bundling him into her cell in her hurry to get away from her friends. "You're all just jealous," she shouts, before dragging the curtain across with a scrape. "You shouldn't tease her so much," Amara says. I know, but she's too easy to tease." "Like his mother." Dido is still incredulous at Gallus's love talk. "What a weasel," Victoria says. "He's got no shame at all." A stifled, not altogether happy, yelp comes from the direction of Berenice's cell. Berenice herself is ominously quiet. "She's really cross, isn't she? That one won't be bringing his cock back here in a hurry." "In this way." It's Thraso's voice. "We'll make sure you're well entertained." The women look at each other, suddenly alert. Thraso doesn't normally give the punters an introduction. A large figure steps over the threshold, flickering into view in the light of the oil lamps. A cloak, a flash of green. Vibo. "Oh," Victoria gasps, flinging off her blanket. "Who is this vision? He must be for me." "Felix said to be sure to fuck the one called Amara." Vibo's voice is not friendly. "But of course, you can't have just one woman." Victoria is already winding herself round him, kissing him, helping him off with his clothes. She glances back at the others. "You must have 3! Look!" She snaps her fingers. For a moment, Amara cannot think what to do. Then she grabs Dido's hand, spinning her around. It's not the most graceful move, but the pair of them end up pressed against Vibo in a bare-limbed tangle which she hopes will give him the right idea. 3, all at once? He doesn't sound altogether certain. 2 would be fine. "You must have us all," Victoria whispers, her voice husky, as if tormented by desire. "You can't be stingy, keeping yourself to just 2. Not when we all want to fuck you. You have to let us all fuck you." She lets out a whimpering moan. It is the most ridiculous performance Amara has ever seen. She cannot believe the man will fall for it. But Vibo's expression softens, and he pulls Victoria to him, clasping her backside. "What a naughty little wolf you are." Victoria needs no further encouragement. She has manoeuvred Vibo into her cell, disrobed him, and laid him out flat on his back, all by the time Amara and Dido are drawing the curtain. The bath manager is hung like a snail, but Victoria shrieks in rapture at the sight, leaping nimbly on top. Vibo groans. "Oh, don't be greedy," Amara squeals. She flings herself at Vibo, squashing her breasts in his face. "But I want to sit there." Dido tries to push Amara aside, panting in her efforts to clamber up onto the bed. Victoria is bouncing away vigorously, determined not to let the ordeal last longer than necessary, and Vibo, gasping for breath, is not entirely thrilled by the idea of being completely buried under a pile of women. No, he says to Dido. "You two enjoy each other. I'd rather watch." It's not the first time Amara and Dido have had this request. They writhe about theatrically, trying not to meet each other's eye. Vibo doesn't last long. Taking their cue from Victoria, all 3 reach a crescendo of screams at the proper moment, then drape themselves over the beached bath manager, sighing with fake contentment. Amara is just on the verge of getting a dead arm from lying in the same position for so long, when Vibo heaves himself up. "You are," he says, his sweaty face glistening with pleasure, "the most wonderful girls. Wonderful." "Oh, thank you," Victoria breathes. She takes Vibo's hand and kisses it as if he were the emperor. "We adore you." We do, Dido says, rolling over and gazing at him with delight. Amara doesn't trust herself to speak, so lets out what she hopes is a seductive sigh. Victoria slowly helps Vibo into his clothes. They all crowd round the door of the cell to give him lingering kisses goodbye, feigning desolation at his departure. Vibo leaves the brothel in a much better mood than when he came in. Dido is about to start giggling, but Victoria puts her finger to her lips. "Not yet," she says. "Wait." They sit, huddled together on the bed, leaving enough time to be sure that Vibo has really gone. Then Dido whispers in a small voice, "We adore you," and the three of them collapse with laughter. It's no longer Thraso on the door when they saunter out in their cloaks to see if Vibo left a tip. Gallus greets them with a grin. "I don't know what you ladies did, but for saying that was supposed to be a free fuck, he just doubled the night's takings." Victoria lets out a whoop of triumph. "And for that," she says, laying her head on Gallus's shoulder in an intimate gesture that will make Berenice seethe, "we deserve a little break at the Sparrow." He hesitates. "Oh, come on." Victoria punches his arm. "It's quiet. You've got 3 in. We'll just stir up some customers and bring them over." "Go on, then," Gallus sighs. "He's not so bad," Dido whispers to Amara as they head across the road. "Maybe Berenice is right about him." "She's got kind eyes like his mother?" Amara asks, raising an eyebrow. Dido grimaces. "Oh, maybe not." The Sparrow is packed. Lamps are hanging from the doorway and the rafters, shining off the brass pots Zoskalis has fixed to the wall. It's a confusion of light and noise. Nicandrus is busy serving drinks, and has been joined in his duties by Sava, a house slave who also works nights as a waitress. Zoskalis is telling a long-winded story about his wife at the bar, making the customers laugh. Victoria is not here to fish, whatever she told Gallus. She shoves her way to a free spot at a table where 3 men are dicing. "How much are you playing for?" "How much are you selling for?" one of the men snorts, trying to put his hand on her thigh. Victoria waves him away in irritation, all her usual flirtatiousness gone. She is a serious gambler, aided by her own weighted dice. "I can raise 3 asses." Amara and Dido watch Victoria muscle her way into the game, the men eventually giving way to the force of her determination to play. "She's going to win," Amara says. "They won't know what's hit them." Nicandrus spots Dido. He smiles, beckoning them across the room, forcing some other customers to make space for the pair of them on a bench. "Hot wine? With honey?" He's already heading to the bar. "Thank you," Dido says. "Here for the night?" It's one of the men who made room for them. His question is friendly rather than suggestive. He has a pleasant face and black hair that's greying at the temples. There's a small reed flute on the table in front of him, his fingers just resting on it as if to keep it safe. "We might be, if you play," Amara says. He laughs. "Are you singers?" "Yes." Dido shoots her a look. Both women were taught music at home, but the respectable songs they're familiar with are unlikely to be bellowed out in a bar. "Honoured to meet 2 fellow musicians," the man says. "I'm Salvius." He points to his companion. "This is Priscus." Priscus bows his head in greeting. "Amara and Dido, may I?" She picks up the flute. "My father had one like this," Amara says. She does not add that, for her father, it was the very least of his instruments, that she herself had learnt to play the lyre. She hands the flute back to Salvius, who puts it to his lips and starts to play. He's more skilled than she expects. It's a popular tune from Campania, a few lively verses about a shepherd longing for his love. Priscus starts to sing, encouraging the women to join in. Amara listens a few times to catch the words, then sings with him. She has a strong, clear voice, and some of the customers break off talking and begin clapping in time. When they come to an end, the cry goes round for more. Salvius starts piping again, a famous tune about Flora and the spring. "Sing with me," Amara says to Dido. "You know this one." Dido's voice is not as strong as Amara's, though much sweeter. She begins hesitantly, but as they repeat the song again, joy takes her over. Her face is lit up in a way Amara has never seen before. Nicandrus is gazing at her, still holding the honeyed wine, not daring to put it down in case he breaks the spell. Priscus pushes the table back, urging the women to stand up. "Another song!" he shouts. Salvius plays festival music, perhaps guessing their unfamiliarity with local folk tunes. Amara and Dido sing together, and for the first time since coming to Pompeii, Amara is almost happy. Some of the customers leer, and one shouts at them to get their tits out, but mainly everyone is enjoying the music too much to be a nuisance. Eventually Salvius grows tired and puts down the flute, promising to start again when he's had a drink. Priscus turns animatedly to Dido, leaning across Nicandrus before he has a chance to say anything, asking which other tunes she knows. She sits down politely to answer him. "That was beautiful." Amara turns at a familiar voice, one she cannot immediately place. It is Menander, the potter's slave. The blood rushes to her face. "What are you doing here?" "You said you worked nearby." He leans closer so she can hear over the noise. "And this is the second time I've been here, hoping to catch you. And now I have." "Only 2 visits, not very determined." Menander laughs. "I'm a slave. Rusticus is a generous master, but not that generous." His mention of the potter reminds Amara of her humiliation in the shop. She glances over at Victoria, still deep in her game. Wonders if the master jokes to the slave about his own visits to the brothel. "Lucky you," she says, coldly. "I wasn't laughing at you," he says, "but it was very funny, the way you stared him out like that. I've never seen a woman do that before." He pauses. "You were magnificent." "So I asked for 4 cocks, magnificently," Amara says, trying not to laugh. They are standing close together in the crush. She takes a sip of the honeyed wine, already a little drunk on singing and attention. "Good to know." "You stood your ground. That was magnificent," Menander replies, switching to Greek. "The cocks were incidental." "I wish they were." She says it to make him laugh, but Menander catches the dark undercurrent. His eyes meet hers, and she understands that he shares her grief, that her losses are also his. He puts his hand over his heart in greeting, bowing his head, as if they have only just met. "My name is Callias," he says. "I am the son of Cleitos, the finest potter in Athens. One day I will take over my father's business and sell my work all over Attica, including the beautiful town of Aphidnae. What is your name?" Nobody in Pompeii has ever dared ask her this. It's the last remnant of privacy, of self, that a slave who was once freeborn possesses. Their real name. It's so loud in the crush that she almost has to shout, but still, she doesn't hesitate to give this boy from Athens what he asks for. "My name is Timarete," she says. "I am the only child of Timaeus, the most learned doctor of Aphidnae, and the most loved. To him I am both a daughter and a son." "You see," Menander says, lightly brushing a curl of hair from her face. "Incidental." "But I'm also Amara." She switches back to Latin, playfully moving his hand away, "because otherwise I would never have set foot in a tavern, still less have sung for a crowd of men, or talked to you." Menander smiles, and is about to reply when Dido grabs her arm. "Amara, is that Gallus?" The familiar figure is bent over the gaming table, gesticulating at Victoria, who is trying to scramble her winnings together while she argues with both him and the other gamblers. He smacks his head on a low-hanging oil lamp as he stands up, looking furiously round the room. He spots Amara and Dido. "Get back, now!" he shouts. A few drinkers turn round to discover who he's yelling at, see the 2 she-wolves, and laugh. "I might come along with you," one slurs, getting to his feet. "Pretty little lips, maybe you'll sing for me." He says this to Dido, obviously thinking Amara is already with a client. Menander takes hold of her hand, covering it with both of his. For one moment, she is afraid he will ask to join her at the brothel. He leans in, lowering his voice. "Please take care of yourself, Timoretta." Chapter 8. This truly is a golden age. For gold, high place is purchased. Love is bought and sold. Ovid, The Art of Love, 2. Almost 2 denarii! That's how much I won. Those dice are the best investment I ever made. And you should have seen the other players' faces. Perfection. Victoria is gloating about her victory at the gaming table. All the women, save Dido, are sitting on the stone bench that hugs the walls of the warm room, listening to her boasts without huge enthusiasm. This section of the women's baths is always a gossip chamber, and a low babble of voices swells up to the vaulted ceiling. Cracks fan out across its surface, and the stucco is chipped. When everyone's clothes are removed, it's harder to tell who is citizen, freedwoman, or slave. The she-wolves might almost be mistaken for a group of young wives. Amara usually finds the warm room a pleasant break before braving higher temperatures, but instead of feeling relaxed in the heat, her every sinew is knotted with tension. She found the aftermath of the bar unbearable. The claustrophobia of being back at the brothel, forced to put up with the parade of drunken men, and their endless, thankless demands, felt infinitely more painful after her brief time with Callias. Menander, she tells herself. His slave name is Menander, just like yours is Amara. And then, early this morning, Felix asked for me for the second day running. A whole hour. That's how long he had me working for him. And I don't like to boast, Victoria says, but I made him last ages. I think a few tricks even took him by surprise. She could not look more pleased with herself if she were Psyche recounting a visit with Eros. I think that must be the longest time he's wanted to spend with anyone. I don't know why that's something to brag about, Berenice says. Her cheeks are shining in the heat, which makes her look cross, and strands of hair are stuck to her face with sweat. Felix is such a chore, and he's always such an ungrateful bastard afterwards, hardly worth the effort. Not like Gallus. He always... Berenice sees the others smirking and stops herself. She looks down at her feet and heaves a sigh, obviously desperate to share all the pent-up devotion in her heart, but reluctant to face the ridicule. Amara feels sorry they've teased her so much. Victoria smiles slightly but doesn't say anything. Amara realizes Felix must have complimented her. He understands perfectly how to manipulate us all, she thinks. I don't think Felix has sent for me in weeks, Cressa says. She is slumped against the wall, arms folded over her breasts hiding the stretch marks. Lucky you, Berenice retorts, entirely missing the anxiety in Cressa's voice. Amara edges away on the bench and closes her eyes. Even outside the brothel, its wretched, violent world wraps round her like a shroud. She tries to tune out her friends' voices, listening to another conversation. You can't let your sister make demands like that. Tell her you don't have the money. I can't. Her husband's family are impossible. I don't know what they'll do to her. You don't mean... She half opens her eyes, taking in the two women speaking beside her. They are seemingly without attendants, and both have tired, careworn faces. One of them is sitting so close to Amara their thighs are almost touching. Her dyed red curls have smudged along her hairline in the heat. She is constantly fiddling with something on her left hand, a cameo ring. You've heard the rumours about his first wife, says the redhead, and the slaves are too frightened to talk. Fulvia says he beat her on their wedding night. What sort of monster does that? And always complaining about the dowry, even though he spent every penny. Gellius will never notice if you take a bit more out of the takings, I suppose. Even Gellius is going to notice eventually. And no point asking him for help, he barely moves his fat arse out of the tavern. All day I'm sweating away behind that counter, just so he can drink the profits. I'm sorry that I can't help. The other woman fans herself. I would give you the loan myself, but my husband keeps me so short, and business is always worse at this time of year. The redhead's face falls, and Amara knows that she must have been hoping her friend would put up the money. She recognizes that look of humiliation, shot through with resentment. It reminds her painfully of her mother. After Amara's father died, her mother asked everyone they knew for help, measuring out what she could afford to entertain her guests in exchange. How far would a handful of dates stretch? Would her father's former patron be offended by the chipped plate? When the visitors were captive in the house, she would recount the hardships of widowhood, holding back tears while trying not to sound too desperate. Amara would sit quietly, head bowed at her mother's instruction, watching the flow of sympathy and money slowly dry up. By the end, her mother would have accepted a loan from anyone, whatever the terms. "Forgive me, mistress," Amara says in a low voice, "but I may be able to help you." The two women turn in surprise. She tilts her head politely without being too servile. Let them wonder if she is freedwoman or slave. I act as agent for my master. He understands the little difficulties we can all face. I would be happy to ask if he would be willing to arrange a loan. Discreetly, of course. And why would your master employ a woman as his agent? It's the redhead's stingy companion. Her face is hard and suspicious. The contract would be drawn up by his steward, Amara says, thinking on her feet. She will need to ask Felix for Gallus, not Thraso. No point scaring this pair away at the last moment by turning up with a thug. She smiles at the redhead, who seems less hostile than her friend. But it's easier for women to do business with each other. We have so many concerns men are incapable of understanding. The redhead is twisting her ring over and over. You say he is discreet? Amara nods, as am I. I run a fast food store, the redhead says. He can't be turning up asking for me. My husband wouldn't like it. You need only deal with me, Amara says. She shoots a look at the sour-faced companion who is shaking her head. That's the advantage of a female agent. I don't like it, Marcella, says Sourface. Who is this girl? What's her master's business? Forgive me, Amara replies, but discretion is the cornerstone of my master's business. Loans are not his main concern, and he takes great care not to expose his clients. She turns back to Marcella. If you want to secure a loan, tell me the amount, and I will meet you with the proposed agreement and my master's steward at the Temple of Apollo tomorrow morning. Don't do it, Sourface hisses. Fulvia will just have to look after herself. You've done enough for her as it is. She's a married woman now. She's not your responsibility. She's my sister, Marcella says. I can't just abandon her. I promised our mother. I don't want to be party to this, Sourface says, standing up. I'll meet you in the steam room. She walks off without looking back. Marcella watches her go, shoulders hunched with anxiety. I understand your hesitation, Amara says, lightly touching her arm to return her to the present. But sometimes we have to take the opportunities Fortuna grants us. Marcella chews her lip, staring at the floor as if the answer will be written across the small diamond tiles. 20 denarii, she says at last. That's what I need, and I can bring a necklace as surety. Amara knows exactly where Felix will be at this time of day. There's an unspoken rule among the women to steer clear of the palestra precisely to avoid him. She hopes he isn't so angered by her presence that he doesn't listen to her proposal. She goes over the details of the deal in her head as she walks swiftly along the Via Veneria. Surely he will see the opportunity it offers. It was difficult to hide her reasons for needing time off from her friends, but an offer to stay in for the entire day in return eventually secured their help without too many questions. They had set out as if in pairs to fool Thraso, then met up again so that Dido wouldn't be alone. She didn't ask Amara anything, just pressed her hand and begged her to be careful. Amara knows Dido imagines she's going to see Menander, as if love could be the only possible reason for secrecy. Her friend's naivety feels like a reproach. Amara knows Dido would never try to make extra money without telling the others. Even Victoria is open about her gambling. Amara walks faster, guilt pricking at her heart. It's not a feeling she can afford, not if she wants to escape from the brothel. The Palestra is at the opposite end of Pompeii, a public park surrounded by a forbidding walled enclosure. Amara tells herself her breathlessness is due to the long walk, rather than nerves. A couple of men slouching by the entrance break off their chat to stare at her as she passes through the gate. Inside, she is greeted by high, piping voices. A gaggle of young boys sit, learning their letters at the corner of the colonnade. She skirts between them, attracting a disapproving look from their schoolmaster. It's clear he knows what she is. Only men are permitted within the exercise grounds. She hopes Felix is on the track rather than in the pool, as brazening her way past the tall plane trees that surround it would be impossible. She waits at the very edge of the track. It's warm here, the sun high overhead. The Palestra is open to the public for a few set hours and is always crowded. Young men jostle each other running circuits. She picks out Felix as he sprints past, bare torso shining with sweat. He doesn't see her. She watches him as he runs the length of the grounds. His movements are so fluid and graceful, he looks like a stag in a herd of cattle. It's painful now, to remember how she felt when he bought her. Her sense of relief that at least he was attractive. What a limited imagination she had then when it came to human nature. The second time Felix passes, one of his cronies spots her staring after him and smacks his arm, laughing. The men slow down. They stop just off the edge of the track, looking back at her. Felix is flanked by 3 others. There's so much she doesn't know about his business or his life. Could these be clients, friends, rivals even? Fortunately, whoever the other men are, they seem to find the idea of Felix being trailed by a jealous, lovesick whore hilarious. "You don't fuck her hard enough," one says, slapping him on the back. "She wants more of your dick." "Maybe she'll pay you." Felix shrugs them off, but the attention doesn't seem to have annoyed him. He jogs towards her. His friends whistle and call after him, yelling out their advice before starting up their circuits again. Felix stops, resting his hands on his thighs to get his breath back. "What's this?" He looks up, amused and curious, not a hint of his usual cruelty. Perhaps Victoria really did put him in a good mood. "I've got a proposition for you," she says, trying to sound as relaxed as he does, but failing. Felix straightens up, wiping the sweat from his eyes. "There's a woman called Marcella. She runs a fast food store near the theatre. Lots of business, regular income. But her husband drinks too much, and there's nothing to spare for a loan to her sister. She needs 20 denarii. And you want me to do this friend of yours a favour?" Felix sounds incredulous rather than angry, but she knows his rage can rest on a knife edge. No, Amara protests. "I only met her this morning at the baths. It's a business deal." "You came all this way, interrupted my day, to do a deal for 20 denarii? "But it's not just this deal, is it?" Amara says. "Women are never going to come to you. They're not even allowed to. But women still need money. So what do? We talk to each other. We lend to each other. But if Marcella or anyone else does business with me, she does business with you." Felix's friends run past on the track, whooping. He swears, making them laugh. They keep going, and he turns back to her. "And what do you expect to get from this?" "Same commission as we all get for sex," she replies. "I know Victoria gets extra because she brings in more business, and that's only fair. But if I get you more money through loans rather than men, what's the difference?" "How did you leave it with this woman? With this Marcella?" Felix sounds dismissive, but she knows he's interested. He has the same look on his face as he did when he took ownership of her and Dido at the slave market, the sweet anticipation of making money. I told her I would be at the Temple of Apollo tomorrow morning with your steward, Gallus, and a contract. She doesn't know about the brothel. I thought it best she sees the cash before I tell her who you are. Once the money is in her hands, once she can smell it, she won't be able to say no. Felix grins at her, a look of such genuine warmth that she understands for a moment why Victoria is so addicted to pleasing him. Amara, do you have any idea what happens to people who can't pay me? She thinks of Sella begging Felix for money, of the threats that her master made to Sella's family business. Marcella will be able to pay, she tells herself. Nothing bad is going to happen to her. I won't let anything bad happen to her. I can guess, she says. Enough of the fucking lovers chat! Felix's companions have stopped running and are stretching at the side of the track a few feet away. The amusement value of their friend's tryst is obviously wearing thin. Your girlfriend can suck you off another time, says one, wandering over. He has a mark down the length of his face, a white line that his beard refuses to grow through. You should try my dick, he says to Amara, rocking his pelvis. You won't be wanting him to fuck you after that. Felix laughs, but Amara senses he is irritated. More, she suspects, at being asked to hurry his business along than at any slight to his manhood. Your cock's so small, none of my whores can even find it, Felix says, pulling her towards him, one hand at the small of her back, the other cradling her face. He kisses her, long enough for the others to start whistling, then slaps her on the backside in an obvious sign of dismissal. Mind how you go, he says, already walking away. I can't have anything happening to my favourite whore. Chapter 9. Tomorrow I'll start living, you say, Posthumus. Always tomorrow. Tell me, that tomorrow, Posthumus, when's it coming? How far off is that tomorrow? Marshall, Epigrams, 558. The cell is the cold dark of night-time, even though the sun is still bright outside. Stone walls muffle the noise from the street, making it seem more distant. Amara catches the odd word as voices raised in argument pass her window. The hustle and excitement of the palestra feels like another world. Lying here on the hard bed, the air still stale with last night's smoke, she could have passed into Hades, the kingdom of the dead. The only colour on the walls is the light reflected through Victoria's treasured bottles of perfume, lined up carefully on the windowsill. Everyone uses Victoria's cell when they work alone here. It's the biggest and closest to the street. Outside the door, she can hear Fabia sweeping the corridor. The old woman must have scrubbed the entrance to the cell several times over, desperate to be invited in for company and food. Amara thinks of Cressa, and heaves herself upright, swinging her legs off the bed. Would you like to share some lunch, Fabia? There's the clatter of the broom dropping. The old woman scurries inside, only if you have some to spare. Fabia sits beside her, watching as Amara portions up the bread, olives and cheese. She says nothing, but her eyes follow every morsel, like a starving dog waiting for a careless guest to drop a crumb from the table. The bones of Fabia's thin hands bulge through her skin as she clasps them together. Amara suspects she is having to physically restrain herself from starting to eat before all the food has been shared out. Lunch with Fabia is never enjoyable. Either you have to eat at the same speed, meaning it's over too quickly, or endure her agonized staring while she watches you finish. Amara chooses to eat quickly. Fabia tears into the bread first, demolishing it in a few mouthfuls. It's not clear how she manages to chew so fast without choking. Amara is never going to be able to keep up. I always liked this cell best, Fabia says, worrying away at an olive, extracting every last scrap of green flesh with her teeth. It used to be Mola's. She's long dead now. That there, in the corner, is where I used to draw for Paris. Amara follows the line of her pointing finger to the very bottom of the wall. She squints, and the crude scratch marks take on the shape of a dog. It must have been hard raising a child here. My little boy, Fabia says. He didn't always hate me. Everyone made such a fuss of him when he was small. All the other girls, they doted on him. She discards another olive. But the old pimp, the master here before Felix, he rented him out to work in the kitchens across the way when he was 4. Fabia pauses, contemplating the remaining bread and cheese on her knee. I wish he'd sold him. But he never did. My boy was too pretty. She gives in to hunger, gobbling down the last scraps of food, sucking her fingers and wiping them on her knees. That's what I tell Cressa. It's better if they're sold. Then you can imagine things turned out well for them. Better the heartbreak now than later. Amara has barely said a word, but still has a small pile of food left. She eats it as fast as she can, conscious of Fabia watching. Is this the only brothel you worked in? She mumbles through a mouthful of cheese. I suppose, Fabia replies. I started as a house slave. Had 2 little babies for the master, not that he cared, the ungrateful shit. 2 little girls I never got to see grow up. After the second child, I thought he'd let me marry another slave in the household, the odd job man. I quite liked him. He was kind, anyway. But then he died, and the master rented me out. It was only guests, family members, that sort of thing. But once they do that, rent you out, I mean, you know they'll sell you on. Amara thinks of her time as a slave in Cream's household. It does not cheer her to see parallels between her past and that of the destitute old woman beside her. You didn't start life as a slave, did you? Fabia asks, perhaps sensing her discomfort. I can always tell. How can you tell? You still act like you matter. Amara knows Fabia doesn't mean to be hurtful, but still, her last mouthful of food feels like a stone as she swallows it. That bread was dry, wasn't it? She says, changing the subject. She reaches down to pick up the jug by her feet. Would you mind fetching us some more water, please? Also, I think the other cells will need some more for this evening. Fabia takes the jug. She looks at Amara, the hunger still in her eyes. What does it feel like? What does what feel like? Being free. What does it feel like? What did it feel like to be Timoretta? Amara's past life blazes into her mind's eye, with all its love, innocence, and hope. When you see a bird flying, she says, that moment when it chooses to swoop lower or soar higher, when there's nothing but air stopping it, that's what freedom feels like. She pauses, knowing that this isn't the whole truth. The memory she tries to keep buried, the agony of her last day as a free woman, rises to the surface. But hunger feels the same, Fabia. Whether you are slave or free, hunger is the same. Fabia nods, satisfied. Hunger is something she understands. She leaves the cell, and the sound of her footsteps is swallowed up almost instantly by the thickness of the stone. Amara stays sitting on the bed, conscious of the world washing past the walls outside, even though she cannot see it. Out there, over unimaginable distance, her hometown still exists. People she knew, her neighbours, her father's patients, the baker who always spared her bread, Creams, Niobe. All the figures of her past will still be living out their lives in Aphidnae. But not her mother. Amara knows that her mother is dead. She knew it on her first day as a slave. After the trauma of saying goodbye, Creams took her to his bedroom. But instead of stripping her naked as she had feared, he seized the small bundle of belongings she had brought with her. Amara watched, bewildered and afraid, as Creams rifled through her father's old leather bag until he found what he was looking for. Inside, her mother had hidden the money she had been paid for her only child. A well-known trick, Creams said as he counted out the coins, for naive parents selling their children, a way to give them a head start towards buying back their own freedom. Amara stands up. She doesn't want to remember the rest of that day. Everything her parents had hoped for, every gift they gave her, including her mother's last desperate act of love, has been taken from her. Timoretta no longer exists, except as a brief reflection in the eyes of a boy from Athens. She will have to survive as Amara. One relic from the past is here with her. Her father's battered, mouldering bag is hanging from a hook on the wall. When the leather was bright and flexible, he would take it to visit patients, all his herbs and instruments parcelled up inside. She lifts it from the wall. Sitting back down on the bed, she counts out the savings she has managed to collect at the brothel. At most, it's enough for a few days' food. Nothing like the enormous sum she would need to buy herself from Felix. Amara tries to calculate the number of Marcellas she will have to bring him to get anywhere close. It's impossible. Not unless her value drops over the years like Fabia's. Then she might well only be worth the price of a week's bread. Amara doesn't pursue that thought. Perhaps she will earn more at the baths, if Vibo ever has them back. For a moment she allows herself to daydream about meeting a fantastically wealthy patron, a man who would be fascinated by her conversation, somebody who would want her to charm him and not just screw him. "Bernice?" It's Gallus calling softly from the corridor. Amara walks to the doorway and sticks her head out. "Oh, it's you." He's disappointed. No free fuck for him today. "But we thought it was Thraso on the door, so I agreed to stay in." "Felix swapped him onto the night watch," Gallus replies. "Is Berenice coming back later?" "Only if she has a customer." "Right." Gallus looks uncomfortable. Amara feels irritated by his awkwardness. She's had sex with the man at least twice. Surely a brief conversation is not too taxing. "Does Berenice talk about me much?" She studies him, trying to work out if it's a trick question. Perhaps he wants to discover if Berenice has exposed his financial dishonesty towards Felix. But she can see nothing in his face other than hopefulness. Amara relents. "She loves you." "Well," he says, looking smug. "I knew that." He saunters back to the door. She retreats into the cell, amused in spite of herself. Victoria and Dido will enjoy that story later. The walls surrounding her are covered in the same predictable attitude. Gallus is hardly alone. She runs her fingers over the scratches. "I fucked loads of girls here." She remembers the man who scrawled that message. He had been keen to tell her how she compared to her friends. He works at the laundry. What's his name again? She should remember it. He visits regularly. Amara realizes she knows exactly what sort of a blowjob the man likes, but not what he's called. She scans the walls, reading all the familiar phrases. "Hey, Fabia!" That one makes her wince. Thinking of how little life changes. On the 15th of June, Hemeros, Philetrus, and Caphisius fucked here. She is happy to have missed that particular night. Handling a group of men is usually hideous. She passes on to happier messages. "Hail, Victoria the Conqueror! Victoria, unconquered!" The praise makes her smile. She wouldn't be surprised if Victoria dictated it herself. Amara squats on the floor, looking for her favourite scrawl. An anonymous act of rebellion half hidden at the base of the bed. "Felix takes it up the arse for 5 asses." She wonders what happened to the woman who wrote it. Another message catches her eye. Its letters large and jagged. "I fucked." She stares at it. The words look like an act of physical aggression, a reminder of her own powerlessness. She opens her father's bag, searching for the broken stylus she once picked up in the street. It has already come in useful. She used it to draw a bird in her own cell the other day, a small act of defiance against the endless fucking and sucking that hems her in. She walks over to the message, starts to gouge into the stone, her hand shaking with anger. A man's profile takes shape, the letters of the boast becoming his forehead, transforming his own words into a slave brand. She steps back to look at her picture, but all her rage was spent in the carving, and now it's done, she finds that staring at a branded face doesn't make her feel better. Victoria will probably hate it. She flops down on the floor. How long is it since she left the Palestra? 1 hour? 2? The day feels endless. Amara leans back against the stone bed. At home, she would have had actual books to read. Her father's medical texts, natural history, poetry, verses of idealized love, rather than the crude variety now splattered all over her walls. She starts to recite Odysseus's meeting with Nausicaa from memory, but the sound of her own voice makes her feel even lonelier. She remembers singing a version of that story for her parents. Amara closes her eyes. She holds her arms out, imagining the shape of her old lyre, moves her fingers over the non-existent strings. "First door on the left." It's Gallus. He is warning her to expect company as much as giving directions to the customer. She scrambles to her feet. A stranger appears in the doorway, making the cell even darker. Amara smiles at him, tilting her head the way Victoria does, letting her cloak slip off one shoulder. "You'd better be worth the money," he says. Amara hurries to draw the curtain behind them both. "But of course," she says, in a husky voice that nobody in a Fidnai would recognize. She lets the cloak drop to the floor, waits to see the impact her body has on him. Then she beckons the strange man over to the bed, unsure if her feeling of light-headedness is due to dread or relief from boredom. Chapter 10. Sextus, you say their passion for you sets the pretty girls on fire. You, who have the face of a man swimming underwater. Marshall. Epigrams. 287. The noise grows like the buzz from a hive, the deeper they push into the crowd. It isn't an official market day at the Forum, but, as always, various chancers have arrived here early with their wares bundled up in blankets to spread on the pavement. Gallus and Amara weave between the makeshift stalls, heading for the towering bulk of Apollo's temple. At the steps to the god's sanctuary, a salesman is beating on a copper pot, bellowing out its price. Several more metal pots and jars in varying sizes are stacked in piles by his feet. It takes Amara a while to recognize the woman she is here to meet. Marcella looks more formidable in her clothes. Her red hair is no longer smudging her skin. Instead, the curls are piled up neatly on her head. She looks at Amara with sharper eyes than she did at the baths. Amara knows she cuts a much shabbier figure in the full glare of the marketplace. She is afraid she looks like what she is, a prostitute working for a loan shark. "Is this the steward?" Marcella nods at Gallus. He looks even more disreputable than usual, having tipped an absurd amount of oil into his hair. It's a style he's newly copied from Felix, but where the boss achieves an air of slicked-back menace, Gallus looks more like he got soaked in the street by a slave slopping out an upstairs room. "Yeah." Gallus sidesteps to avoid an ironmonger shoving past with his tray. Amara worries he might start a row, but he catches her eyes and thinks better of it. Felix made it clear that Amara was to be in charge of the business side of this deal, a role reversal neither Amara nor Gallus quite know how to navigate. "We bought some surety." Another woman, standing just behind Marcella, steps forward. She must be Fulvia, the younger sister. Blonde, as her name, she is thin and fragile-looking. When the copper seller starts clanging his pot again, she flinches. Let's see. Amara holds out her hand before Marcella can intervene. Fulvia is clearly the weaker of the two. She smells of need and desperation. Amara tries not to imagine why she might want the money. Fulvia unwinds a long rope of amber beads from her neck, placing it carefully into Amara's palm. The stones are perfectly round, a couple shot through with twisted, sparkling strands. It is years since she has touched anything this valuable. "It more than covers the loan," Marcella says. She's correct, but Amara is not going to concede the point. "Not the interest, though." She gestures at Gallus to hand her Felix's wax tablets. "This is my master's proposal." She gives the tablets to Marcella, and here's the money. Gallus fumbles at his belt for the purse, nearly dropping it. Amara snatches it before it falls, handing it to Fulvia while her sister pores over the agreement. As Amara anticipated, the feel of the money in her hands has a physical effect on Fulvia. She looks close to tears. "The rate is very steep," Marcella says, frowning. "I'll be paying almost double the value of the loan." "We can be flexible about the time period," Amara says, unsure if Felix will agree, but eager to seal the deal. She can persuade him to extend the repayments later, she tells herself, just as long as Marcella signs. "Marcella, please," Fulvia begs. "Please think about what he'll do if I don't have the money." "But this is too much," Marcella hisses back. "You're risking Mother's necklace, and all for a rate that's going to punch a giant hole in my accounts." Fulvia clutches the purse to her chest. "Please, I'm begging you, please." "Let me look at it again." The two women huddle anxiously over the tablets. Fulvia's distress makes Amara feel edgy. She understands the terrible, ceaseless pressure of never being able to make as much money as you need, of knowing you are running out of things to sell. After all, it's the reason she's here herself. "If it's too much," she begins, gesturing for Fulvia to give back the coins. Marcella puts a hand out in front of her sister, preventing Amara from stepping closer. "All right, I'll sign it," she says. "I'll sign, but tell your master he needs to give me a few more months." Amara and Gallus watch as Marcella scratches into the tablet with the stylus. "Where is your master's business?" "Opposite the Elephant Inn," Gallus replies, taking the tablet and snapping the wooden frame together. Fulvia and Marcella exchange glances. "Not the—" "I will visit to take the first payment in 2 weeks," Amara says with a bow. She and Gallus head back swiftly through the forum, leaving the two unhappy sisters to their recriminations. "I'll take that," Gallus says, gesturing for the amber necklace. He stuffs it into a bag as they walk. "Don't scratch the beads." "Least of our worries," he replies. "What were you doing, telling that poor bitch Felix would give her more time?" "What difference will another month make if he gets the money?" "This is Felix we're talking about." The guilt Amara had been trying to ignore starts to surface, making her feel sick. "I'll think of something," she says. Gallus shakes his head. "What will you tell Berenice?" "I won't tell her anything," Gallus snaps. "I'm not a fucking woman. I never talk about Felix's business, and neither should you, not if you want to live out the year." They almost miss the turning off the Via Veneria with their bickering. Amara waits to let Gallus go first, and they walk in single file onto the narrower pavement. To her surprise, as they round the corner, she sees Felix standing in the street outside the brothel. "Get a move on," he calls as they hurry to meet him. "Fabia's gone to round up the others. You've all got another chance with Vibo." He peers at Amara, frowning. "Do something with your hair. You look like a slut." He turns his back on her, taking the tablets from Gallus. "All signed?" Gallus nods. Amara waits for Felix to acknowledge her part in the transaction, or ask what happened. But when he sees she is still standing in the street, he loses his temper. "What are you staring at?" He grabs her by the hair, pulling her towards him before shoving her back towards the brothel. "I told you to fucking move!" The splash of the warm water as she slides into the pool brings back memories of their last ill-fated visit. On the domed ceiling above her, light ripples over an elaborate mosaic. It's Europa, her naked body wreathed in flowers, being carried across the sea by the god Jupiter in his form as a bull. Amara had forgotten how opulent this place is. Berenice drops down heavily beside her. The light on the ceiling dances, reflecting back the waves she's made. All Felix's women are more flustered than usual. Victoria wouldn't let them leave until everyone's hair had been styled, so instead of having messy curls, they are flushed and sweaty from rushing to make it in time.
"Already had a busy morning, ladies,"
Drauka calls. She is draped languidly against the side, both arms resting on the ledge of the large open window at her back. Simo's other two women, Maria and Attis, are floating either side of her like a pair of bodyguards. A third woman, whose name Amara doesn't know, lurks sullenly in the corner. "We're always in demand," Victoria replies. "I'm sure you must have picked up a few tricks at the wolf den," Drauka says. "But have any of you had a man in water?" None of Felix's women reply. "Just try not to drown. That's my advice." "Is she serious?" Berenice whispers as Drauka and Attis laugh. "I don't want some idiot sticking my head under water." "She's just being a bitch," Amara says, though the threat of drowning has done nothing to calm her own nerves. It's an ugly secret she carries, the panic which so often threatens to overwhelm her, a terrible sensation of being unable to breathe, unable to move. The horror began that first time with creams and has never left her. It's bad enough when it happens with a customer in her cell. She couldn't bear the humiliation of crying here, in front of Drauka. She looks round the room for the others. Dido and Cressa haven't joined them in the water, but are sitting on a marble bench not far from the side of the pool. Felix sent for Dido this morning, while Amara was in the forum. The thought makes her feel guilty in ways she cannot explain. Dido hasn't said what happened, but Amara knows she is upset. She looks like a wounded bird. Not that the customers will care. Dido's vulnerability always seems to attract the greediest men, like wasps to honey. "I suppose coming here makes a lovely change for you," Victoria says to Drauka, "a break from all that slopping out and changing the sheets when customers have pissed in them." She turns to Berenice and Amara in mock sympathy. "Imagine working all hours in a bar and having to screw the customers. Exhausting." "Fuck you," says Attis. "At least our master isn't a total shit. When was the last time Felix the tight-ass let you keep any tips?" "You're right, he does have a tight ass," Victoria replies. "A hard, tight ass, like an apple. Such a shame we have to serve a master who looks like Apollo. I'd so much rather be squashed under fat old Simo with his bad breath and bald patch." "Yeah, must be brilliant for you all," Maria says. She points at Dido, raising her voice. "That one looks like she's loving life." Dido turns her face away, in no mood to fight back. But Cressa is angry. "Why don't you just keep your big mouth shut?" She flaps a hand at Maria. "As if you've never cried over a man." "Sure, Felix is a dick. So is Simo. Big deal." "Simo might be a dick," Drauka sighs, turning her pretty face to look out over the sea as if she's bored. "But at least he tips. That's the point." "I suppose he gave you extra to have us thrown out last time," Amara says, still annoyed at the thought of being cheated. "Shame that didn't work out for you." "Oh," says Victoria. "I don't think it was the money." She stands up on the steps where she has been sitting in the water, nimbly hopping up onto the heated floor. She flexes her body, not in the coy way Drauka does, but like an athlete, showing off her strength as well as her beauty. "Are you scared of the competition? Afraid those legendary tits of yours aren't going to look as good next to mine? I think you'll find the men are looking for Venus, not Hercules." Drauka sneers. Simo's other women laugh, but Amara can see Drauka is rattled. She stares at Victoria, who is now doing backflips, a small crease on her beautiful forehead. "Shut up," Berenice hisses. "Listen." The women fall silent. An echo of male voices reaches the pool. "Here they come." Victoria splashes back down into the water. She is flushed with excitement. It's not about sex, Amara realizes, looking at her. Her eyes take on that same look at the gaming table, the ferocious will to win. 6 men walk through an archway encrusted with coloured shells, bare feet slapping on the stone. Their faces are red, and their bodies shine with sweat. They must have come from the steam room. Amara watches as they drift towards the pool, chatting, unhurried, not yet acknowledging the women's presence. Drauka may have picked the most scenic spot, but Victoria, sprawled over the steps, beats her by proximity.
"You're new?"
says a young man as he eases himself into the water next to her. "Victoria," she breathes in his ear, twisting herself round his body like a vine. She starts kissing him to forestall any further conversation.
"Lucius got a lively one,"
laughs another man, following his companion down the steps. He wades towards Drauka.
"And how's my lovely girl?"
Amara realizes she has unconsciously shrunk back against the side, away from where the customers are getting in. She thinks of Felix, of Vibo, of all she has gone through to get this second chance. There's no point wasting her time by allowing nobodies like Maria and Otis to upstage her. Swallowing down the feeling of dread, she swims towards 2 older men who are sitting, talking at the side of the pool, their thin legs dangling in the water.
"So I told him at that price we will look for another supplier. People need bread, but the city won't pay for grain at any cost."
He trails off, noticing Amara leaning against the side next to him.
"Not now." He shoos her away. "Maybe later."
She freezes, not sure what to do.
"Maybe this one doesn't speak Latin,"
says the other man. He turns to her, enunciating slowly as if she is stupid.
"You, Greek, whore, yes?"
The man's white hair is stuck to his head in sweaty tufts like a newborn duckling. His pale eyes stare at her with a lack of focus, as if he doesn't expect to see anyone looking back. Amara thinks of her father, the crooked way he would smile when he talked about the power of the Roman state. "Everything they have is borrowed from us, Timoretta. Always remember that." "I am from Aphidnae," she replies, speaking fluent Latin, "12th city of Attica, once the home of Helen of Troy." She inclines her head graciously, one hand over her heart in greeting, her father's smile on her face. "In this country, I am called Amara. I wish nothing other than to be of service to you both." Ducklinghead is not charmed.
"Aphidnae didn't keep hold of Helen for long, if your myths are true."
His companion laughs.
"Don't be so bad-tempered, Gaius."
He looks at Amara with more interest. She looks back under lowered lashes. He is old, it's true, but not entirely unattractive. His square jaw and iron-grey hair at least make him more prepossessing than his rude companion. She glances downwards. There are gold rings on his fingers, the flesh around them swollen in the heat. Her heart flutters. Could this be the patron she has been hoping for? Can he see how much she has to offer? In her imagination she leaps forwards in time, sees him devotedly draping her in jewels, entranced by her every word. "You have a pretty mouth, Amara from Aphidnae. Don't waste it talking to him." He parts his legs in a not very subtle sign of what he wants. Of course it's not interest in his eyes. It's nothing more than the drunk look of lust she has seen so many times before. Amara hesitates, the disappointment of reality taking a few seconds to dissipate her fantasy. Then she bends her head to oblige. Ducklinghead harumphs in annoyance.
"Not very entertaining for me, and now you've gone and taken the last pretty one."
"Don't make a fuss," groans his companion.
"That fat one over there isn't doing anything. It's not like you have to look at their faces anyway."
The men shout at Maria to join them. Amara finds it distracting to have to work next to her. Ducklinghead does nothing but complain, threatening to shove Maria's head under the water if she doesn't make more effort. It seems Drauka's warning wasn't a joke. The rage Amara feels is blinding. For a moment, she thinks of Felix. Imagines what it must be like to have the power to act on your anger rather than bury it. Amara's customer, whose name she still doesn't know, finishes with a whimper. He pulls his legs up out of the water and rises unsteadily. He waits for Duckling Head, then helps him get to his feet. They walk off without offering any thanks. "Is it always like this?" Amara asks Maria.
Like what?
Maria snaps, wiping her face. There are red marks on her cheek, where her customer must have dug his fingernails into her skin. Amara glances round the luxurious room, which is now reverberating with the women's fake gasps and moans. Victoria is the loudest, but she seems far more interested in what Drauke is up to than in the man beneath her. The two women are showing off and outperforming each other, their customers the unknowing recipients of their rivalry. Amara looks over at the window, then looks away. She isn't sure she wants to know what two men are doing with Berenice over there. Dido and Cressa have the easiest deal, giving a double massage to a man sprawled over the bench they were sitting on. "I thought maybe," Amara trails off, silenced by Maria's angry, uncomprehending stare. She isn't sure what she would say anyway. That she was hoping for a watery symposium, impressing rich men with her conversation like the courtesans of Greek high society. Her humiliation feels worse for being self-inflicted. Better to expect nothing than be made a fool. There's laughter as 3 more customers walk into the baths from the steam room. This time, Amara doesn't wait. She leaves Maria, wading towards the men. It isn't Victoria she imitates as she climbs the steps, water dripping off her. She remembers the way Felix moved at the Palaestra, the sharp lines of his body as he ran past his rivals, the violence and the rage. She stalks towards the men, interrupting their conversation without apology. "I am Amara of Aphidnai," she says, "12th city of Attica, home of Helen of Troy. Which of you imagines he may command my attention?" The 3 men look at each other, amused, but not entirely sure how to respond. The illusion of power she has created is fragile. She knows any one of them could force her if they choose to. Rather than frighten her, the knowledge makes her even more aggressive. She holds out her hand to the most confident-looking man, the one she hopes will have the least to prove by humiliating her. "Who could refuse such an Amazon?" he says, smirking. He takes her hand and follows her to an empty bench. Amara has learnt more than enough about the mechanics of sex to understand what will give pleasure. All that matters now is severing herself completely from her body. She runs through the repertoire, the line between fear and anger stretched taut across her heart. The only time panic threatens to pull her into the present is at the end, when he tries to wrest her onto her back. She cedes control, telling herself it will be quicker that way. Afterwards, she doesn't wait to see if his reaction will be gratitude or indifference. She turns her back and walks to the pool. Down the steps, the water rises past her waist, then higher as she plunges all the way in, swimming to the window. Amara looks out to the sea. If she didn't know the scene behind her, if she couldn't hear it, she could imagine that the horizon stretching out ahead belonged to her. Instead, she knows that she is as confined here in the air and the light as she is in the narrow darkness of her cell. Chapter 11. Do you regard yourself as chaste just because you are an unwilling whore? Seneca, Declamations 1-2. Amara holds Dido as she cries. They sit, huddled together on Dido's narrow bed. Over her friend's heaving shoulder, she can read the "thrust slowly" command she carved into the wall. She cannot imagine now why it ever seemed funny. Beside it, the curtain is half drawn to give them a little privacy. She doesn't dare pull it across completely. Victoria's voice is loud in the corridor, praising some man to get him in the mood. At any moment, they will be interrupted by a customer. The women have no time for themselves at night, not even for grief.
"I can't live like this,"
Dido gasps out between sobs.
"I can't go on. I can't bear my life. I can't bear it."
But you did so well at the baths earlier, Amara says, stroking her hair. Second most popular after Victoria. All those tips. At the time, she had felt a stab of jealousy, but now she wishes Dido had out-earned her by twice as much. She holds her closer. You just need to keep thinking about making enough to escape. Nothing else matters.
We're never going to escape,
Dido says, pushing her away.
This is it. It's all our lives will ever be.
Her voice is rising, almost hysterical.
If I had any real virtue, I would have killed myself before allowing any man to touch me.
Please don't, Amara says. Please don't say things like that.
Everything good about me died in this cell. Felix made sure of that.
Dido puts her hands over her face, either to stem the tears or to blot out the memory.
8 denarii. That's what he was paid for my virginity. That's what my honour was worth.
You didn't have any choice, Amara says. It's not your fault.
Do you know what he told me this morning?
Amara doesn't reply. She had suspected Dido's despair might have been prompted by their pimp's cruelty.
He asked me if I thought my mother was dead.
I said I thought she must be. Then he said I shouldn't worry, if she was as beautiful as me.
The pirates wouldn't have killed her. Some man was probably fucking her as a whore somewhere, right at the same time as he was fucking me.
Dido starts crying again.
He doesn't leave you anything. He has to destroy everything.
Amara stares at the smoke billowing from one of the clay lamps in the corner of the cell. A savage, grinning little priapus, one of the models she bought from Rusticus. It is almost burnt out. If she were Victoria, she would tell Dido not to pay attention, to ignore Felix. I wish I could kill him for you, she says, her voice flat. I've imagined it enough times. But I know what happens to slaves who murder their masters. In the flickering glow, the whites of Dido's eyes shine. Amara shrugs. Better than killing yourself, if you have to end it all. She cannot read the expression on her friend's face.
So you see, you're not such a bad person, are you?
I know you've never thought of hurting anyone, not even Felix.
Perhaps I should have.
No. Amara takes her hand. You are one of the kindest people I've known. It's why I love you so much.
More than the potter's slave?
Dido wipes her face with her free hand.
I know that's who you went to see the other day.
The smoking lamp stutters out. Next door they can hear Berenice's customer shouting, presumably with pleasure. The busiest hours of the night are approaching. Amara glances at the curtain. Every second alone is time they have stolen. I didn't go to see Menander, though I wanted to.
Where then?
I went to see Felix at the Palestra. Dido looks more shocked than when Amara confessed her longing to murder him.
But why?
For money. Because I'm trying to act as his agent, arranging loans for desperate women. They're not quite as desperate as me, but still, I'm not proud of it. She shifts herself up further onto the bed, crossing her legs. Either we choose to stay alive, or we give up. And if it's living we choose, then we do whatever it takes.
I'm not as strong as you.
You're stronger, Amara replies. You lost everything in a single day. I had years to get used to my losses. I cannot imagine what it was like for you. One moment safe with your family, the next dragged off onto that ship. All the things you saw. But you survived. Dido picks at the fabric on the bed, not looking up.
Sometimes I think I brought it on myself.
She tugs a thread loose and winds it round and round her finger. It digs deep into her skin.
I didn't want to marry the husband my father chose for me. I was complaining about him to my cousin before the pirates attacked. Until then, being tied to an ugly man who sold cheese was the worst thing I could imagine.
Amara almost wants to laugh, but Dido's stricken face stops her. Before she can think of what to say, Thraso sticks his head round the door.
Some fucking drunk just threw up in the corridor. We need more water.
What about Fabia? Amara says.
She's already trying to clean it up. She can't do everything. Anyway, why are you moaning? You've barely sucked a cock all night, you lazy bitch.
Thraso takes a step forwards, but Amara jumps off the bed before he can raise his hand to slap her. She ducks past him, grabbing the bucket from the doorway. I'm sorry, I'm going. Dido picks up one of the oil lamps and hurries after her. The stench hits them as soon as they leave the cell. They step around the vomit splattered on the floor, bumping into Fabia as she straightens up.
I'll need that bucket as full as you can manage, she says, flicking an angry look at the culprit.
The sick-stained drunk is pawing at Cressa, trying to persuade her to take him into her cell, even though he can hardly stand upright.
So pretty, he murmurs, insensible to her look of revulsion.
Amara and Dido take the back way onto the street, passing the door to Felix's apartment. Dido goes ahead, holding up the clay lamp to show the way. The flare sends their shadows lurching. At first, the light and noise from the elephant follows them, but soon they are enveloped in almost total darkness. Moonlight picks out the bare shape of the houses, leaving unknown pools of black. Amara's heart beats loud in her ears. She has always hated being out in the dark. They walk slowly and painstakingly, taking care not to stumble. Wooden shutters seal up the shops and houses that they pass. If it's not to visit a tavern or brothel, few people venture out at this hour, unless they are thieves. Amara knows their poverty is no protection. Plenty of men would steal what Felix sells. She glances up at one of the bolted windows. There's little chance anyone would rush outside to help a screaming woman at this time of night. The well is at the end of the street.
Hold it up for me,
she whispers to Dido, nodding at the lamp. Amara leans over the side, putting her weight into the groove in the stone, sunken under the pressure of so many hands. The flame flickers over the carved face as she cranks the arm of the well. Water pours from the stone mouth. It has never seemed to take so long to fill a bucket.
Somebody is coming,
Dido hisses. Amara straightens up, not wanting to leave her back exposed to whatever is approaching. She and Dido press together. There's the brisk clip of feet, more certain than their mouse-like shuffle up the street, and soon a single flame bobs into view. It's a man with a bucket. Nicandrus. He looks startled.
Oh, what are you doing out here?
The light from Dido's lamp shakes wildly. Her hand is trembling with fright. Nicandrus puts down his bucket with a clank and rushes over. It's all right, he says, putting an arm round her to hold her steady. It's all right. He looks at them both, shivering in their togas. You've not even put your cloaks on. We didn't have time, Amara trails off. What is there to say? That they ran off half-dressed because they were afraid of Thraso? The sudden kindness is too much for Dido. All her emotion, already so close to the surface, spills over, and she starts to cry again. Nicandrus gently takes the lamp from her and hands both lights to Amara. It's all right, he says, holding her close. You're all right. It's not all right, Amara thinks, feeling foolish as she illuminates the pair of them, huddled like lovers in the dark. Nothing about our lives is all right. Dido buries her face in his shoulder in embarrassment. I'm sorry, she says. You've nothing to be sorry about, nothing at all. And indeed, Nicandrus looks far from sorry at the situation. Why don't you take my cloak? He says, unfastening it. He looks over at Amara. I mean, you can both share it, maybe. I think I'd better keep hold of the lamps. Nicandrus wraps Dido in his cloak. He takes his time, smoothing it over her shoulders, reluctant to let go of her. I can get the water, he says. He heads to the well, starts refilling their bucket. It takes him half the time to work the pump that it took Amara. He hauls their pail out and clanks his own into the trough. It's not safe for you both out here. Zoskalis would never send Sava out at this time of night. Zoskalis isn't Thraso, Amara replies. Or Felix. I know. Nicandrus lifts out the second bucket. I'm sorry. He looks at them both. Dido muffled in his cloak, Amara standing rigid with her 2 lights like a lampstand. I wish. They stare back at him, waiting for him to finish. You don't deserve any of it, he says to Dido, as if Amara wasn't there. He picks up both buckets. I guess we should get going. Zoskalis always moans if I take too long. Amara hands Dido one of the oil lamps and sends her ahead. Nicandrus follows, and she takes up the rear with the second light. It's brighter with 2 flames, and although one skinny man would be small protection against thieves, it still feels safer with Nicandrus than it had without him. At the back door to the brothel, Amara is prepared to slip inside and give her friend a moment alone, but Dido stands on the threshold, blocking her way. She passes Amara the lamp, her hand no longer shaking, and takes off the cloak, giving it back to Nicandrus. Then she leans over and grabs the bucket from him, holding it like a shield across her front, spilling some water on her shoes. Thank you, she says, not looking him in the eye. All 3 stand in the doorway. It's painfully obvious that Nicandrus wants to hold Dido, to kiss her, anything to recapture the intimacy at the well, but it's also obvious the moment has passed. Any time, he says, bowing his head before turning and walking back to the tavern. Amara feels sad watching him go. I think he was hoping for— I know what he was hoping, Dido says. Don't you like him? I think he really cares for you. I do like him. Then why not? Dido turns to her. Her face is drawn. I can't bear any man touching me. They all feel like Felix. She is gripping the bucket. Even when he had his arms around me, when I wanted to hug him back, I kept thinking he was going to hurt me. Amara is about to answer, to say Nicandrus would never hurt her. But then she realizes she doesn't know that for sure. Perhaps he is like other men, after all. I understand, she says. They step inside the brothel. At last! Fabia exclaims, taking the bucket from Dido. She sloshes it over the floor and starts to brush the vomit towards the front door. A man, who has been hovering at the entrance, dances to avoid the splash. Fucking watch it, you old crone! He looks up at Dido and Amara. Which one of you is mine? Amara feels like she has met this man 1,000 times before, even though his face is not familiar. Dishevelled, drunk, no doubt rough with his hands. She thinks of Cressa, of the way her kindness once reached across the darkness, of what that had meant when she was afraid. My cell is here, she says, pointing to the open door. The man staggers his way over the wet floor, avoiding Fabia's busy, darting brush. Dido leans in towards her, speaking quietly so he cannot hear. Thank you. The customer pushes between them, and Dido turns away. Amara follows him into her cell, drawing the curtain. He sits heavily on the bed. I'm Publius, he says. Lovely to meet you, Publius, she says. I'm Amara. She starts to undress, taking her time, not to titillate him, but to give herself a small delay. This is where Victoria would be running through her patter to get him in the mood. But there is no need. Publius is looking at her naked body in wonder. You're lovely, he says. Amara almost feels sorry for him, this man who cannot see her bitterness. She smiles. Thank you. She walks to the bed and kneels on the floor, unfastens his boots, easing them off his feet. You're tired, she says, without thinking. It was a long day at the bakery, he replies. She carries on undressing him. At least he is not such a monster as the wealthy old men at the baths. The memory brings a flush to her cheeks. All that effort, and she barely made a denarius in tips. If anything, the day has shown her rich men are meaner than poor ones. She cannot believe she was stupid enough to think a place run by a man like Vibo would ever provide her with a way out. Amara climbs up onto the bed beside Publius. She thinks of brokering the loan in the forum, the feeling she had when Marcella signed. Not just guilt, but elation. She lets Publius kiss her, lying, passive as stone. It's supposed to be her making the effort here, not him, but he doesn't seem to care. The anger that is always just beneath the surface of her skin flickers into life. Why should he care? He's lucky to be able to touch her at all. She hears Felix's voice in her head. And you would, wouldn't you? Tear them all apart. He seems nice enough, this Publius, the baker's man. Perhaps he has a wife at home, a family. Would she tear him apart? Amara doesn't even have to ask herself the question. She rises, looking down on her breathless lover, eyes glittering orange in the lamplight. If the only way out requires working with Felix, then so be it. Whatever it takes.
Aprilis. Chapter 12. Celebrate the power of Venus, girls of the street. Venus is appropriate for the earnings of women who promise a lot. With an offering of incense, ask for beauty and popular favour. Ask for seductiveness and words that are fit for fun. And give your mistress pleasing mint, along with her own myrtle, and bonds of reed covered with well-arranged roses. Ovid, Fasti, 4. Amara is caught in a river of women, unable to break from the flow even if she wanted to. There are so many of them. They have burst the banks of the pavements and spilled over into the road. Mud is splashing up her legs, but she doesn't care. They are a noisy crowd, singing, laughing, wrists and ankles jingling with bells. The sweet smell of mint mingles with the reek of sweat. She would never have suspected Pompeii had so many prostitutes. Out of sight at the front of the procession, musicians blow their shrill pipes, and her blood pulses to its beat. She squeezes Dido's fingers. The kohl she drew around her friend's dark brown eyes has smudged a little, but that only makes them look wider. Neither have watched the Vinalia before, still less taken part. The April festival of whores and wine is hardly an event a respectable girl would attend or even try to glimpse from the window. Plenty of others are watching, though. People stand bunched together outside shop fronts or hang out of balconies to see the women pass. Men loiter at the edges of the procession, drinking and shouting, vying for a chance to grab a kiss, or maybe more. Amara knows Felix, Thraso and Gallus will be weaving through the crowds, keeping watch, even when she cannot see them. After all, the women aren't just here to celebrate, but to sell. Everything in Pompeii turns to making a profit. "Keep up!" Victoria yells, looking back over her shoulder. She is almost naked, and has dressed her hair in myrtle, Venus's own flowers. Amara knows how much this day means to Victoria. To spend your life classed as infamia, unable, even if you win your freedom. To rub off the taint is a shame that can eat into your bones if you let it. But the Vinalia upends the usual order. Today they own the streets. Nobody can deny the whore's importance to Pompeii's most powerful patron. "Look at the goddess," Berenice says, pointing. As the road to the Forum rises, they can see the plaster statue of Venus more clearly. Carried on a platform, she stands above the crowd, as an immortal should, swaying on the shoulders of her temple slaves, draped in garlands. "I'm going to ask her to help me marry Gallus," Berenice says, glancing round, trying to spy her lover in the crowd. "He's bought me roses to give her." "Gallus bought them?" Amara asks. "Well, he's going to buy them," Berenice replies, "when we get to the Forum." "He'll be lucky if the sellers have any left," Cressa says. Berenice doesn't reply. She has seen her beloved and rushes to the edge to be closer to him. "Won't Felix notice?" Dido asks, watching her with an anxious frown. "She's not very subtle." "Probably useful for him," Cressa says. All that foolishness keeps them both obedient. At the Forum, their river hits a bank of humanity. Hawkers ride slipstreams through the crowd, balancing trays on their shoulders, selling everything from garlands to hot pies, and of course, wine. Venus isn't the only deity worshipped at the Vinalia. It's also a day to thank Jupiter for Campania's fruitful vineyards. Although she cannot see it, Amara knows the faithful will be pouring wine on his altar, a sacrifice to please the most libidinous of gods.
although looking at the state of the worshippers, she suspects even more has been poured down their throats. Those who aren't already too drunk cheer at the women's arrival, pressing towards them. The surge brings their procession to a standstill. Ahead, the musicians blast on their pipes more insistently, driving the men back from the goddess. Amara feels a hand grip her arm and whips round. Felix. "Keep close," he says, as if she has any choice with his fingers digging into her flesh. "What about the others?" she asks, realizing she can no longer see Berenice or Victoria. Cressa is stuck with Thraso. "Gallus has them," he says, looking down at her and Dido. "Just concentrate on getting to the temple." They shuffle forwards, so slowly it's almost painful. Felix's presence stops her from getting trampled, but also squashes her excitement. His hand on her arm, steering her along, owning her. Makes this day more like any other, not the brief moment of freedom she had imagined. In her sweaty fingers the sprigs of mint and myrtle are already wilting. Fabia went out early to buy their offerings, but didn't bring back any roses. Felix thinks they are overpriced. At last the goddess reaches the narrow road that leads to the temple. The plaster Venus dips and jerks as the slaves carry her over the uneven stones. The women follow, squeezing into the passageway. The mud is even deeper here, and Amara doesn't like to imagine what might be in the damp sludge she is squelching through. Everyone is packed so closely together she cannot see her feet. Getting through the arch into the temple grounds feels like she is being pressed through a sieve. On the other side, there's a little more room to breathe. Amara has never been here before. The precinct is enormous, perhaps half the size of the Forum, and although the temple itself is only part built, the vast colonnade which encircles it on 3 sides gives the illusion of opening out onto the sky. In spite of the crowds, from this position, high up on the edge of the hilltop, she can see the glittering sweep of the bay, the blue haze of the mountains. She stands, mesmerized. The first time Amara saw the sea was at the harbour in Piraeus, waiting to be loaded onto the cargo boat with all the other goods. The water had looked dark and frightening then, the savage kingdom of monsters which kept Odysseus from his home, just as she was being taken from hers. But here at Pompeii, the sea looks different. From this height, it has the illusion of calm, a burnished silver mirror reflecting the sky. Blasts from hornpipes and flutes draw her attention back to the ceremony. The slaves have carried their painted Venus up the steps onto the dais and set her in front of the altar. Facing the crowd, the goddess of love's eyes are thickly lined with black, giving her a staring, watchful look. She is naked apart from gold jewellery encircling her arms and the garlands draped around her neck. Behind her, the temple is a half-finished shell. Worshippers aren't usually allowed in here, but the priests seem to hope today's offerings will encourage the goddess to bless the construction work. Amara catches sight of Victoria and Berenice squashed beside Gallus. Berenice is leaning against her lover, and Amara realizes with a jolt of surprise that she is clutching a single pink rose to her cheek. More blasts on the pipes, and the ceremony begins. A waft of smoke drifts towards Amara, and she breathes in. It smells sweet with the tang of cinnamon. Priests are burning incense, making offerings of grain and wine. One miscalculates the strength of the flames, and an attendant has to step in to protect the goddess from flying sparks. People in the crowd murmur and exchange uneasy glances. Surely that's not a good sign. Amara looks up at Felix, but his face is impassive. She supposes he can't be especially pious, or he would have bought them better garlands. The women are called on to approach the steps. For a moment, Amara wonders if Felix is going to come too, but he releases her arm and gestures for her and Dido to go ahead. Cressa joins them, lips moving in prayer, and they walk forwards arm in arm. Amara wonders what Cressa is asking for. She looks down at her own crumpled offering. All the prayers of her childhood were to Athene. She doesn't know what she should ask her new mistress, doesn't know how much she believes in the gods at all. Temple slaves guard the base of the steps to prevent overzealous worshippers getting too close to the altar. Some of the women are weeping, raising their arms to the statue, milking the moment. Others simply drop a sprig and leave. Victoria and Berenice are already at the front. Berenice lobs her rose so hard towards Venus, one of the attendants reprimands her. Victoria is uncharacteristically quiet, unweaving almost all the myrtle from her hair. She kisses it and lets it fall. Cressa lets go of Amara's arm and pushes ahead. Amara and Dido hang back, uncertain.
"What do we ask for?"
Dido whispers. Amara looks up at Venus. It's the closest she has been to the statue. Those painted eyes, so black and wide apart, don't just look watchful, but angry. She is not only the goddess of love, Amara thinks. This is a deity who drives men to madness, a destroyer of warriors, author of the fall of Troy. We ask her for power over men. Amara pulls Dido closer to the steps. She takes her sprig in both hands, crushing it to release the scent. "May men fall to me as this offering falls to you, greatest Aphrodite. May I know love's power, if never its sweetness." Amara drops her mangled garland on the ever-growing pile of heaped offerings from the desperate whores of Pompeii. Chapter 13. Learn singing, fair ones. Song's a thing of grace. Voice oft's a better procuress than face. Ovid, The Art of Love, 3. Felix's women loiter at the entrance to the forum, trying to decide which way to go. The Vinalia has taken hold like a fever. Clumps of drinkers stand around, while street musicians and performers stoke the excitement, urging people to dance. At the edge of the square, wine sellers are busy behind their stalls, making sure nobody goes short. Their master has given the she-wolves permission to stay out until evening, an unheard-of amount of freedom. As if to prove his point, Felix has already abandoned them and wandered off to join a group of men. Amara isn't sure what to do with herself. "Don't just stand there," Cressa says, shooing her and Dido towards the nearest wine cellar. "Make the most of it." Cressa buys herself 2 flasks of honeyed wine, keeping one in reserve while she knocks back the other. "Shall we share one?" Amara suggests. The wine is expensive. The sellers obviously pricing in the captive audience and the loss of some of their flasks. Even on a festival day, Amara is reluctant to spend a single penny she might save for her future. Time enough to drink when she's a free woman. "I can get the next one," Dido agrees, as Amara takes a flask from the seller's outstretched tray. "For fuck's sake!" Victoria laughs, elbowing her. "Live a little. You're not old women yet." She makes a point of buying herself a drink, rolling her eyes at them both as she hands over the money. "That's the spirit, goddess," the seller says, looking Victoria up and down. She has a small piece of cloth tied around her breasts, another round her hips. Her legs and waist are bare. "It's not often I get to sell to Venus herself," he continues, smacking his lips. "For a kiss, you can have the next for free." "Done," Victoria says. She downs the flask and thumps it back on his tray, making the dark liquid in the other jars wobble. "You don't miss a trick. Do you want that kiss or not?" He leans forward eagerly, but Victoria steps back. "Drink first." She points to Amara. "My friend will hold it for me." He obliges, then takes hold of Victoria with one arm, holding his tray out with the other. Before Amara can warn her, the wine seller's hand has reached the knot at Victoria's back. He yanks the material down, trying to expose her breasts. She shoves him off, and he lets go, anxious to save his tray. Victoria laughs. "These will cost you more than a flask of wine," she says, hoiking the material back up again. "If you're in the mood later, you can find me at the Wolf Den. That's if you can afford it." She takes the wine from Amara, and the 3 of them push deeper into the crowd. "Best way to get a drink at the Vinalia," Victoria says. "You shouldn't have to pay for more than one." "Berenice doesn't seem to be paying for any," Dido says. "I just saw Gallus get her a flask." "So he should," Victoria replies,
He's had enough free fucks off her. They stop to join a small circle that's formed around a flute player. A woman is dancing to the music, the men clapping and cheering as she lowers herself to the ground, her backside and thighs quivering. "Drauka!" Victoria exclaims. They stand and watch for a moment, but Victoria is restless. "Here, you can keep this," she says, handing her drink back to Amara. She shoves her way to the centre of the circle, ignoring the catcalls, and stands in front of her rival. "I'll show you how to move, bitch." Victoria flings herself into the dance, bumping and grinding, shaking herself at her yelling audience. Drauka only hesitates a second before joining in. The flute player ups his tempo, piping so fast it seems impossible the dancers will be able to keep time, but they do. One of the men throws his drink at the women, and others follow, screaming encouragement. Red liquid shining on their skin, dancing with the ferocity of wolves, Victoria and Drauka look less like whores and more like the fevered acolytes of Dionysus about to rip each other limb from limb. "There you are!" Berenice heads towards them. She is draped over Gallus like a garland, her cheeks shining. Nicandrus trails after them both, holding a small bunch of roses. "We've been looking everywhere for you." She stands on tiptoe to see what all the nearby shrieking is about, and recognizes Victoria. Such a show-off! And she's taken all her clothes off. "Do you like it?" She turns anxiously to Gallus. "I can dance like that for you if you like. Do you want me to? Would it turn you on?" Gallus answers by seizing her and sticking his tongue down her throat. Neither of them look likely to break for air any time soon, so Nicandrus pushes in front. "These are for you," he says to Dido. "Thank you." She takes the roses and holds them to her heart. "You're always so kind." "I'll be back in a moment," Amara murmurs, half expecting Dido to protest. But perhaps the honeyed wine or the atmosphere has taken the edge off her shyness. She is pleased to see Dido smile as Nicandrus bends to say something to her. Amara has no idea where she wants to go. The flask of wine Victoria gave her is warm in her hand, and she sips it, wandering slowly through the square, stopping now and then to listen to various players. She wonders if Salvius might be here with his pipe. The crush is not as intense as in the procession, and the noise of so many competing musicians, the cheers, the laughter, echoes off the stone and rises into the warm air like an offering to the gods. It's the first time Amara has been completely alone like this in a crowd. She looks briefly at the people she passes, not to attract unwanted attention, but to get a sense of those around her. Has she been with any of these men? It's hard to know. In the brothel, she tries not to focus on their faces. Amara walks a little faster, back towards the area where she left Dido, aware that she doesn't want to drift too far from her friends. She is so intent on her purpose that she almost misses him. Menander. He is walking in her direction, staring at all the women he passes, his brow creased with worry. Then he sees her. "There you are," he says, his face lighting up. "I knew I'd find you." His joy and the lack of effort he makes to hide it warm her like wine. "I bet you say that to all the women at the Vinalia," she laughs. "You know that's not true, Timorete." The switch to Greek, as always, hits her harder. "Rusticus is a generous master," she says, "letting you wander about a wine festival at will. He is generous, but only to a point. I have an hour, that's all." Amara cannot look away from his face. She thinks about her prayer to Venus Aphrodite. "May I know love's power, if never its sweetness." Perhaps the goddess is punishing her for her arrogance. "Let's not waste it then," she says, reaching out to him. They walk hand in hand through the crowd, not saying anything at first, not even sure where they are going, carried along on a current of shared happiness. "I've been to the Sparrow 3 times since I last saw you," he says. "That's every evening I've had off. The barman told me you usually only visit during the day." "But you kept coming." "Of course. A small chance of seeing you is better than none." The thought of Menander waiting for her just over the road, while she is powerless to join him, is almost too painful. "I'm sorry I wasn't there," she says. "Does your master give you any time off for the games?" "I think he must do.
The first game in July is traditionally for slaves too.
July? Amara asks, horrified at the thought of a date so far in the future.
Can't you wait that long for me?
She knows he is teasing her. He has the same air of confidence she remembers at their first meeting, when he claimed the lamp in her hands as his own. She smiles, not wanting to give him everything at once. I expect so. They reach the end of the forum. A musician is playing a slow, melancholy tune on a lyre. Amara watches, imagining the vibration of the strings under her own fingers. I used to play, she says. My father liked me to sing in the evenings, though only in private, she adds, hoping he will understand that in Greece, unlike Pompeii, she came from a respectable house.
Why don't you ask him to let you borrow it?
Amara laughs, thinking he is joking.
Why not? He presses. It's the Vinalia. You should be free to demand what you like.
Amara is spared from answering when she spots Dido now standing alone. Berenice and Gallus are nowhere to be seen. Oh, there's my friend, she says, pointing. We should join her.
I remember her, he says. She has a beautiful voice.
Amara introduces them both again. She is pleased to see Dido pretend not to remember Menander. He would never guess they have both spent more hours poring over his name and character than priests divining entrails on an altar. Where's Nicandrus? She asks. He only had a few minutes to spare. He just came to give me these. The musician on the lyre begins a jauntier song. A couple beside them cheer and start dancing. Dido sways to the music, holding her roses. I have to leave soon too. Menander looks at Amara. Will you have one dance with me? I'm not sure I know how. She thinks of a family wedding she attended back home, the childhood glee of spinning round and round with her cousins. I've only ever danced with women. He takes both her hands and pulls her closer to the lyre.
Everybody's drunk, he says. We can make it up.
She hesitates, but the clapping, the twirling, the stamping are infectious. Amara and Menander link arms, turn, stop and clap, faster and faster, over and over, until she collapses against him in laughter. The musician ends his tune with a flourish, holding out the lyre and bowing.
Ask him now, Menander says. I want to see you play before I leave.
She looks at the lyre with longing, but shakes her head. I can't. Menander lets go of her and heads over to the musician. She sees him greet the man, then turn back and gesture towards her. They have an urgent exchange. The musician nods and beckons her over.
How could I refuse such a request? The musician says to her in Greek as she approaches.
Amara looks at Menander, wondering what he can have said.
Of course you must play.
He hands over his instrument. For a moment, Amara feels nothing but panic. Her mind is blank. She cannot remember a tune, cannot remember how to play a note. She looks up and sees people staring, curious, waiting to hear what she will perform. Dido is watching too.
Sing with me,
Amara calls to her, desperation in her voice. Dido hurries over.
What are you doing? She whispers. We can't sing here.
What about that love song Salvius taught us? Amara's cheeks are burning at the prospect of handing back the lyre unplayed.
I don't think I can remember it,
Dido says, but Amara has already started strumming the strings with the plectrum. The first notes strike her as shockingly discordant. It's an unfamiliar instrument, with 7 strings, not 10, and it takes her a while to work out which chords will recreate the Campanian folk song. She is concentrating so hard on getting the music right that she forgets about the crowd, even about Menander. With every touch to the strings, her confidence grows a little, and the music sounds a little sweeter. She launches into the first verse. To her relief, Dido joins her. The crowd clap, and several sing along, prompting them to remember the words. She is conscious of Menander smiling, nodding encouragement, but it's hard to keep sight of him, with dancers swirling and stamping past her. Instead, she looks at Dido. The performance has lent her the confidence of a stranger. She is holding herself with a boldness she never manages walking the streets. Amara catches her eye, and they start to sing to one another. It becomes a conversation, the passing of a look, a gesture, a feeling,
even as they sing the same words. They repeat the song, but this time Amara stays silent when Dido sings the role of the shepherd, and understanding her, Dido leaves the role of the woman to Amara. They tell the story as a duet, playing up the comic element, Dido ever more pleading, Amara increasingly absurd in her proud rejection. At the end, Dido feigns collapse of a broken heart, sending a ripple of laughter through the small crowd. Amara laughs too, looking for Menander, hoping to find his approval. She cannot see him. His absence jolts her, but she is too caught up in the moment for sadness to swallow her. 2 young men at the front are clapping and chanting, demanding another song. Others join in. Amara looks at the crowd, at the faces watching her. It is a power she has never felt before, this sense that she might shape the expectations of others, hold their desires in check, or release them. She bows. "We are celebrating the goddess of love," she says, her voice loud. "Perhaps you would allow us to sing a hymn to our mistress Aphrodite." She makes no effort to hide her foreign accent, deliberately calling Venus by her Greek title. The 2 men at the front yell their approval, and Amara turns to Dido, speaking quietly. "If I sang a verse to you in Greek, line by line, would you be able to sing it back to me?" "I think so." Amara strikes the lyre with the plectrum, the chords swift and insistent. The notes take her back almost instantly to Cream's house, and the way he watched her in the lamplight with the greed of a fox waiting for its prey to falter. This was not a song she learnt as a child. The memory is bitter. Amara imagines herself back at the feet of the painted Venus, breathes in, remembers the feel of the myrtle crushed beneath her fingers, its sweet scent. Aphrodite, subtle of soul and deathless. Daughter of God, weaver of wiles, I pray thee. Neither with care, dread mistress, nor with anguish. Slay thou my spirit. Dido listens intently, her eyes never leaving Amara's face. She repeats each line back at a lower pitch, her voice catching the haunting quality of the song. It's not a tavern favourite like the folk tune, but their audience is eager to enjoy themselves, swaying to the music, some even clapping as they pick up the rhythm. At the second verse, one of the young men gives a sudden shout of recognition, slaps his companion on the back. Amara looks at them both more closely. One wears an expensive brooch at the fastening of his cloak. It is bronze, inset with red stones. She smiles, beckoning them towards her. The pair are drunk, but not insensible, and notice her flirtation. They draw a little closer, catcalling. Behind them, she sees a more familiar figure. Not Menander, but Felix. He is flanked by Thraso, watching her and Dido with an expression that she would mistake for fascination, if he were any other man. Perhaps he understands, finally, what they might be worth. They reach the last verse, and just as she hoped, the 2 young men push themselves forwards. "Sappho," one says, laying a hand on her arm. "A little grand for the Venalia, isn't she? Whose women are you?" Felix slips between them, swift as smoke. "The girls are mine," he says, bowing low. Amara has never seen him speak with men of this class before. He is slighter than the 2 drunks, but she knows who would win in a fist fight. "Perfect for Zoilius, don't you think?" the man says to his companion, barely acknowledging her master's presence. The other laughs hysterically, slapping his thighs. "You have to, Quintus, you have to." Quintus smiles at Felix, the sort of grimace the rich reserve for servants. "How much to rent the pair for the evening?" "The whole night?" Felix asks. Amara understands he is playing for time, trying to assess how far he can push it. She feels the warmth of Dido's body press closer to hers. Their proper role in this exchange is silence, but there are other ways to communicate. She answers with a brief brush of the fingertips. "Of course, the whole night, man. We want them to adorn our esteemed host's party." His companion again collapses into guffaws. "You must have heard of Zoilus," Quintus continues with a smirk. "Foremost freedman in Pompeii." Felix is himself a freedman. Amara suspects that neither Quintus nor his friend have any slaves in their own ancestry. Her master inclines his head graciously. "For such a host," he says, 50 denarii. The man called Quintus doesn't flinch. "Done. Of course, if you want the lyre as well," Felix replies, "that will be another 20. Even Quintus is not such a fool as to miss the fact he's been tricked, but he clearly doesn't wish to haggle like a grocer. "Very well," he replies. "You can have 20 now as surety for the rest." It is Felix's turn to hesitate. Amara hopes he's not going to whip out a wax tablet, insist the men sign a promise for the extra cash in their own blood. 20 is already more than she and Dido would earn overnight at the brothel, and surely he must understand that men like this trade on their names all the time. Felix gives another bow. "For such honoured customers, my pleasure." Quintus snaps his fingers, and several men in the crowd hurry over. Of course, this pair wouldn't go anywhere without a retinue of slaves for protection. 20 for the gentleman," he says, nodding at Felix, and the oldest slave takes out a purse, well hidden under his cloak. Thraso steps in beside the line of men, ensuring the trade is screened from view. Behind them, she can see the musician craning to get a look, no longer smiling at her. Gallus is at his elbow. They must have already cut a deal for the gift of his lyre. She hopes it was based on promises rather than threats. "Quintus Fabius Proculus," says their temporary master, showing Felix his signet ring. "Where shall I send the payment?" "To Gaius Terentius Felix Libitus at the establishment opposite the Elephant Inn." "The Wolf Den?" Quintus begins laughing so hard Amara thinks he will choke. "Marcus, we did a deal with the town brothel. Wait until I tell the others we bought Zoilus a pair of she-wolves." Felix does not defend his business. The promise of a small fortune, no doubt, providing enough balm to soothe his pride. Amara knows she should also say nothing, but wants to reassert her presence. "I hope we will still be pleasing to you." She lowers her head, looking up at the men through dark eyelashes. "We only wish to serve." "Darlings!" Marcus puts an arm around her and Dido, breathing wine in their faces. "You are perfect." Chapter 14. It was more like a musical comedy than a respectable dinner party. Petronius, the Satyricon. Trimalchio's Feast. Dusk has cast its haze over the streets as they walk to Zoilus's house, the stone buildings darkening into silhouettes against the orange sky. Amara had been surprised by just how many men in the crowd belonged to Marcus and Quintus. 6 slaves now follow behind, a silent protective troop, while 2 more go ahead with oil lamps. Quintus has her arm. Marcus has taken ownership of Dido. "What are you doing working for that greasy little pimp?" Quintus asks, helping her over a stepping stone. "You're both so pretty, lovely voices, too." "Thank you," Amara replies. His denigration of Felix gives her a strange feeling. For all her hatred, she realizes she must share some sense of identification with him. He does own her, after all. "I used to be free. In Attica. My father was a doctor in Aphidnae." "Your old pa didn't teach you Sappho's songs, though," he says, raising an eyebrow. "No, I learnt that as a concubine." "Yes, I'm sure you know plenty of tricks." He stops to look at her more closely. The slaves in front also come to a halt, attuned to their master's movements. "Has anyone ever told you what beautiful lips you have? Red, like the heart of a pomegranate." Amara understands the role he wants her to play. She smiles, dark eyes promising all he might wish to see. "Hey!" Marcus complains, thumping his friend on the back to interrupt their kiss. "We're already late for Zoilus." "Fuck's sake! Not like you've got an armful of one of the prettiest fucking whores I've ever seen," Quintus replies as they start walking again. "You're lucky I took this one." He shrugs at Amara in apology. "No offence. She is more beautiful. You just have the sexier mouth. I like that." Amara laughs.
"And you're bold," she says. "I like that, too." Quintus purses his own lips in pleasure. It always amazes her the way men accept flattery from a prostitute, though in this case it's not a complete lie. She can see Marcus and Quintus are different from the rich men at the baths. No doubt by the end of the night they will expect the same service, but a whole evening of entertainment, conversation, and singing is the prelude. Her heart beats faster, and she glances back anxiously at the slaves carrying her lyre. It's a long time since she has felt this alive. They have walked down the length of the Via Veneria to the less fashionable end of town, not far from the Palaestra. The two lamp-bearing slaves stop outside a tall doorway, its massive wooden doors set ajar. Light from inside shines dimly on the marble doorstep. "How are we going to do this?" Quintus asks Marcus. "The clothes are part of the joke, but it's almost funnier if he doesn't notice what they are." "Isn't the old man's wife going to kick up a bit of a stink if we walk in with two naked girls, though?" Marcus looks nervously at Dido. Amara wonders what they both talked about on the walk from the Forum. "It's the Venalia. Girls are meant to be naked," Quintus protests. He turns to Amara. "What do you think?" Both men are looking at her, waiting for an answer. Briefly she considers the state of her and Dido's clothes. The colours are bright, but she knows the fabric marks them out instantly as cheap. There are few crimes as great in Pompeii as poverty. A naked entrance will trumpet their status as prostitutes, but perhaps not as objects of total contempt. She tilts her head towards Dido, a silent question, and gets a little shrug in answer. Amara smiles broadly at Quintus. "I say, naked." He whoops with delight, helping her out of her cloak and handing it to one of the long-suffering slaves in his retinue. Then he gets to work enthusiastically on her toga, removing it in a couple of tugs. Amara notices the clothes-bearer is the old man with the purse. He averts his eyes rather than look at her. "Are you sure?" Marcus asks Dido, undoing her brooch, fingers fumbling from drunkenness. "You don't mind?" "You're so kind to ask," Dido says, head down as she steps out of her toga. "Perfect!" Quintus turns from one woman to the other, both now standing naked and shivering on the threshold of Zoilus's house. "In we go!" They walk over a fine black-and-white mosaic of a snarling dog, elongated the length of the narrow hallway, and emerge into the biggest atrium Amara has ever seen. It is at least 5 times larger than the one at Cream's house, her only real point of comparison. The mosaic from the entrance ripples outwards in ever more intricate patterns, flowing into other darkened chambers that surround the hall. A table of solid silver stands beside a large pool to collect rainwater. Moonlight from the opening at the ceiling's centre glows on its polished surface, and its pale reflection wavers in the water. Other precious objects, goblets, plates, and lamps, are piled in a heap on top. Many look like gold. Put together, she knows it would cost several times the price Felix paid for her. Behind her, their new master's slaves negotiate with Zoilus's doorman, identifying the party as invited guests. The doorman doesn't sound happy about something, no doubt the presence of 2 naked women. She hears the word actresses repeated in the murmured discussion. "This way," Quintus says, waving a hand airily, as if he were leading them into his own home. "The master will be in the dining room with his guests." Amara resists the urge to skirt the edge of the atrium, following Quintus with a confidence she doesn't feel, clamping her teeth together to stop them chattering. When they reach the marble pool and the groaning table of silverware, a ferocious barking rings out. She and Dido clutch each other, nearly stumbling into the water with fright. She looks back to see a dog straining against its chain on the far wall, a long way out of reach. The doorman shouts at it to be quiet. Marcus and Quintus both laugh. "Perfect," Quintus says, slapping her hard on the backside. A gesture could not be clearer. She and Dido are intended as an insult to the host, a gift to represent his own low value. She can feel her cheeks burn in the shadows. Whoever Zoilus is, she will try not to disgrace him, or herself.
They pass into a bigger walled garden, thick with plane trees. It is well lit, and even without Quintus as a guide, they would be drawn by the growing sound of laughter and conversation. The dining area is at the back, half in the garden, half in a room painted to look like a grotto. 2 artificial streams cut through the area, diners sitting and reclining on couches set at the water's edge. "Zoilus, my dear fellow," Quintus says, sounding like a parody of a man of his class, striding towards the host's couch. "I'm so sorry we are late. My father sadly could not come, but he insisted we bring along 2 of his treasured possessions for your entertainment. A pair of lovely little actresses. What could be more fitting to celebrate the Vinalia?" The background conversation quietens. Amara can hear titters and muttering from the other diners. She stands tall, looking straight ahead, ignoring the wild beating of her heart. Amara had not formed a clear picture of Zoilus in her mind, but the man lying in front of her is nothing like what she would have imagined. The swathes of expensive fabric, yes, but not the nervous, darting eyes, the thin mouth twitching like a goat when it chews. Now he is staring at her and Dido, his face creased in confusion. Her sense of shame deepens. "Ah," he stutters at last. How kind the young men are, aren't they, my love? Very modern, don't you think, Fortunata, to bring actresses?" Fortunata, who reclines next to Zoilus, has not missed the insult. She has a sharp, intelligent face, marred by thick makeup that sits caked over her forehead in lumps. Slave brands, Amara realizes. Fortunata must be disguising her former humiliation. "Yes, husband," she says in a loud voice. "Very modern." Some of the company laugh. Fortunata smiles coldly at her 2 new guests, ignoring the naked girls entirely. Quintus smiles back, but Marcus has the decency to look uncomfortable. Zoilus swats at his wife in annoyance. "You'll have to forgive Fortunata," he says, the cringe of an apology in his voice. "She's rather old-fashioned. Please tell your father I am most honoured. I hope he will visit soon to receive my thanks in person." "You must let them sing for you," Quintus presses. "That would please him most, to know they have pleased you." Very well, Zoilus says, looking at Amara and Dido without huge enthusiasm. "But first you must enjoy my cook's new specialty. We are just about to serve." A slave in bright green silk hustles them away to a large empty couch. Amara sees with a pang that they are being placed at one of the most prestigious spots. Zoilus must have really wanted to impress Quintus's father. The 2 men recline, and she and Dido join them, draping themselves over the cushioned couch. She is conscious that nearby guests are staring. "I am not ashamed," she tells herself, as Quintus runs his hand across her breast and down her side. Another slave, dressed in the same lurid green as the first, appears with a silver platter, handing them all glasses of wine. "Did you see Fortunata's face?" Quintus murmurs to Marcus, taking a sip. "Jumped up little bitch." Away from the full glare of his hostess's anger, Marcus laughs. Amara clutches her glass. Quintus kneads the flesh at her waist. "Drink up, darling. This is the most expensive Falernian I've ever tasted." 2,000 sesterces a jar, says a red-faced man loudly from the couch beside them. "Only the best wine with Zoilus. Finest house in town. Bet you were pleased for an invite. Too bad your old dad couldn't make it." Quintus rolls his eyes, and Marcus snorts into his glass. "So actresses are the thing now," the older man continues, too drunk to notice their disdain. "Have to say I'm with Fortunata. It's all a bit modern for me, even for the Vinalia." "Wasn't Fortunata once an actress herself?" Marcus asks. "I don't know who told you that." The old man is indignant. "She's a respectable freedwoman. The marks. I agree, they're unfortunate, but that was from childhood, because she was in the old master's household. Zoilus's master, I mean. Old Ampliatus." Amara glances up at the couch where the hosts are reclining. A cascade falls into the waterway beneath them, decorated with carved dolphins. So Fortunata was branded as a child. She wonders what her young life must have been. She hopes the former slave is enjoying her wealth now. "Really?" Quintus says. "How fascinating. He didn't have to marry her, Zoilus, I mean. But you know what he said to me?" The guest leans closer to them, almost toppling off the couch in his bleary state. "Nikia," he said, "I couldn't stand by and have men wipe their dirty hands on my Fortunata's front at dinner like she's a fucking napkin. Course I freed her. Course I married her." Nikia raises his hand in a wobbly toast. "Too fucking right. That's love, that is." "Beautiful," murmurs Marcus. Amara can feel Quintus shaking bodily with laughter beside her. "I know many songs about love," she says. "Few reveal as much true devotion as Zoilus showed Fortunata." Nikia nods vigorously. "You're right. That's true. That's true." Marcus has to disguise his laughter as a coughing fit. Quintus leans closer, breathing into her ear. "Perfect girl." Amara twists round and smiles at him. She understands, finally, how she can entertain all the audiences at this party. Quintus is far too ignorant to understand that she was sincere. She is safe to pay her respects to her host. The men who brought her will only imagine its mockery. A little more at ease with herself, Amara taps Dido's arm. "Can you believe it here?" she whispers. She looks at the other guests lounging on their couches beside the two streams. Dozens of oil lamps blaze with light and give off a heat that makes her nakedness easier to bear. Nobody else here is short of clothes. Some are sweating under the physical weight of their wealth. One woman wears a headband so heavy with jewels she is struggling to prop herself up on her elbow. "We can't sing that old folk song at a party like this," Dido whispers back. "We can't." "I think you'll find you can," Quintus says. "But first, here comes the old man's novelty dish." A troop of men in scarlet prance in, carrying an enormous platter on their shoulders, the way you would see slaves carry a litter in the streets. A huge pie sits on top, with a pastry lid crafted to look like a swan. "Shame you were too late for the seafood," Nikia sniffs. "Those sea urchins were really something." "How do you know, Zoilus?" Dido asks him, unable to take her eyes from the monstrous pie. "He's my dearest friend. The times we've had together." Nikia sounds maudlin. "Our old masters loved each other as boys, and the pair of them did all right for Zoilus and me in the end. Mine left me my freedom in his will, though not a fortune as well." He swills his cup, holds it out for more wine. A boy in green scurries over with a large silver wine jug. "Not that old Ampliatus ever had all this. Zoilus can turn anything to gold, always has done." Amara cannot imagine Felix leaving her so much as a tunic in his will, let alone her freedom. The thought of him making her his heir is almost comical. "You watch now," Nikia says to them, gesturing at the giant pie. "You'll like this." The slaves guarding the pie stand aside, as another man in red strides towards it brandishing an enormous knife. He bows to his master, then skewers the pastry with a flourish, lifting the lid and standing back. He pauses. Something was evidently meant to emerge, but there's no movement. The cook leans over, poking at the inside with his knife. A handful of sparrows fly out, dazed and twittering. Two don't make it far from the platter before collapsing. There's a mortified silence. "Bravo!" Quintus yells, clapping from his couch. "Bravo!" Other guests join in, hesitantly at first, but then the applause builds to a crescendo. Amara glances over at Zoilus, sees the gratitude on his face. Fortunata looks furious. "Shame," Nikia mutters. "It was meant to be a flock of sparrows flying out for Venus. Must have smothered in the heat. That cook should have made bigger holes." Quintus swings his legs from the couch and stands up. "My most esteemed host, while the dish is served, I insist you enjoy the sweet delights of a musical performance." He beckons over one of his own slaves, who presents the lyre with a bow. Amara hopes the light is not strong enough to reveal what a cheap instrument it is. In this house of wrought silver and beaten gold, it looks like a peasant's plaything. "Yes, thank you," Zoilus says, nodding vigorously. Delighted. Amara takes the lyre and helps Dido off the couch. They pause a moment, taking strength from one another.
We'll sing Sappho's hymn first, Amara murmurs. Aphrodite will smile on us. None of her worshippers are as beautiful as you.
Amara walks purposefully towards the stream, then steps over it, avoiding the floating oil lamps. Dido follows, so they are standing side by side between the waterways at the centre of the gathering, light from the flames flickering on their skin. She feels grateful now that they left their togas at the door. She is not ashamed of her body the way she would have felt ashamed of her clothes. She whispers to Dido, and they both turn towards the host and bow. Zoilus and Fortunata lie on their couch, watching. She knows she can neither speak to them with the crudeness of a whore, nor the modesty of a doctor's daughter. There is no language from her past or her present. She will have to fashion a new one. Our names are Amara and Dido, she says, her voice cutting clearly through the tinkle of the water and murmur of the company. We are your most grateful guests. We are here to celebrate Venus Pompeiana, and in a garden of such beauty, the goddess of love would imagine herself in the groves of Olympus, should she choose to grace us here now with her presence. She nods towards Fortunata, who looks away. We are, as you can see, the lowliest of her servants. But tonight, on the Vinalia, even worshippers like us have our place. Amara takes the lyre, positions it in her arms. Trying to ignore the plectrum trembling in her fingers, she strikes a chord. And who better to praise Aphrodite than the 10th muse, the poetess of Lesbos? She turns to smile at Quintus. Amara and Dido begin Sappho's song. Nervously at first, but with each line, as they sing the verses back and forth, they find their own joy in the music. They sway to the rhythm, copying one another's movements just as they repeat each other's phrases. Dido guides Amara to turn as they sing, focusing on different guests, drawing them in. The crowd are not entirely won over. Amara has given Fortunata up as a lost cause, but many of the men are clearly enjoying the performance. At the end of the song, they bow, and Zoilus claps. He looks relieved. Perhaps he had been expecting something else. Charming, charming, he says. Very thoughtful of your father, Quintus. You must let them finish with a comic turn, Quintus replies. All the best actresses do. Amara glances at Dido, who raises her eyebrows. What choice do they have? Nothing for it but to belt out Salvius's folk number. Another flowery invocation to Venus feels excessive, so Amara begins strumming the strings of her lyre without explanation. Dido launches straight into the role of the shepherd, clasping her hands to her chest with a wail of mock despair. The guests look at each other, a little uncertain how to take the change in tone, but Amara beams round at them before ramping up the melodrama as the scornful mistress. Quintus and Marcus cheer loudly at each chorus, seeming to enjoy the performance even more than they did at the Forum. Other diners look less amused, but Dido's collapse at the end manages to raise a few laughs, and best of all, the arrival of the sweet dishes brings their performance to a close without the need for laboured goodbyes. Amara feels light-headed from nerves, excitement and lack of food as they make their way back to the couch. A third man is now sitting upright between their escorts, dressed in a cloak of midnight blue. This is Cornelius, Marcus says, slurring. He tries to slap his friend on the back and misses. Zoilus's wine has clearly gone to his head. Cornelius, a lion in a herd of freed men. He's in on our little joke. Cornelius is older than Marcus and Quintus, and his stare, when he greets them, is harder and more knowing. He pulls Dido onto his knee, gesturing for Amara to sit beside him. Aren't you both lovely? He says. I could hardly tell from the first song, but that last number would have stretched the credulity of anyone but Zoilus. He laughs, resting his free hand on Amara's thigh, higher up her leg than she would like. With a little more movement, a few more suitable songs, you could be quite delightful. He is looking at Dido as he says this, stroking her arm. Her face has taken on the blankness Amara recognizes whenever a man is mauling her. She wants to catch his wrist and stop him. Cornelius turns towards Amara, and she blinks. He smiles, as if he sees through her anger, and is amused. How would you feel about performing at a real dinner party? Chapter 15. He who lies down with dogs will wake up with fleas. Traditional, attributed to Seneca. Amara's head throbs with tiredness, and her cheeks ache from laughing. It is a happiness unlike any other, sitting with her fellow she-wolves in the Sparrow, recounting the pleasures of the night before. They have treated themselves to a larger meal than usual. Bowls of chickpeas, bean stew, and olives clutter the table. The birds in the pie were boiled, then, Berenice shrieks, cackling with laughter. After all that fuss. Not so loud, Cressa murmurs, with one hand over her eyes. She is sipping her way through a small glass of wine, trying to recover from a hangover. That cook should have taken a few tips from my kitchen, Zoskalis says from behind the bar, and I could have supplied him with a much more reasonable wine than 2,000 sesterces a jar. He snorts at the absurdity of the sum. This Cornelius, Nicandrus loiters at their table, the one who liked your singing. He seemed like an honest man. Amara and Dido look at each other. A bit early to tell, Dido replies, glancing up at him. She has one of the roses he gave her yesterday in her hair. It's the sole survivor from his garland, which spent the night bundled up in her discarded toga. Come on, Victoria says. What about afterwards? Nicandrus moves away, heading back to the kitchen. Amara shrugs. Not that impressive. I preferred the party. It had been a strange end to the night. The four of them back at Quintus's house, all in the same bedroom, slaves wandering in and out to top up the wine, sex just another social exchange. You telling me they paid 70 denarii for no poking? Victoria says. There's an edge to her voice. She has been laughing along with everyone else, but Amara knows she is devastated to have been excluded from such an exciting night. None of Felix's women have ever been paid to attend a private house party. They were quite drunk, Dido says. Berenice and Zoskalis laugh. Money can't buy you everything, the landlord says. Certainly not sense. Victoria pulls a disgusted face. Couldn't get it up then? Dido shakes her head. This isn't entirely true. Marcus had been unable to perform after the party, but had more success in the morning. He had proved an exhausting lover, nagging Dido for constant approval, wanting to know if she was really enjoying herself. Would she like it better from behind? Even Quintus had rolled his eyes. Amara guesses Dido would prefer Nicandrus to hear a less eventful version of her exploits whenever the eavesdropping Zokalis fills him in. Yours was a flop too, Victoria needles, jigging Amara's arm. No action at all? She feels irritated at the focus on the least interesting part of the evening. A few blowjobs, she replies with a shrug. The action was the party. Amara turns back to Dido with a smile. I still can't believe we sang that bar song. The look on their faces when you started. And they didn't even want to swap girls, having paid for both of you. Victoria's question is interrupted by the arrival of Felix sauntering into the bar, wearing a look of absolute self-satisfaction. And how are my favourite whores this morning? He demands, gesturing impatiently for Cressa to move along so he can squash in between Amara and Dido. He kisses them, one after the other, taking their faces in both his hands and squeezing hard. Your boys paid their debt, sent their slave round this morning. He looks elated, Amara thinks. She has never seen him in a mood like this. Zoskalis? Everything for the girls is on me today. Some wine for us all. He smiles at Berenice, Victoria, and the drooping Cressa. Even if you didn't all earn it. Poor Dido didn't even get a fuck out of them, Victoria sighs. Her lover was limp as a cabbage. And they still paid. Felix looks at Dido with renewed respect. What a girl you are. It wasn't just about sex, Amara says. You heard us sing. That's what they paid for. That's what they wanted, to be entertained. They could have dressed up as chickens and ordered a spanking for all I care, Felix says, taking the wine from the Scala's as he brings it over, as long as they paid. Berenice and Victoria snigger. Cressa buries her head in her hands, moaning at the noise. Felix tops up all their glasses. So what was it like, this party? The house was... Dido hesitates, trying to find words that will conjure up the scale of the wealth. Enormous. So much silver and gold, and fountains, and the world's biggest pie. Apparently the wine cost 2,000 sesterces a jar. Zascalis sets one of his own amphora down behind the bar with a thump. Madness! Almost everyone at the party was a freedman, Amara says, apart from the posh boys who bought us, and they did nothing but sneer. She remembers Fortunata and her branded forehead. If I were rich, I wouldn't bother inviting men like that to share my wine. Why set yourself up to be laughed at? Yes, Felix says with feeling. He glances at her, then turns away. It is a rare moment of intimacy between them. But the question is... He stretches out his arms and puts them around her and Dido. Can you pull this trick off again? They both start answering at once, eager to tell him everything about Cornelius, from his blue robe to the songs he requested. Too much, too much. Felix points at Amara. You can explain it upstairs. He keeps his hand on Dido's shoulder, pushing her downwards as he rises. You stay here. It's quite enough with one mouthy little whore. Amara struggles from the bench after her master, looking back at her friends enjoying their free lunch. Berenice is digging into the food again. Cressa seems to have dozed off, and Victoria is purposely avoiding her eye. Dido mouths good luck. She walks round the corner to Felix's flat, trailing behind him on the narrow pavement. Paris opens the door, and their boss shoves past him, pulling Amara up the stairs. In here! He ushers her into his study. The room, which always used to intimidate her, seems small after Zoilus's house. The painted bull skulls, usually so full of menace, look flat after the exquisite frescoes in Quintus's bedroom. She is already imagining herself elsewhere. Felix sits down, making himself comfortable. So, when can we expect more from our boys? At the Festival of Flora, Amara replies, pulling up a stool without being invited. But it's a different client, a man called Cornelius. This booking is a sort of trial. He wants to see if we can do even better. Then he might have us more regularly. Do better? Felix frowns. He fucked you too, but without paying? No. Amara tries not to let her irritation show. He wants us to do better at the singing and dancing. He's asked us to join him for the first night of the festival next month. For the Floralia, to perform at a private party. He didn't use either of us. She thinks of the way Cornelius gripped her thigh, his calculating stare. Though I'm sure that would be part of the price. He said to tell you it would be 70 for the trial, 90 for future bookings. All this money for singing, Felix says, taking his tablets out of a drawer to scribble down the sums she has promised. Well, whatever works. You and Dido had better practice. You can play up here, so I know what you're up to. There was something else, Amara says. She takes a silver coin from her purse, the one Nikia had pressed into her hand as she and Dido left. For your sweet words, he had said. For Fortunata. It is almost physically painful for her to place it on the desk in front of Felix and move her hand away. A tip, she says, looking at him. I would like to spend it on performance clothes for us both. Maybe some music lessons? You expect me to be grateful for your honesty? No, I expect you to understand a good investment. These men want a certain style. This, Amara plucks at the worn material of her toga, is not it. We performed naked last night, but you can't play the same trick every time. He pushes the coin back towards her. Take it then, but I want proof of how you spend it. Felix stretches his arms out behind his head, leaning back and grinning at her. You're not the only one who had a successful night. Amara is slow to hide her surprise. She hadn't thought they were so intimate. Not that, for fuck's sake, he says, laughing at her expression. I wouldn't call a woman a success. He inclines his head. Well, maybe if she earns me 90 denarii. No, I mean Simo has finally been taught a lesson.
Amara feels the smile freeze on her face.
Some drunks trashed his bar late last night, smashed the place up. He shrugs. These things happen at the Vinalia. A lot of drunks around. Sadly, pretty little Drauka didn't move fast enough. Her face doesn't look so pretty now. Not after a glass took out her eye.
Amara stares at him, all the air crushed from her lungs. No, she says, as if the word can wipe out what he's done. No. She thinks of Drauka at the baths, her perfect body and lovely face. She covers her own in horror. No.
What's the problem? You were the one who suggested turning over his bar in the first place. You didn't even like the girl.
But Drauka never did anything to you, Amara shouts, torn between grief and rage. She's just a woman. What will happen to her? How will she work? How will she eat? How will she live? Her poor face, she breaks off, choked by tears. Her poor, beautiful face.
She won't be competition for any of my girls, that's for sure, Felix says, completely unmoved by her distress. Simo will have to spend a lot of money if he wants to invest in another whore like that, and I doubt he can afford to, not with the bar to repair.
Was Drauka the real target?
Amara's sense of horror is growing. In her mind's eye, she can see Drauka dancing with Victoria at the Vinalia last night, full of life, face lit with passion. She feels like she might pass out.
Amara, come now.
Felix's voice is soothing. He gets up from his desk and walks over to her, pulling her up from the stool. He holds her upright, gripping her shoulders, not quite an embrace.
Don't pretend. You were the one who suggested biding my time, not striking straight after the baths. None of these men can be traced to me. Why do you think I keep so many of my clients private?
He draws her a little closer.
The thing about revenge, he says, his breath soft in her ear, is that destroying your enemies is all that matters. Bragging about it, identifying yourself, that's for children.
He stands back, releasing her slowly so she doesn't fall.
Now,
he claps his hands as if to wake her from a trance.
Enough. You and Dido need to get yourself some pretty clothes, start practicing your songs.
Why tell me, if it's not bragging? Why tell me? Felix perches on the edge of his desk, studying her.
Because you have even more to lose if this gets out than I do.
He looks up at the bull skulls on the wall, as if suddenly noticing a new detail in the design.
Or maybe Simo would consider Dido more valuable than you. She is prettier after all.
Fear grips Amara. She feels it sink deep inside, like a hook piercing a fish, and understands it is a pain that will never let her go. Felix picks up Nikia's silver coin and uncurls her fingers, pressing it into her palm. She says nothing. He turns his back on her, settling himself behind the desk again.
Drauka didn't do anything to you, Amara says. She didn't deserve this.
Felix laughs.
Nobody gets what they deserve.
He looks genuinely amused.
What do you think it takes to survive in Pompeii? It's not all sucking cocks and fine dresses. Now off you go, get a fucking move on.
Outside his flat, Amara leans against the wall of the brothel. She wants to scream, to smash her fists on the door, howl out her anguish. Instead, she stands silent, jaw clenched shut. The need to tell, to share the burden of knowledge, presses against the sides of her skull. She closes her eyes. Nothing will be gained by sharing this.
Why should Dido walk in fear too? Every waking moment shadowed by the memory of what Felix has done. She doesn't consider trusting any of the others, not with a secret this lethal. You were the one who suggested turning over his bar in the first place. Amara breathes in deeply, rubbing the silver coin between her fingers. There is nothing to be done but imagine it never happened, to try to pretend, even to herself, that she doesn't know. The others put her silence down to Felix's usual tricks when she rejoins them at the Sparrow. Cressa has already left, gone to sleep off her hangover in her darkened cell.
"The man can never give it a rest,"
Berenice says, swiping the last of the chickpeas when it's clear Amara doesn't want them.
"Sodding Felix. Always got to prove his cock's the biggest."
Dido squeezes Amara's hand under the table, and she feels a flood of guilt. Would her friend love her the same if she knew about Drauka? Was she really the one who gave Felix the idea? "I don't think I'd be wearing a long face if he sent me out to buy new clothes," Victoria says. Amara knows what pains Victoria takes with her appearance, the hours she spends on her hair. She looks very upset, almost tearful, and Amara's sense of guilt deepens. "If there's anything left over, we can buy something for everyone to share," she replies. Berenice and Victoria exchange a little look with each other, more sharp than grateful, and she understands that the sudden, unequal change in fortune is unlikely to bring them all closer together. "I guess we had better get going." Amara rises from the table again. Dido follows, eager to start shopping. It's early afternoon, the sun baking the filth in the road, sharpening the smell of manure left by passing horses and pack mules. "Where shall we go?" Dido says. Her face is bright with excitement as they head down the street, the back way that joins onto the Via Pompeiana. "How many outfits can we buy?" "I guess just one to start with, in case we don't get more bookings." "Don't let Felix ruin this." Dido stops, her expression earnest. "Don't be unhappy. We have so little." "You're right," Amara says, making an effort to smile. "Let's try Cominia's place. I've always wanted to go inside." The dressmaker's is on the town's main shopping street, not far from Rusticus's lamp store. All the women like to visit from time to loiter at the front, billowing with fabrics softer and finer than anything they can hope to wear. A small, round portrait of a younger Cominia, painted high up on the second story, looks over her empire. Dido goes first, pushing through a tunnel of hanging material. Inside, their eyes adjust to the dimmer light. Cominia herself is busy at the main counter with a customer, a matron whose slave lurks behind, ready to carry the load home. The two she-wolves stand watching, unsure what to do. "How can we help you, ladies?" A young assistant appears at Dido's elbow. She is thin, with a small, sharp-featured face. Her expression is polite but firm. If they cannot afford anything, they had better leave. "We need clothes suitable for the Floralia," Amara says, "to entertain at a dinner party."
"You will be guests?"
"No," Dido says. "We will be singing." "I understand," the assistant says with a bow. "I am Gaia. Please come with me." They follow Gaia, who parts some heavy grey linens hanging at the back of the shop, revealing another smaller room behind. It is much darker in here, and an oil lamp is burning. "I know exactly what you need." Gaia's tone is businesslike. She has clearly decided these are not customers who need sweet talking. "We supply a lot of actresses and concubines. This is by far the most popular fabric." She is holding up a silvery material, so fine it is transparent. Gaia runs a hand gently underneath, demonstrating its translucence. "Assyrian silk," she says, "with a silver weave. You can see everything through it. If you want to tease, you can buy more fabric and fold it, making it opaque as required." She shows them, deftly manipulating the silk so that her skin is half hidden in a glittery sheen. "How do you fasten it?" Amara says, too nervous to touch the flimsy fabric. "Wouldn't a brooch tear it?" "We sell special pins. I can show you how to fix it.
But it doesn't tear that easily. The weave is tight. Gaia looks at them a little impatiently. Are you going to try it on or not? Amara and Dido step out of their togas, letting Gaia dress them. They watch each other closely, trying to memorize how to fold the material when they are alone. Gaia sets out a tray of pins. We go from the basic model, her finger points at a round stud, to something more delicate. Her hand travels to the other end of the tray, with its shaped birds and dragonflies. We could try the bird model for now, Amara says to Dido. It fits with singing, don't you think? Gaia pins the fabric in place for them both. They stand apart, looking each other up and down. It's like wearing a cobweb, Dido says. That's part of the magic, Gaia replies. The men love it, trust me. Do that again, Amara says to Dido, who has just moved nearer the light. She obeys. It's lit you up. You've gone completely silver. They both walk round the flame, admiring each other, moving to make the silk change colour, feeling it rustle against their skin. If you really want to make an impact, Gaia says, we have this. She gets out a small jar from the cabinet, opens it for them both to see. Inside is a thick gold paste. For the eyes, she says, and also to gild the nipples. There is very little left from Nikia's coin when Amara and Dido leave Cominia's shop. They buy the largest jar of gold paste on offer, planning to decant some into another pot for the others to use. We'll have to give the dresses to Felix, Dido says, holding her parcel close to her chest. We can't risk leaving them lying around the brothel. One of the customers will steal them. He wanted proof of where we spent the money anyway, Amara replies. They are walking the main road home, and she knows they will soon be passing the lamp shop. She is desperate to stop. Isn't that where Menanda works? Dido says. Oh, yes. Give me that. Dido motions for Amara to hand over her new dress. Why don't you go in? I don't know, maybe we shouldn't. Amara hesitates, half craning to get a view into the shop while they tussle with the fabric. Menanda is inside. She gives up and lets Dido take her parcel. It takes him a while to see her loitering on the street. He is with a customer and gestures for her to wait. We were just passing, Amara says when he comes out, anxious to include Dido. And we wanted to thank you. Thank me? Yes, because you got us to sing. Our master was listening, and he bought the lyre. Amara remembers the street musician's face, and hopes Felix did really pay for it. And now we are booked to sing at the Floralia, at a party. None of it is quite what she wanted to say, but at least she is talking to him. I'm glad he bought you the lyre, he says. You played it so beautifully. Menanda! I can't stay now. He looks nervously over his shoulder. Can I write to you? On the wall, outside the Sparrow. He lowers his voice. I will use Timorete and Callias so nobody knows. Yes, Amara says. Yes. Menanda turns and hurries back inside without saying goodbye. Chapter 16. I pawned earrings with Faustilia for 2 denarii. She has deducted an ass a month in interest. Pompeii, the graffiti. The line at the well stretches along the street. Not that anyone is paying much attention to waiting their turn. Amara and Dido don't bother to shove ahead with the rest, loitering in the late morning sunshine instead. It's not the most restful place to stop. Hammering, banging and shouting rings out from one of the grander houses nearby. It has been dilapidated for as long as Amara can remember, the owners killed in a terrible earthquake, or so Victoria told her. Somebody new must have bought it, decided to spend their money on decking it out like a palace. One of the team of builders leans out from his ladder, whistling at her and Dido. They ignore him. He won't be buying a woman for hours, barely worth their notice. Everyone liked the gold, Dido says, raising her voice to be heard. They all used it last night, didn't they? Berenice certainly did, Amara says, remembering the way Berenice had smeared it copiously around her eyes and her fury when Victoria laughed at her. That's what men in this stupid town expect Egyptian women to look like. Berenice had insisted, face sparkling like a temple statue. Amara cannot imagine how small Pompeii must feel to Berenice after growing up in a great city like Alexandria, although as a slave, perhaps she never saw much more than the house where she worked. Victoria and Cressa had shared the new pot too, but Amara suspects it will take more than gold paste to smooth over the other's envy. The shift in power to the Wolf Den's newest women has unsettled everyone. Felix will want us to practice for Cornelius today, she says. We have to come up with some other songs. We could always ask Salvius for help, Dido says. I wouldn't know where to find him. Do you think Nicandrus might know? He runs the ironmonger's, the one near Modestus's bakery. I think he owns it. I spent time with Priscus that night when you were talking to Menander. He told me where they both work. Amara feels a sharp tap on her back and spins round, angry, expecting it to be the builder come down from the ladder to try his luck. A young girl steps back in alarm, clutching an enormous bucket to her hip. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you, she says. But aren't you from the Wolf Den? I'm sure I've seen you both at the Elephant before. Amara looks at her. She sees eyes smudged with blue and shoulders stooped with exhaustion. A memory surfaces. The same slight girl scurrying between customers at the Elephant, a nervous smile on her face. Yes, you're the waitress, aren't you? Pitane, says the girl. I don't just wait tables, though. No? Amara remembers Victoria's taunt to Drauca about the customers she has to service as well as serve. She turns away, not wanting to think about her former rival or remember her suffering. It must be hard work, Dido says kindly. The Elephant is always so busy. Have you got friends there? Martha, she was my friend, but she died in childbirth. Hazard of the job, isn't it? Pitane is staring at them both, desperation in her face, willing them to understand. I guess you must both know all about that, about how to avoid it, or how to... She trails off. End it, Amara thinks. Is it avoiding you want to ask about? Pitane shakes her head. Amara glances down at the girl's waist, taking in her thin figure. There's a woman you can see, but don't wait too long. You don't keep anything yourselves? The herbs have to be fresh. Amara! Dido is shaking her head. Not here. I don't have the money. Pitane looks disappointed. I thought you might keep the herbs, that you might spare me some, let me pay you back over time. But why? Wouldn't your master be pleased? Amara says. They're usually happy to have homegrown slaves. Martha took 3 days to die, Pitane says. Amara and Dido exchange glances. Every woman understands the danger, the horror that childbirth can bring. They have missed their place in the queue, but none of the 3 women rush to push back in. If it's money you need, Amara says, then we might be able to help, but you have to be sure you can pay it back. On their walk to the ironmonger's, Dido does not mention the deal Amara has just done, does not ask her whether Marcella has paid her debt yet, or when it's due. But Amara can feel her palms sweating at the thought. She tells herself that there's still time for Marcella to deliver. Her debt isn't late yet. And perhaps finding Pitane will incline Felix to patience. They pass the bakery and stop at the ironmonger's, listening to the clang of metalwork inside. Do you think Salvius will even remember us? Dido says. How many beautiful singers do you imagine he meets? Amara replies, shifting the lyre higher in her arms, covering her nerves with bravado. It had been difficult to wrest the instrument from Paris. They had to pretend their music lesson was already arranged. No doubt he will drop them in it with Felix if the visit proves a failure. Of course he will remember. They walk past the front counter where a slave is busy with customers and head deeper inside. The flute player is at the back supervising an apprentice, helping him fashion a lampstand, holding it steady while the boy hammers at the legs and giving the odd word of encouragement. He is, as Amara remembers, the same kind manner and greying hair. The two women wait, not wanting to disturb him. When Salvius looks up, she can see him take a moment to place them, but then he smiles. "This is unexpected," he says. "The lovely singing sparrows. What can I do for you?" "We wanted to ask a favour." Amara holds up the lyre as an explanation, hoping to pique his curiosity. Salvius walks over, wiping oil from his hands onto his leather apron. "If you're looking for an accompanist, I only play the flute." "I would be playing," Amara says. "We were hoping you might teach us some tunes." "We could pay for your time," Dido adds. "Flavius," he calls to his apprentice, "keep working on the feet, please. Just how I showed you." He turns back to the two women. "Let's talk." They follow him, climbing the narrow wooden stairway to the floor above. "I'm not much of a musician," he says. "You might be disappointed. Where will you be playing?" Salvius's living room is painted in warm shades of yellow. A procession of swans fly from panel to panel, and tiny larks are painted around the skirting. He sits on a bench, inviting them to take the one opposite. "It's a party, much grander than anything at the Sparrow," Amara says. "On the first day of the Floralia, we were thinking of setting poetry to some popular tunes." "Mixing high and low?" Salvius asks. "Yes," Dido nods. "Sounds fun, but what will you pay me? Or should I ask, how will you pay me?" "That depends what you would prefer." Amara slips her toga off one shoulder, not far enough to show much, but enough to make a point. She hopes he will take the bait. Salvius is not an unattractive man, but her reason for wanting him has little to do with desire and everything to do with saving money. "Deferred payment would suit me best," Salvius replies. "An evening or two of your company here at my house." He nods at Dido. "I will invite Priscus." Amara has no idea how Felix will react to this proposal. Evenings are their most lucrative hours, but before she can suggest seeking their master's approval, Dido answers, "We would be delighted." "I cannot spare too long today. Perhaps enough time to teach you a couple of tunes, depending how quick you are." He rises, walking to a desk covered in clutter. His back is turned. They can hear him rifling through pots and boxes before he returns with the flute. "There are so many songs about spring," he says. "This one is Oskian. I don't suppose either of you speak the language." Salvius looks hopeful, and Amara wonders if Campania's ancient tongue is also his own. "No." "Never mind. You can adapt the tune as you wish." Salvius begins piping. He is a more skilled musician than Amara remembers. She can hear the trill of birdsong in his tune, the sigh of the wind, and imagines Flora dancing, half glimpsed through the trees, in the repeated, haunting melody. He stops, taking the flute from his lips. "Again, or shall we go through it line by line?" Amara is nervous she will not match him. She picks up the lyre. "Let's go through it again." He is a patient teacher. He breaks the tune down for them, waiting for Amara to find the corresponding notes, nodding when she chooses chords that fit. Dido sings the melody note by note, committing it to memory. Their version is nothing like as lovely as his reed pipe solo, but it is enough to take away and polish. "How about something a little more playful?" Salvius asks. They nod. He pauses, breathing in deeply, flute poised. Then he begins. This time he bobs and sways, closing his eyes at the higher notes. It is not beautiful like the first tune, but Amara can immediately see the potential. It is a tease of a song, perfect for her and Dido to play to one another. She takes up the lyre, daring to join Salvius as she anticipates the repeated melody. "I thought you might like that," he says when they reach the end. He begins again, not breaking it up this time, instead letting them pick up the tune as he plays, as if they were back at the Sparrow. Amara throws herself into the music, even forgetting for a few moments that they are together for work rather than pleasure. She is expecting to perform it a third time, but Salvius stops a few notes in, almost as if he has forgotten what comes next. Dido's voice trails off into the silence. That should be enough for now. He turns his back to them, returning the flute to its box. Then he stands, resting his hands on the desk. We can leave it there. His tone is not unfriendly, but something has shifted. Amara wonders if they offended him in some way, or if he has simply remembered his work. He faces them again, making an effort to smile. I hope that gives you something to work on. Amara and Dido talk over each other in their effort to mollify him. It does. It was so helpful. We're very grateful. I hope we didn't... Salvius waves away their thanks, ushering them both to the stairs. I will send your master a message to explain the arrangement. They wait, expecting him to go down first, but he holds out his arm as a gesture for them to leave. I have some business up here. Be careful how you go. At the brothel, Amara lets Dido do most of the talking. She watches Felix, his smile, the way he listens, his nods of encouragement. She sees Dido relax, lulled into thinking he is in a good mood, but all she can think about is Drauka. Destroying your enemies is all that matters. She stares at the bulls' skulls on the wall, the shadows of their empty sockets. It is not until Felix turns to her that she realizes Dido has just offered to perform for him, and they are both waiting for her to pick up the lyre. She finds she cannot move. No need to be shy, Felix says. We haven't chosen the words yet, she stammers. Maybe we could practice a little first. Music means nothing to me, Felix shrugs. I just want to know you're working. Play next door if you like. Dido helps her up. Thank you, she says, answering for Amara, who hasn't spoken. We appreciate it. They walk out onto the balcony, and Dido slips an arm around her. You shouldn't be so afraid. He wasn't angry today. I don't think you can ever know with Felix, she mutters as they head down the corridor. Amara? A voice stops them. Felix is standing in the doorway of his room. A moment. Before you're singing, there is something I forgot to ask. No, not you, he says as Dido turns to go back with her. Take the lyre for her. Amara watches her own feet cross the painted wooden floor as she walks towards him. He takes her hand, guiding her over the threshold. You didn't tell her, he says when they are inside. Amara says nothing. She knows it isn't a question. He takes her chin between his finger and thumb, forcing her to look up. There are many ways to spill a secret, especially if you sit there like a quivering sheep. Do you understand? You are threatening me not to be frightened. That's better, a bit of temper. She isn't sure what she hates more, feeling afraid of him or sliding into familiarity. She pushes his hand away. One of the waitresses at the Elephant wants a loan from you, she says. 2 denarii. 2 denarii? Why chase small change like that when you will be making me 70 next week? It's all money. Nobody got rich turning down a deal. What's the debt for? An abortion. And she can afford it? She says so. Like your fast food seller. Felix crosses to the desk, looks through the drawers until he finds the agreement with Marcella. We're still waiting for her. I don't think you were meant to be taking on any more debtors until the first had paid up. But her loan isn't due yet. Don't try it. You know her installments have been too light, and I never accept late payments, particularly not from a woman. He smiles, as if suddenly remembering he is not meant to be threatening. But then, of course, it's you who is collecting her payment, isn't it? So she is quite safe. Until the day it's late. Then the debt is mine. Chapter 17. Trickles of acacia pomade run down his sweaty forehead, and there was so much powder in the wrinkles on his cheeks, he looked like a peeling wall in a thunderstorm. Petronius, the Satyricon. The room still holds the heat of the spring day, and is much more crowded than Amara was expecting. A troupe of mime actresses, all of them naked save for garlands of flowers, are practicing their routine. She and Dido look overdressed in comparison, with their silvery robes and gilded bodies. One of the actresses glances at them sidelong, then turns back to her friends, laughing through pretty fingers.
"I didn't know there would be so many other performers,"
Dido whispers. Amara's own fingers are sticky with paste. They had tried to decorate the lyre, and although it now shines golden, so do the palms of her hands. "It's as well we look different," she says, trying to convince herself as much as Dido. "We couldn't all be naked." "A few more flowers and you will be perfect." It is a deep boom of a voice. Ignatius, the self-declared master of Cornelius's entertainments. Amara is startled by his interruption. She didn't notice his return, but there is no sign he took their mutterings amiss. Instead, he is now fussing with Dido's hair, weaving the white roses he went to fetch between her curls. She has never seen a man wear so much makeup. His eyes are lined with kohl, and the thick powder on his cheeks is cracked like badly dried plaster. The grooves cut deeper every time he smiles, which is often. "Such a pretty little thing," he says, standing back to admire Dido. "I never saw a face more exquisite." He turns to Amara, teasing his remaining flowers into her hair. "Except yours, of course, darling." He drawls, raising his eyebrows. She finds herself laughing. Ignatius purses his lips, pleased to have amused her. He is standing so close, his breath is warm on her cheek, and the smell of acacia pomade in his hair is almost overpowering. He tweaks the last rose behind her ear. "Now!" He claps his hand together in a theatrical gesture of excitement. "What will you two nymphs be singing for us this evening?" "Several verses from Sappho," Amara says. "A medley of songs about Flora and the spring, and the tale of Crocus and Smilax." Ignatius nods. "Very pretty. Perhaps you could sing me a line or two so I know where to place you." Amara begins to play Salvius's Oscan song, which she and Dido have set to a well-known hymn, to Flora. The mime actresses break off their own rehearsal out of curiosity, and Amara is gratified to see their expressions change from amusement to grudging recognition. She couldn't ask for a higher compliment. "Delightful," Ignatius beams. "Your voices are as sweet as flowers falling from the mouth of Flora herself. Have you read any Ovid? Oh, you must, he declares when they both shake their heads. "I will write you out some of Cornelius's favourite verses for next time." Amara wishes she had known Cornelius had a favourite poet before this evening, but is touched by Ignatius's generosity. "Thank you," she says. "You are too kind," Dido adds, laying her hand on his arm. Her sincerity is unmistakably genuine. "You know," Ignatius continues, "my master is something of a poet himself. He has composed a few lines for the Floralia. If you could find some way of weaving them in—" He reaches inside the folds of his cloak and brings out a roll of parchment. Amara restrains herself from seizing it. "We would be more than delighted." Ignatius hands over the small scroll. Amara unrolls it, and she and Dido huddle round. For a moment, she cannot believe what she is reading. Then the words bring a stab of fear. She looks up sharply at Ignatius. "You are certain he will be pleased to hear this recited?" He meets her eyes, and the unspeakable truth passes between them. "I am certain." He bows. Then Ignatius gestures towards the mime actresses who are still busy with their rehearsal. "Ladies, goddesses, and nymphs, I look forward to being entertained by you all. You will be sent for in the order you are required." He turns back to Amara and Dido. "I will make sure you have enough time to learn the verses." "But it's terrible," Dido says when he has gone. "How can we stand there and sing this stuff?" Amara can feel herself sweating under her flimsy clothes. "We will just have to make it work. At least it's not very long. That last song Salvius taught us. Could we sing it to this?" "I suppose," Dido says, looking miserable. "But when?" "At the end, when most of the guests are drunk." The mime actresses are standing crowded together in their cloaks to escape the evening chill by the time Ignatius returns to call Amara and Dido into dinner. There are not many oil lamps where they have been waiting, and Amara finds herself blinking as they pass into the brighter parts of the house. "You look glorious," he says, leading them through a bewildering procession of rooms. The place is so large that they did not even hear the guests arrive. Somewhere in this labyrinth, she knows Paris and Gallus are waiting out the long night to escort them safely home. Their value to Felix has gone up substantially. "Quite ravishing. Both as lovely as Flora herself." Amara has the feeling Ignatius compliments everyone who comes to perform for Cornelius, but is still grateful for his encouragement. They are walking too quickly for her to absorb all her surroundings. There is immense wealth here, but no table groaning with silver at the entrance as there was at Zoilus's house. Instead, when they reach the main hall, panel portraits of Cornelius's ancestors line the walls. She can hear laughter and snatches of song. "Through to the garden," Ignatius murmurs, ushering them along. "I find it works best if you move between couches as you perform, and don't be afraid to involve the guests, or to accept any invitations." Dido looks at Amara. Neither of them are sure whether Ignatius means an invitation to share the wine or something else. The air is heavily scented with roses. Their branches have been trained around the walls in trellises, making a pattern of green splashed with colour, reminding Amara of her mother's skill in weaving the threads on her loom. Cornelius's dining room is open to the garden on two sides, its walls and ceilings painted with the same flowering rose trees which grow in the front courtyard. The garden behind is so vast, it is almost a meadow. They draw closer, the guests' bright clothes blur and shimmer, seen through a screen of water. A fountain cascades from a giant conch shell held up by 3 marble nymphs. Amara realizes that the details on their naked bodies are gilded, not unlike the gold she and Dido have smeared on themselves. Ignatius nods at the fountain. "I told you, you were perfect," he says, raising his eyebrows. They walk past the nymphs and wait at the edge of the gathering. The atmosphere is more relaxed than their last party. There is also a clear imbalance towards men, with only 4 or 5 women present. Cornelius is laughing loudly at something his neighbour has said, at ease with his role as host. She sees him flick his eyes in their direction, but he waits for another guest to finish his anecdote before acknowledging their presence. "My dear friends," he says, raising his voice, "we have Marcus and Quintus to thank for finding us these 2 lovely musicians." Amara follows the direction of his finger as he points across the room. She sees their Venalia lovers reclining on a couch, both looking rather less keen to be associated with the she-wolves now than they did at Zoilus's house. "Our boys were quite taken by these 2 songbirds." Cornelius beckons her and Dido over. "Or would that be nymphs of Flora?" Ignatius has stepped back, melting into the other attendants serving the party. "Yes," Amara says, picking up on the host's playful tone. "We learnt our songs from the goddess of spring herself." She glances back at the fountain. "In our former life as dryads." "So many nymphs these days have a taste for gold," Cornelius replies. "Will you earn yours this evening?" Both women bow. "Flora is a goddess of pure pleasure," Amara replies, striking her lyre with the plectrum. "And that is all we intend to give." She and Dido slowly walk over to where their former lovers are reclining, while Amara plays the first notes of Salvius's spring tune. Amara sits on the edge of the couch, smiling coyly at the 2 men. They both laugh, less nervous now. Quintus rests one hand on her knee, pinching the silk between his fingers. Her closest neighbours are listening, but she notices that some across the room are still chatting. She begins to play in earnest, and Dido takes up the melody. Her voice rings out clear and sweet, silencing more of the company. They arranged the Oscan song almost solely for Dido's voice. She weaves through the couches as she sings, plucking flowers from her hair and handing them to guests as she passes. For a moment, Amara worries she looks almost too pure and graceful. Flora is the goddess of sex, not poetry. But Dido has been working long enough for Felix to know how to behave. There is more than a hint of Victoria in the way she bends to drop a rose in Cornelius's lap. "You should have given one to my wife," he says, pulling Dido closer to kiss her when the song is finished. "For all the children she has given me." It should be a compliment, but Amara can sense an unpleasant edge to his tone. "You have a fine son," a woman replies from another couch, her voice querulous. She is younger than Cornelius and painfully thin. Even the brightly coloured dress she wears, bunched in fat folds of expensive fabric, cannot hide how tiny she is underneath. Lying beside her is another woman, a little older, scowling ferociously. A friend, or perhaps even her mother. Amara still finds it difficult to understand the Roman custom of respectable women attending mixed dinner parties. Her own father would never have insulted his family by insisting they join him. "Thank you, Calpurnia. Yes, one son after an abundance of girls. And delightful girls they are too," another man declares. "A credit to you both." "Women have their uses," Cornelius replies, letting go of Dido. "Will you sing another song, little dryad?" "Or would you like a story?" Dido asks, glancing over her shoulder at him as she walks back towards Amara. "We can tell you the tale of Crocus and his love for Smilax. And we will sing of the goddess Flora, who gave the unhappy lovers new life," Amara adds, finally breaking away from Quintus, whose wandering hands have made her fearful for her expensive clothes. Dido heads towards the fountain, and Amara follows. In the lamplight, their figures must blend with the marble nymphs, she thinks, the hint of nakedness, the sparkle of gold on their bodies. She begins to play and, as always, watches Dido's transformation with wonder. The way she stands, so unlike herself, is both comic and somehow sinister. She could almost be one of their customers at the brothel, singing the role of the mortal Crocus in a parody of thwarted masculine lust. Amara is Smilax, her voice deliberately shrill in rejection. Nobody is meant to have sympathy for the nymph, after all. She exaggerates the comedy, at times pausing her playing and holding up the lyre between them as a physical barrier. The guests laugh as Dido chases her, the song becoming more and more ridiculous, until they shift into another tune, allowing Flora to transform Crocus into a beautiful flower and Smilax into ugly bindweed. Dido sings the last notes, lifting her arms up like petals to the sun, until she stops, as still as the statues behind them. The guests cheer, and Amara feels a flood of relief. She looks round at the unfamiliar faces, shining with wine and enjoyment. She smiles, bowing low. Ignatius is beside her when she straightens up, whispering that they must join the diners for a while. He leads them both, leaving Amara at one couch and taking Dido onto another. "I always say Greek girls are the best," declares one of the two men she is now sitting between. He reminds her of an overfilled wineskin, not quite contained in the tight folds of his clothes. "I like a bit of Gallic passion myself," replies the other, sipping his drink. His thick beard is curled, the black shot through with grey and ginger. "Though that was a lovely little number you sang just now. Not heard those words before." "It's from a Greek poem," Amara replies. "The tune is local to Campania." "Fuscus will like that," the first man says, nodding at his companion. "Always interested in poetry. More time to enjoy it now his stint at Dumvir is finished." Amara turns to Fuscus and smiles, trying not to make her sudden interest in an influential man too obvious. The Duoviri are the town's most powerful elected officials. Fuscus has a mildness to his face, she thinks. Perhaps he will be kind. Surely that's more important than the fact his hair is thinning. "Can't say I know so much poetry myself," the larger man continues. "I'm Umbricius," he adds, as if expecting her to be able to identify him by name alone. "Forgive me," Amara replies in her thickest Greek accent. "I only just arrived in Pompeii." "Oldest fish sauce business in town," Umbricius says, "and the best." He picks up a small jug from the side table and pours it liberally onto the plate of meat in front of them. Then he tears a strip off and holds it out for her on his knife. "Tell me what you think." Amara takes it, eating the unknown food smothered in fish sauce as daintily as she can. It tastes like fermented anchovies left out too long in the sun. "Delicious," she exclaims. "What other Greek poems will you be singing?" Fuscus asks. He is watching her lick the last of the sauce from her fingers. "Sappho," she says, leaning closer. "Not very original." Fuscus stares through the transparent fabric of her dress. "But still, a goddess among poets." "What about some Latin?" Umbricius sniffs, clearly irritated at being overlooked. "We will be performing a few lines by our host." The two men laugh. "Oh, you poor girls," Fuscus says. "Do you have to?" Amara knows it is one thing for Cornelius's friends to mock him, quite something else for her to join them. It is always a pleasure to honour our host. Yes, of course, Fuscus says, rolling his eyes. "Well, I shall look forward to Sappho at any rate." He takes her hand, rubbing his thumb over her fingers in an insistent circular motion. "And perhaps you will join me again afterwards." The atmosphere of the evening shifts as the hours pass and the wine flows. After every song, the guests become freer with her and Dido, their comments lewder. Fuscus exchanges words, or perhaps money, with Ignatius, who makes it clear that she is now the Dumvir's special guest. As the men become louder, the small group of wives play less and less of a role, retreating into their own self-contained gathering across two couches. Not that this assuages Cornelius's bitterness towards his wife. He contradicts everything she says. If she enjoys the honey-glazed dormouse, he finds it too sweet. Her hopes of sunshine tomorrow are scorned. Even when she is silent, he cannot leave her alone, finding reason to mock her posture, her spinning, the way she holds her glass. Already small, she seems to shrink further with every comment. Amara notices that her hand, when she raises the wine to her lips, is shaking. "I find I am exhausted," Calpurnia says at last. "I am sorry to leave you all." Cornelius says nothing, as if she hasn't spoken. Thin and pale, his wife slips from her own dining room, looking more like a servant than the hostess. "I don't know why he doesn't just divorce the poor girl," Fuscus says to Umbricius. "Put her out of her misery." "Severus would ask for the whole dowry back if he had to take his daughter home. He told me so himself." Changing his focus, Umbricius nods towards the older, scowling woman who was sharing Calpurnia's couch and is now stabbing at the fruit on her plate with vicious determination. "My wife dotes on Calpurnia. I'll be getting a fucking earful after this, I can tell you. She'll be nagging me all night to talk to Cornelius. I've told her it makes him worse, but women never listen." "That's why I left mine at home," Fuscus replies, his arm draped round Amara. "You'll be staying, then?" There's more than a hint of envy in Umbricius's voice. "Oh, I think so. Don't you?" Fuscus replies, drawing Amara a little closer. "I think so." She smiles at him, hoping to convey how irresistible she finds the idea. Behind his head, she can see Dido sitting with Quintus and Marcus. The three of them are laughing together, like a pastoral scene of young lovers. She feels a pang of envy, then reminds herself what a powerful friend Fuscus may prove to be. Neither of the Venalia boys have shown much promise as regular patrons. "Time for the mime, don't you think?" Cornelius's voice is loud over the hubbub. He is slurring badly. Not yet, Fuscus shouts back. "I think the two little sparrows have a final present for you." He squeezes Amara's arm. "Sorry, darling," he whispers. "I couldn't resist." "It's the parting I cannot forgive you for," Amara says as she gets up from the couch, letting go of his hand with a show of reluctance. She joins Dido back by the fountain, the blood beating loud in her ears. Neither of them have drunk much wine, but the same cannot be said for anyone else, which is just as well. Cornelius's verses would be impossible to sit through sober. In honor of our gracious host, Amara says, we have been bold enough to set your own hymn to music. She does not wait to hear the room's reaction, but loudly strikes up on the lyre at a much faster pace than when she played the same tune earlier. She and Dido sing in unison, as quickly as they can, without gabbling. Oh, lovely Flora, goddess of flowers and fucking, with your lovely toes and your dainty nose, your fanny like corn ripe for shucking. Bless the spring with your lovely ring, oh lovely Flora. Cornelius either does not care that everyone is laughing when they reach the final refrain, or is too drunk to realize. He smiles as they all applaud, waving a hand as if to deprecate the admiration. Just a trifle, he says, though the girls sang it very prettily. Mine! A number of people are stamping their feet, impatient for the final performance. One of the nearby guests staggers up and takes hold of Dido, almost pulling her over in the effort to get her onto his couch. Amara hurries back to Fuscus. He must mean it as a parody, surely, Ambricius is saying. Fucking and shucking, it's parody. Fuscus pulls her onto his knee. Whatever it was, you looked adorable, he says, kissing her. Ignatius leads in the 8 mime actresses, 2 carrying long flutes, which Amara had not seen them play in their rehearsal. She settles back against Fuscus, curious to watch them perform. My wife won't like this, Ambricius mutters. I'll never hear the end of it. The 2 flautists let out piercing blasts, and the actresses leap into action, more cavorting than dancing. What story there is to the play seems to revolve around some prank played by Flora on her nymphs, though the dialogue is thin and hard to follow. Victoria would be better at this than any of them, Amara thinks, watching the lead actress leap into the fountain like a frog and splash the others, who shriek with pre-rehearsed alarm. An unwanted memory of Victoria dancing with Drauca slips into her mind, and she shrinks back instinctively against Fuscus. He misunderstands her. Soon, little one, he whispers in her ear. By the end of the performance, the 8 actresses have ended up sprawled over various men. Ignatius stands in the corner, taking stock of the room, sending a huddled group of slaves off to help where needed. It's the end of the dinner, but some guests show no signs of leaving, while others rise to say their goodbyes or collect their wives. Many are so drunk, their slaves have to act as human walking sticks. Ambricius stands up, groaning as he takes the weight on his knees. Best get the old girl home, he says. See you next week, Fuscus. Amara watches him stagger over to his wife, whose face suggests she won't be waiting until they are home to share her thoughts about the evening. Ignatius is hovering at the side of the couch. Will you be joining the others? He asks Fuscus. You know I never like to be watched. Fuscus is a little unsteady as he pushes himself upright. Of course. Ignatius helps Amara from the couch. He follows the direction of her anxious gaze. Quintus is arguing over Dido with the guest who claimed her at the end of their last song. I will make sure she is safe, he murmurs. Trust me. Thank you, she replies, her eyes meeting his as she stands. For everything. Ignatius winks. He is as sober as she is. The boy will show you both somewhere more relaxing, he says, beckoning over one of the slaves. Amara does not look back as the stranger leads her and Fuscus from the heaving dining room. They step into the cool night air, following their guide through the rose garden and into the darkened house. Chapter 18. I hate and I love. How is this possible? Perhaps you ask. I don't know, but I feel it, and I am tortured. Catullus, Poem 85. Amara wakes to the unfamiliar sensation of sunlight on her face. She is alone on the bed. For a moment, she cannot remember where she is. Then memories from last night hit her in a rush. She sits upright, clasping the sheets to her chest. There is no sign of Felix. He must have left for the Palaestra without waking her. Amara breathes out. The sounds of the street outside the brothel are loud, carts rattling, the babble of conversations. She must have slept until the afternoon. She follows her memories of the night, like a series of scenes painted round a room. It was Gallus who brought her back to the brothel by torchlight in the early hours after Fuscus had finished. They came alone, as Dido was still busy entertaining. She had not been expecting Gallus to show her upstairs, but presumed Felix wanted to claim any tips. At that time, it was no surprise to find him in bed, more surprising that he had waited up. Amara feels her cheeks grow hotter. It had been a pleasure to boast about the success of the night, Ignatius's promise to book them again, the tip Fuscus had given her. She had almost forgotten Drauca, sitting there with Felix, seeing his excitement at the money mirror her own. It was all the coins spread out on the bed that turned him on, she's sure of that. And the sex wasn't even that different from complying to his usual demands, though the lateness of the hour gave it an intimacy which was hard to ignore. Even though she is alone, Amara covers her face with her hands in shame. When did she realize he wanted her to stay afterwards? Did she want to stay? Did she linger too long? Remembering her feelings is like opening a door onto the darkest part of herself. Felix had held her hand so tightly, was still holding it so far as she knows, after she fell asleep. "I hate him," she tells the empty room. "I hate him." She trawls through her memories, remembering every cruelty, the times he has raped her, his violence, Drauca. But other images push through like weeds. The figs he bought her and Dido, the laughter in his eyes when she met him at the Palestra, his excitement at her stories last night, the fit of his fingers in hers. Amara flops back on the bed, flinging an arm over her eyes. "I hate him," she says again. In the bright spots and blackness behind her eyelids, she conjures another memory, one that never existed, a vision brought to life solely by Felix's voice. "You could have been the goddess Diana, from the way you held yourself. As if you would call on your hunting dogs to tear apart every man who had dared to see you naked." Amara feels her breathing grow easier, soothed by more familiar feelings. The rage she had been searching for is still burning. Felix has seen her, seen all her loneliness and need. But she will not be torn apart by him. "I hate you," she says. "I will always hate you." She swings her legs out over the bed, the wood cool beneath her feet as she stands. Her expensive silk clothes are still folded in a neat pile on a nearby chair. She cannot wear those. It will have to be nothing but her cloak. With the palms of her hands, she smooths out the bed, flattening it, hoping to wipe out all trace of her presence. Then she slips from the room. Dido is alone in the brothel when she goes downstairs. At the sound of Amara's footsteps, she rushes into the corridor. "Are you all right?" They ask one another the same question at the same time, then laugh. "Did you spend the whole night with Fuscus, then?" Dido says, leaning her back on the wall. She looks tired. He seemed very keen. "I had to see Felix afterwards," Amara says, glad she does not have to meet Dido's eye as she changes into her toga. "But that was nothing. He was fine, pleased we had earned so much." She changes the subject. "I want to know what happened to you. Ignatius said he would look after you. I hope he did." "He did," Dido says, "as much as he could. You wouldn't believe how odd that house is. Cornelius has a whole brothel at the end of his garden, a lot more luxurious than this place, and the paintings are better, but it's a corridor with cells hidden behind the baths, and the finest room has a window looking into another cell." She makes a face. "He likes to watch." "I should think he was too drunk to do anything but watch," Amara replies, grateful she only had Fuscus to entertain. He had been a dull lover, but not a taxing one. Again she can feel the warmth of Felix's body lying close to hers, and pushes the memory aside. "It's more than that," Dido says, with a certainty about men's tastes that would have been unthinkable a few months ago. "He's a watcher. I'm not sure he ever does anything else, drunk or not." "Did you have to entertain a lot of customers?" Amara asks. "I hope they all tipped."
It was mainly Quintus, Dido replies. Cornelius wouldn't let that really drunk one in. I think he just wanted to watch the women with younger men. His poor wife, Amara says, imagining all Calpurnia must have endured with such a husband. Did you hear the way he spoke to her? She has a family, wealth, the respect of other women, Dido replies with surprising sharpness. I wouldn't feel too sorry for her. All the things Dido wants, Amara thinks, and the two she wants most she will never have. Amara knows she herself would gladly settle for wealth at the expense of the rest. Respect and family did not, in the end, save her or her mother in Aphidnae. The voices of the other three women float through the window moments before they step into the brothel. "You won't believe the news," Berenice exclaims as soon as she is inside. "Drauca is dead!" "Dead?" Amara repeats with genuine surprise. Life is cheap, and a slave's life most of all. Dido, who didn't know about the fight, is curious but not shocked. "I didn't know she was ill," she says. "She wasn't sick," Victoria says. "Murdered." "No." Dido grips Amara's arm. This hits closer to home. The threat of a violent customer always casts a long shadow. "Some drunks turned over Simo's bar at the Vinalia," Victoria goes on, as all the others huddle round. "Drauca got caught up in it." "She died? On the Vinalia?" Dido asks. "No, a couple of days ago," Cressa chips in. "She was in a bad way. Maria was at the baths today. She thinks Simo did it, though he denies it. He couldn't bear to look at her face anymore. It was all—" She trails off. "She lost an eye," Victoria says. "Some cunt took out her fucking eye." Amara understands the anger. Victoria didn't like Drauca, hated her even. But this is violence against one of their own. That a man held Drauca's life so cheap reflects on all of them. "I imagine Felix would have done the same as Simo," she says, "if it had been one of us." Victoria explodes. "Why do you have to make it about Felix?" she shouts. "Simo kills Drauca, and you turn it on Felix. Can't you give it a fucking rest for once?" There are tears in Victoria's eyes. Her hands, as she pulls them through her hair, shake with agitation. She knows it's true, Amara thinks. "Oh, we should go out," Cressa says, moving between them. "Amara, come with me." Amara obeys, her own emotions too churned up to do anything but follow. They set off, passing the afternoon crowd at the fountain. Amara's heart feels heavier to drag along than an overflowing bucket. "Where are we going?" she asks at last, as they cross the Via Veneria. It's a sweltering day, the afternoon sky almost white in the heat. They walk on the shady side of the road, hugging the walls of the buildings they pass. "I don't know," Cressa says. "A bar, if you like. I could do with a drink." "There's a fast food place near the theatre," Amara says. "I know the landlady." "Fine," Cressa says. She takes Amara's hand and squeezes it. "Don't take it personally with Victoria, will you? She was just upset. She's upset because she knows it's true. Felix doesn't give a shit about any of us." A respectable wife swerves out of their way, tutting. Amara has a sudden, vivid image of meeting her own mother on the pavement. What would she think of her daughter, swearing like a whore on a street corner? "I am a whore on a street corner," Amara thinks. The absurdity almost makes her want to laugh. "Can't you feel sorry for her, then?" Cressa says. "Considering." "I suppose," Amara replies, not sure why Victoria's anger is more deserving of sympathy than anyone else's. A sudden wrench of anxiety stops her, and she rests her hand against the wall to steady herself. Unless Victoria has guessed who is really responsible for trashing Simo's bar and blames Amara. You were the one who suggested turning his bar over in the first place. They were both with Felix when Amara hinted Simo should pay for the slight at the baths. Does Victoria remember what was said? "She'll get over it," Cressa says, mistaking the drawn look on Amara's face. Let's just have a drink. It will make you feel better.
Marcella's place makes the Sparrow look grand. It's nestled in a side street to catch passing trade from the theatre, with very little room to do anything but stand and nurse a flask of wine, or else take away one of the greasy-looking pies frying at the back. Cressa doesn't seem to care. She slumps at the counter.
A small wine, whatever's cheapest.
The slave girl serving is red-cheeked and sweating, slowly roasting in the heat from the oven behind. "Your mistress not here?" Amara says. "Back in a minute," the girl replies. "What you having?" "I'll wait until Marcella is back." The girl shrugs and pours out Cressa's drink. She's careful not to overfill the measure.
"Barely an acorn cup,"
Cressa complains, showing it to Amara. She takes a sip and pulls a face.
"Strong enough to knock out a mule."
She downs it and pushes the flask back towards the girl. Another. The girl pours out more wine, and Amara is relieved to see Cressa doesn't knock this one straight back too.
"You know, Drauka had a little girl."
"No," Amara says, her heart sinking at the thought.
Simo kept her. She's about 5 now. Works doing odd jobs at the tavern in the day.
Amara knows Cressa never talks about the child she lost, but somehow not mentioning him, not acknowledging her pain, feels even worse. "I'm so sorry about—"
"Don't."
Cressa stops her.
"Don't say it. I just can't."
They sit in silence. Amara fidgets. Cressa is shielding her eyes with her hand, as if to shade them from the sun. But really, Amara suspects, to hide her grief. It's uncomfortably hot between the simmering pies and the sun. She feels strung out with nervous energy, waiting for her debtor, still not sure how she's going to persuade her to pay, but knowing she must. Marcella rounds the corner, and Amara darts forwards, blocking her path. "There you are!" she exclaims, taking the other woman by surprise, not giving her a chance to escape. "What a day! The sun's scorching, isn't it?" She gestures at the bar. "Gellius still leaving it all to you?" "What do you want?" Marcella asks, eyes flicking to her slave girl, well aware why Amara is there. "Just to see how you are. I can't believe Gellius isn't here. You have to do all the work." Amara moves in closer as Marcella edges away. She lowers her voice, as if in sympathy, drawing on her memories of that first overheard conversation at the baths. "Does he even know what goes on at the bar? This bar, I mean. He probably wouldn't notice if half the stock went missing, would he?" "Mind the store," Marcella says to the slave at the counter. "I'm just going to have a talk with my friend." "You not having a drink?" Cressa asks, surprised at being abandoned. "In a minute," Amara smiles, squeezing Cressa's shoulder as she passes. She follows Marcella up the narrow ladder to the rooms above the bar. It's even hotter here, a small, airless space that adds to Amara's tension. It is hard to know who is more agitated, her or Marcella. "You have to pay up," she says, anxiety making her voice sound harsh.
"No, you have to stop this," Marcella hisses back. "I've fiddled the takings as much as I can. Either take less or give me longer. Your master must understand. The rate was never reasonable."
"Then you shouldn't have signed for it." Amara gazes around the room. There is very little of value here, at least not on display. She wonders where the amber necklace came from. Perhaps the sister's family fell on hard times, like she and her mother did. Anyone's fortune can turn on a knife edge. "Keep the necklace, then," Marcella says, her voice cracking. "I can't pay any faster." The necklace doesn't cover the interest. Marcella looks at her for a moment, too shocked to speak.
"You can't be serious."
Heat is radiating up through the floor, and Amara is now pouring with sweat. The smell of hot pies and the smothering sensation of guilt make her feel nauseous. She thinks of Drauka, of all Felix might do to the woman in front of her. She cannot leave without payment. "What about the ring?" she says, pointing to the cameo Marcella is unconsciously twisting round and round. Marcella puts her hand behind her back like a child. "No." "It would put an end to the payments. We could write off the whole loan today."
"It was my mother's. She's dead. I cannot give it to you."
Marcella looks fragile, standing alone in the shabby lodging she shares with her drunken husband. Amara wonders how long it would take Felix to smash up the place, how much damage he could do. Fires start easily in smoky little bars, she says. You should be more careful with that oven downstairs. She leaves a moment of silence, allowing the threat to hang between them. Then holds out her hand. Give me the ring. If you don't, I cannot protect you. Nobody has ever stared at her with more hatred than Marcella does, as she turns the ring round and round her finger for the last time. It takes some time to pull it off. Her fingers must be swollen in the heat, and she worries away at her hand, as if fighting with her own flesh over the parting. At last she drops it in Amara's palm. Never come back here. Believe me, Amara says. I just did you a favour. She knows it's true, that Marcella would have lost more than the cameo. But still the words seem to come from someone else. She realises she sounds just like Felix. Chapter 19. I like not joy bestowed in duty's fee. I'll have no woman dutiful to me. Ovid, The Art of Love, 2. Those are the worst verses I have ever heard. Priscus is laughing, almost overwhelmed with amusement, after hearing the she-wolves sing Cornelius's hymn to Flora. Dido and Amara laugh too, while Salvius shakes his head. If I had known what words you were setting to such a beautiful tune, I would never have taught it to you, he says, his voice grave, though his eyes are smiling. It is the night of their repayment, but it feels more like a holiday. Salvius's small dining room twinkles with candles, and the cool of the evening air drifts through the open windows. It is nothing like as grand as the 2 parties they attended recently. There's bean stew, a small portion of roasted pigeon, but this feels the closest thing to a family meal that Amara has experienced since she left her father's house. She suspects it is the same for Dido. Salvius pours them all more wine, handing the empty jug to his slave to refill. The young boy slips from the room. So, when is your next performance? The last night of the Floralia, Dido says. Though we are reciting Ovid this time. Ignatius gave us some verses to learn. I will have to think of some more suitable tunes, Salvius says. Unless you know any, Priscus. There's one that your father always used to play. I love that song. Have you two known each other since childhood, then? Amara asks, dipping a piece of bread into her stew. Our fathers were in business together, Priscus says. As we were too until a decade or so ago. Responsible for some of the finest paintings in Pompeii, if I say so myself. My artists repainted half the forum after the great earthquake. My father-in-law's men painted the other half. He gestures at Salvius. That was after his wife persuaded him to desert us for metalwork. The 2 men glance at each other, then away. May she rest in peace. Amara is not surprised their music teacher is a widower. It is stranger to think of Priscus with a wife waiting at home. No doubt she is the reason Salvius is the one hosting dinner. For a moment, the missing woman casts a shadow over the cosy pretense that this is an ordinary gathering of friends and equals. And how did you 2 both come to Pompeii? Salvius asks. Oh, Amara replies, that's not a very happy story. Neither of you were born slaves, were you? He says. Amara wonders how he guessed, then remembers Fabia's words. You still act as if you matter. She is not going to ask the same question again. You are too educated, Salvius goes on. I'm sorry, your current life must no doubt be painful for you both. He means it kindly, but Amara wishes he hadn't said anything. She can sense Dido growing tense beside her. Can he not understand the need sometimes to forget? And you are far too modest, Priscus says to Dido, drawing a pointed distinction between them that makes Amara snort with laughter. Sorry, he turns to her. I didn't mean to offend. I'm not offended, Amara says. And anyway, you are right. I was a concubine before this. She wasn't. but I still hate it, she wants to add. Salvius senses the shift in mood. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. Shall we sing? Dido asks, in the bright, brittle manner Amara recognizes as her brave face. At least she is learning to protect herself, she thinks. It's better than tears. That would be wonderful, Priscus exclaims. Salvius fetches his pipe from the top of a chest, where he had obviously laid it ready for the evening. Shall we start with our old favourite? He doesn't wait for an answer, but begins piping the tune of the shepherd and his love. They all begin to sing, and after the first verse, the awkwardness and sadness begin to fall away. Amara looks at Dido, at the joy on her face, and realizes there is nobody she loves more. Warmth spreads through her. She has never had a friend like Dido. She is the light in the darkness of her life. They sing song after song, learning new ones from Salvius, and performing the tale of Crocus and Smilax for the two men. Aided by their high spirits, it's an even better performance than the one Cornelius paid for. Amara can feel her cheeks grow hotter, heat spreading through her limbs as she allows herself to drink too much. Is this what life might be like if she were a free woman in Pompeii? The slave boy is almost falling asleep in the corner, and the night sky bright with stars, when Priscus finally says, I should be going home soon. There is a pause, and the two men look at each other, the signal of a pre-agreed arrangement. Priscus turns to Dido. Would you do me the honour? Would you be kind enough to join me for a little while? At least he has the decency to ask, as if refusal might be an option, Amara thinks. Of course, Dido says, taking his hand. He leads her from the room, leaving Salvius and Amara alone at the table. Would you like some more wine? She realizes he is nervous. Only to join you. Otherwise I'm fine. He pours them both a top-up. I haven't been with a woman in 2 years, since my wife died. He stops. Amara senses he is not waiting for a reply, only trying to find the right words, so she says nothing. Sabina loved music, he says. You remind me a little of her. I'm sorry. It is terrible to lose one you love. Salvius waves a hand, as if to minimize his grief. I'm sure you have lost family too. She inclines her head, not wishing to speak of her parents or Aphidnae. He drains his glass and stands. Well then. Amara puts her own glass down, untouched, and rises. The slave boy jolts awake as they pass, then gets up wearily to clear the table. Salvius takes a candle to light the way to his bedroom. It's dark in the narrow corridor, and she picks her way carefully behind him. He pushes open the door. The room is gloomy after the well-lit dinner, but Amara's eyes adjust, and she makes out a woman's clothes spread over the bed. She does not ask who they belong to. Salvius sets down the candle on a small table and picks up his wife's robe. Would you perhaps mind? She takes it from him. He turns away as she changes. It makes her shiver, wrapping herself in a dead woman's clothes. The sadness of her own loneliness, of Salvius's grief, brings a lump to her throat. That's her perfume, over there. Amara picks up the bottle, dabs a little on her neck. Salvius stares at her. You look so like her. He sighs. Is there someone you would like me to... I can pretend to be someone else, if that's easier. Of all the things Amara expected him to say, this was perhaps the last. The wall outside the Sparrow blazes into her mind, the new graffiti she spotted there only this morning. Callias greets his timorete. No, she says emphatically. That wouldn't help. I'm sorry, Salvius says. But is there perhaps at least a memory of being with somebody you liked? No. You have never been with a man by choice. No. The simplicity of his question and the truth of her answer hits her with unexpected force. She turns her face away. I'm sorry, Salvius says. He sits down on the bed. Amara sits beside him, unsure what to say. It's not your fault, she says at last. I'm still happy to be here with you. You don't have to pretend.
he says, taking her hand. You must have to do a lot of pretending. She doesn't contradict him. Have you ever felt anything? Has she ever felt anything? What a question. 1,000 answers crowd her mind. All the sensations of her life as a prostitute, disgust, panic, the obliterating blankness, an aversion to being touched so intense she is amazed she's got through a single night at the brothel without screaming, without fighting the men off. But she knows this is not what Salvius is asking. No, she says quietly. I never feel anything. They sit together in silence. Sabina was very afraid at first, he says. It took her a long time to get used to being together. He puts his arms around her, drawing her closer. She wonders who he is seeing when he looks at her, the woman in front of him, or his dead wife. Amara, he says, as if answering her question. I will try and make this pleasant for you. All I ask is that you don't pretend. He brushes a strand of hair from her face, correcting himself. Don't feel you have to pretend. Victoria's singing wakes her in the morning. For a while, Amara lies in her cell, listening to the sound, the sweetness of the voice so at odds with the harsh reality of the singer's life. She knows almost nothing about Victoria's past. At least she and Dido were loved once. And she knows Berenice and Cressa spent the first few years of childhood with their mothers. But Victoria has never belonged to anyone but an owner. Yet every morning she sings her heart out, filling this dark place with joy. Amara wonders where Victoria learnt so many tunes. She realizes how much she has missed their friendship since her change of fortune at the Vinalia. She gets out of bed, dressing herself quickly, and slips into the corridor. The compacted mud floor under her feet is hard and cool. She stands at Victoria's door a moment before drawing the curtain back. Can I come in? Victoria's singing stops abruptly. Suit yourself. What was last night like? The usual? Have a nice party? It was dinner above the ironmonger's, not really a party. Still, dinner, though, Victoria says, face turned aside as she does her hair. In a house with free wine. Better than one meal a day. Amara pauses, wondering how much she owes Salvius for his kindness last night. The customer got me to dress up as his dead wife, in this musty old robe. She sees Victoria hesitate, knows there's nothing she finds so irresistible as a ridiculous sex story. Had the perfume out ready and everything. Victoria gives in to curiosity, puts down the hairbrush. You're joking. Asked who I wanted him to pretend to be. Victoria laughs. I hope you said Jupiter, in his form as a pile of fucking gold. What are you two sniggering about? Berenice stands bleary-eyed in the doorway. Just a customer, Victoria says. Remember what they are, before Gallus? You know I had at least 3 last night, Berenice says, offended, including that really annoying idiot from the laundry. What's his name? Fabius, Victoria says. Amara wonders how she keeps track of all the names. He's not so bad. She got drunk again, Berenice mutters, leaning out into the corridor and looking back at Cressa's cell. I don't know where she finds the money. She'll drink every last penny she's ever saved at this rate. Wasn't Cosmus born about this time of year? She's probably missing him. Victoria goes back to brushing her hair. Did Fabius have his usual cry afterwards? Berenice sits down heavily on the bed. So boring, she says. That's why you have to get them in the right mood, Victoria says. You can't blame him for crying, not if you're lying there with your sour, I'd rather be with my boyfriend face. At least make a bit of effort. Berenice doesn't defend herself, but lies in a slump. He slapped me, she says. What? Fabius? Victoria is shocked. He's such a weed. No. Gallus. Berenice looks miserable. He says I enjoy it too much. The other men, I mean. What does he expect you to do? Wail and moan about your lost virtue all night? Prick. Do you enjoy it? Amara blurts out. They both stare at her. What a question!
Victoria says. You sound like a customer, Amara.
But I mean...
She stops, unsure what she wants to say. Last night with Salvius had hardly been a revelation. She didn't feel pleasure in spite of his considerable efforts, but it hadn't been totally unpleasant either. For the first time, she had had an inkling that it might be different, if the man were different. Was there more to this dead wife fuck than you're telling us? Victoria asks. Dead wife? Berenice says.
You told them about Salvius then.
It's Dido, leaning against the doorway. Victoria shoves Berenice along to make room for Dido to sit on the bed, leaving Amara the only one standing. All three of them are looking at her. Please don't tell us you're in love with a man who gets you to dress up as his dead wife, Victoria says.
No,
Amara says. Although I do quite like him as a friend. A friend? Berenice repeats in disbelief. Would you marry him if he asked you to be wife number 2? Victoria is enjoying her role as prosecutor. Yes, but that's not love. I'd just rather be a freed woman running an ironmonger's than a slave working for Felix. Wouldn't you? Is he an amazing lay? Amara pauses. He is an amazing lay, Victoria yells. The other two start laughing, and Amara finds herself laughing too. He just made an effort, that's all. Customers don't normally, do they? That's why you steer them, Victoria says. You can take some control of the situation. I'm not sure, Berenice says, frowning. I know what she means. Nobody wants to hear what a great lover Gallus is, Victoria says, rolling her eyes. Please, spare us. Yes, but it is different if the man makes an effort. It just is, Berenice says. Don't you think? It's never any different, Dido says. You can't rely on the man to give you any pleasure, Victoria states, as if this were obvious. You just have to do what you like and take them along. What if you don't like any of it? Dido asks. Then, says Victoria, putting an arm round her like a conspirator, you just have to hope, one day, if you are really lucky, an ironmonger asks you to dress up as his dead wife. Amara looks at the three of them falling about on the bed, hooting with laughter, and smiles. Perhaps there are some pleasures in the life of a whore, after all. What's so fucking funny? Paris glowers in the doorway. Ever since Victoria offered him the golden paste and asked if he wanted to gild his arsehole, he has been even less friendly than usual. Oh, is laughing forbidden now? Victoria asks. I didn't realise. But I'm afraid a scowl isn't going to scare the customers away. They can't see your face from behind. Paris moves so fast, none of the others have a chance to try and stop him. He punches Victoria hard in the face, then swings back to hit her again. Berenice leaps, shrieking onto his back, clawing at his arms, and he staggers, blow landing wide. Amara and Dido scramble in front of Victoria, holding their hands up, screaming at him to stop. Paris tries to dislodge Berenice, but she's clinging to his neck, putting pressure on his windpipe. Cressa runs into the room, tugging at Berenice, trying to stop her from strangling Paris, yelling at her to let go. What the fuck is going on? At the sound of Felix's voice, the screaming stops, and Berenice drops to the floor like a stone. Paris rubs his neck, gasping. I said, what the fuck is this? He hit her face, Amara says, pointing at Victoria. He hit her, in the face. It is the unbreakable rule at the Wolf Den. Neither Felix nor any of the other men are allowed to mark their faces. Felix does not have to ask if it's true. Victoria is cradling her eye, the skin on her cheek bright red. Let me see. He crosses swiftly to the bed. Amara and Dido scramble out of the way. Felix takes Victoria's hand from her face, examining the damage, pressing his finger against her cheekbone. She winces. Nothing's broken, he says, standing up. It will mend. He walks over to Paris, shoving him. What the fuck were you thinking? Not such a big man now, are you? Get the fuck out of here. Paris doesn't wait to be asked again. He lurches from the cell. And you, Felix says, turning back to Victoria, who quails against the wall. Mind your mouth. I know what will have happened. You provoked him, didn't you? She says nothing, and he grabs her by the shoulders, shaking her. Didn't you? Amara looks at the pots of perfume lined up on Victoria's windowsill, imagines grabbing one, smashing it on Felix's head. Pictures herself yelling at him to stop, but she does nothing, just shrinks terrified against the wall like all the other women. Felix lets go of Victoria, who pushes herself to safety, clambering away from him on the bed. The pain on her face grips Amara's heart, but Victoria's eyes are dry. Amara realizes she has never seen her friend cry. "You watch your fucking mouths, all of you," Felix says. "I don't want a Drauker on my hands, with a useless, ugly face. Look at you." He spits the words at Victoria. "No man is going to want to touch you for days." He flings the curtain aside and storms out of the brothel. "Don't," Victoria says, raising her hand to prevent Dido coming near. "Don't say anything. Just leave me." All the women go back to their own cells, as if seeking comfort from one another would diminish Victoria's suffering. Amara sits alone on the bed, staring at her father's mouldy bag. She thinks of Felix upstairs, Marcella's cameo ring in his desk drawer, the smile on his face when she handed it over, and she closes her eyes. Julius. Chapter 20. All the girls fancy Celadus, the Thracian gladiator. Pompeii graffiti. The sun overhead is so hot, Amara feels she will faint. Only the crush of the crowd and Victoria jabbing her excitedly in the ribs are keeping her upright. This is not how she would have chosen to spend her first proper day off in Pompeii. Up at dawn, trooping to the far end of town, standing out in the cool darkness watching the sun rise, and later wilting in the baking heat, all to get the best view of the gladiators' parade into the amphitheatre. It is the 1st of July, the day the town's new elected officials take office, and more importantly, the day free games are held to celebrate it. Amara wonders if Fuscus is already in the arena, sitting at the front, fretting about whether this extravaganza will overshadow the games he threw last year. He was quite peevish on the subject last time she saw him. Ignatius has done her many favours, but none perhaps as great as introducing her to the Duumvir. She and Dido perform regularly at both his and Cornelius's houses, though Fuscus is a less demanding host. There they are rarely expected to do much more than sing, mainly because Fuscus's wife holds greater sway over her husband. It feels strange how intimate she is now with powerful men. At Cornelius's house, Fuscus will tell her little details about his life, the fountain he has ordered for his father-in-law, the books his 2 sons are reading, and of course, she knows exactly what he likes in bed. At his own home, he takes the role of a distant employer, bestowing her on his guests, part of the service to be enjoyed along with the fruit platter. In the street, should they bump into one another, she has no doubt he would ignore her. In that sense, her life has not changed at all. "There he is!" Victoria shrieks. "It's Celadus!" Amara would never have heard her if Victoria were not yelling right beside her ear. The blast of trumpets as the gladiators approach, the wall of sound from the crowd, makes her feel as if her skull might split open. But at last their long, tedious wait has paid off. They are rammed in, right at the front, just by the amphitheatre entrance. "Celadus!" Victoria screams. "Celadus!" He cannot possibly have heard one scream above any other, and yet at that moment the Thracian giant turns, as if impelled by the force of Victoria's will. He takes 2 strides towards them, lifts Victoria off her feet in a single sweep, and kisses her. She is so astonished that for once she doesn't respond. The crowd around them erupts. Amara is smacked hard on the head by a girl wedged behind, thrusting her arms out, trying to grab at the gladiator's leather harness, touch his oiled chest. "Celadus! Celadus!" The gladiator sets Victoria down, says something in her ear, then rejoins the procession, waving both arms at the crowd. "He would have kissed me!" Berenice shouts at Amara. "He would have kissed me if I'd been at the front!" Her face is wild, almost unrecognizable in its rage and disappointment. Amara is glad Victoria cannot hear. Instead, she is standing uncharacteristically still, feet rooted exactly where Celadus placed her, buffeted by the passing flow of people, now cramming to get into the arena. "Come on," Amara yells, grabbing her arm, "or we won't get a seat." All 5 of them hold on to each other, clasping hands, grabbing one another's togas, anything to prevent themselves from being separated. They know their place at these games. They will have to climb all the way to the back row at the very top. It's a long queue. They join a slow-moving column of women, all waiting to sit wedged into the worst seats in the arena. Amara's legs feel like they might give way by the time they get to the top. The back row is filling up fast, and there's a lot of irritable shuffling around until Cressa spots a space where they might be able to cram together. After a heated exchange with another group of women, they finally manage to sit down, though, as the slightest out of the 5, Dido is forced to sit half-perched on Amara's knee. "You have to tell us what Celadus said," Amara says to Victoria, who has been resisting answering that question the whole way up the steps. Victoria smiles, enjoying the secret. Imagine what it would be like to have a man like that. Just imagine. "Maybe he's nothing special," Berenice says. "Might be a rubbish lay." "Oh, don't be so bitter," Cressa laughs, "as if you'd turn him down." I would turn him down," Berenice insists. "I wouldn't do that to Gallus." The rest of them laugh. "Even I might be tempted by Celadus," Dido says, and that's saying something. "The feel of his chest," Victoria sighs, "like being held by Apollo." Amara shifts on her wooden seat. Even though Dido isn't very heavy, it's still uncomfortably hot having her on her knee. Awnings are stretched overhead to keep the sun off, but they also trap the rising heat. Not only will they have the worst view, it's also sweltering up here. The murmur of so many people talking, reverberating round the arena, makes it sound as if they're in a beehive. "What time are you meeting Menander?" Dido asks her, after the first beast hunt. "He must be something special, this boyfriend of yours, for you to miss the gladiators," Victoria says. "He's not my boyfriend." "Sorry, that's the ironmonger, isn't it?" Amara rolls her eyes as they all laugh. She and Dido have only had 3 nights with Salvius and Priscus, but from the way Victoria teases her, it's as if she's embroiled in a breathless love affair. It gives her an odd feeling to think of Salvius now, when she's about to see Menander. Her intimacy with the widower has happened almost by accident, through the time they spend playing music together and his unexpected gentleness. But she never forgets that for all his kindness, he is a customer. It's Menander she is attracted to, could imagine loving even, although their relationship has consisted of little more than a few snatched moments and graffiti exchanges outside the Sparrow. That's how she knows where to meet him. "I will wait for you by the second gate, Timorete. May fortune smile on us both." She was the one who suggested the timing underneath. Then she spent hours agonizing over whether that looked too keen or too cool. Would it have been better to have suggested before the game started? Or later, after one of the gladiator fights? "Salvius is just a friend," she says. "If he's just a friend," Victoria says, "you wouldn't mind if he did a swap and had Dido next time, would you?" Amara winces. He wouldn't do that. "You don't like the idea, though, do you?" "I think of Priscus as my friend, too," Dido says, coming to her rescue. "They're just not like that, either of them." "You'll be saying they're better lovers than Gallus next." "Oh, fuck off!" Berenice rounds on Victoria. "Just because some gladiator kissed you doesn't mean you get to lord it over the rest of us all day like fucking Venus." 1 or 2 of the more respectable women sitting on the row in front shuffle disapprovingly, though none is brave enough to risk a direct confrontation with a gang of rowing whores. "Oh, just leave it," Cressa says wearily. "She's only teasing." The sound of trumpets rings out, and the murmuring hive subsides slightly, though not enough for the opening speeches to be heard clearly from the back. Amara thinks again of Fuscus, imagines how much he must have enjoyed his moment of glory last year. Perhaps he has brought his sons with him today, or would they be too young? She has never met them. Cheering and yelling from the crowd alerts them to the beast hunter's entrance. The three men hold their arms up to the crowds, enjoying the glory before facing the danger. "Will that be Celadus?" Amara asks, unable to tell one fighter from another at this distance. "He wouldn't do a beast hunt." Victoria is outraged. "He's a combat gladiator." There's more screaming, a mixture of fear and excitement, as the animals are released into the ring. The women jump to their feet to get a better view. "What are they?" Cressa asks, standing on tiptoe. "I can't see." "Tigers," Dido says. "They've let loose tigers." Amara can see the beasts circling, lean and hungry, while the men stand with their backs together in the centre of the arena. She has never seen a tiger before, but she's watched enough cats stalk their prey to recognize the low, slow prowl, muscles bunched, ready to spring. Berenice grabs her arm as the first attacks. It moves so fast she cannot imagine how any of the hunters have time to react, but one catches it with his spear and the animal shears off, limping and wounded. Another tiger charges, and this time lands a blow, knocking a man to the ground. The yelling from the crowd is so intense, the action in the arena so frantic, she cannot work out what is happening. Beside her, Berenice is jumping up and down. Victoria is screaming, and then she realizes she is too, though she's not sure who she is shouting for, the men or the beasts. Even Dido is caught up in the hysteria, punching the air when one man saves another, leaping on the back of the attacking tiger as if it were a horse. The role of hunter and hunted switches back and forth. Sometimes the beasts are in retreat, sometimes the men. The skill of the fighters, the grace of the tigers, all of it is punctuated by acts of savagery which make Amara gasp. She keeps watching, unable to look away, until the last tiger has been slaughtered. Their bodies are dragged from the arena, leaving thick red trails in the sand. One of the men is taken off too, his chest covered in blood from a shoulder wound. The remaining two hunters stand together, throwing their arms up to receive the adulation of the crowds. "Doubt the injured one will make it," Victoria says, raising her voice above the din. "That tiger practically had his arm off." "Will they replace him?" Dido asks. "Or will the next fight just have two hunters?" "They usually replace them if it's this early. Otherwise the hunt doesn't last long enough," Cressa says. A few women are getting up, making use of the break to go to the latrine. "I think I'd better go," Amara says. "Don't break the ironmonger's heart," Victoria says. Dido squeezes her arm. "Good luck." Amara's own heart is thumping with nerves as she makes her way down the outside steps of the arena. What if Menander misunderstood and thought she meant the end of all the beast hunts? What if he doesn't come? She walks quickly to the gate where they have arranged to meet and can see, even from a distance, that he is already waiting for her. Then they are standing together, and nothing else matters. "I can't believe you're really here," he says, taking hold of her hand. "You too." Neither seem able to do anything but stare at one another, until Menander laughs and breaks the moment. "Shall we get a drink?" They walk out into the square. It's dotted with stalls selling food, drink, and souvenirs. Amara no longer minds the heat or notices the noise. Her cheeks hurt from smiling, and they both laugh over nothing, amused by everything. They wander aimlessly for a while, before remembering why they went for a walk, and buy a glass of wine to share and some bread, and head off to sit in the shade under the plane trees beside the palaestra. The rarity of a day off means they are not the only slave couple taking advantage of the time, though the baying of the crowd as the next hunt starts draws some of the loiterers back into the arena. Menander has still not let go of her hand, and when they sit down, he puts his arm round her. Amara rests her head on his shoulder and can feel his heartbeat, as fast and nervous as her own. "Would your father have liked me?" he asks. "I don't know," she says, surprised into honesty by his question. Menander laughs. "That's better than a no, I guess." "What about yours?" I think he'd have been quite happy with a doctor's daughter.
My parents wouldn't have been too pleased by this sort of behaviour.
No, I suppose not, Menanda replies, holding her tighter, in case she is minded to honour the dead by sitting further apart. There's a pause, and she suspects he is thinking, like she is, of all they have lost. And now I have nothing to offer you, he says. No shop to inherit, no freedom.
I think we can agree I have even less to offer you, Amara replies. She says it as a joke, but it hurts, the distance between her old self and her life now.
Oh, I don't know, he says, smiling. You would fetch at least 5 times as much as me at the market.
But nobody's buying anyone, not today.
No, he says.
Then he bends to kiss her, quickly, as if he might otherwise lose his nerve. This is what it's supposed to feel like, Amara thinks, holding him. When you want someone, it's meant to feel like happiness.
Are you all right?
Menanda breaks off, looking anxiously into her face.
I hope I didn't upset you.
Amara realizes she is shaking. No, you didn't upset me, she says, holding him closer to reassure him. I just feel... She stops, unable to find words for the mixture of happiness and pain. He is looking at her, waiting, still worried. She tries again. You get used to having nothing, don't you? And then suddenly, to have something, to feel something, it's... She trails off.
It's happy, sad.
Yes, because nothing belongs to you, not even the happiness.
Timorete. Even slaves own their happiness. Feelings are the only things we do own. He passes the small flask of wine to her, and she takes a sip. And I know that this afternoon is short, but we have it, we own it.
Are you going to tell me not to waste it?
No, because talking isn't wasting it, he says, taking the wine back from her. Nobody is telling us what to do today. Just feel whatever you want to feel. He pauses, although I'm hoping that means you might feel like kissing me again. She laughs.
Might do.
I want to know all about your singing, too, he says, brushing the hair from her shoulders. I half thought you might be too grand to see me now, after all the parties you and Dido go to.
Never, she says. And anyway, there wouldn't be any singing if you hadn't got the lyre for me.
It was entirely selfish. I just wanted to hear you play, he says, drawing her closer. His intensity is familiar, pulling on a dark undertow in her body. She has seen desire in so many men, and almost every association is painful. But this is Menanda. She puts her hand out to touch his face, cupping it in her fingers, to remind herself who he is, remind herself that she has chosen to be with him.
I wish I had known you in our other life.
I know.
You try to keep it inside, don't you? All the different parts of yourself. But they don't exist anymore. I thought of my mother the other day, what she would think of me, who she would see, if we met now. But she wouldn't know me, I wouldn't know me.
Amara is talking fast, trying to rush the words out, hoping she makes sense, not sure why she is even telling him this, aside from the longing she feels to be understood.
Sometimes I think it must be harder for you, because my life is just completely different. There's nothing left of the past. But for you, it must be like living on the wrong side of the mirror.
To be the potter's slave rather than the potter's son?
Yes.
It is hard, but I know it's not harder than your life.
He takes her hand and places it against his cheek again, covering her fingers with his.
You are the same person, though. I still see you as the same person.
I miss so many things.
She sighs, then smiles, trying to lighten the mood. The food, for a start. Menanda makes a face. Italian cheese. What do they feed their goats? And that horrible fish sauce on everything. No beans so bland they can't be spiced up by rotten anchovies. And the bread here tastes like somebody tipped grit in it. It does, doesn't it? Menanda says wonderingly. What do they put in the flour?
I miss my mother's stew.
Me too. He shoots her a sly look.
Bet mine's was better.
Nobody makes better stew than the women in a fidnai.
Is that a promise?
Might be. Menander kisses her again, and this time the darkness stays at the edges, unable to break through. The afternoon, which always drags so painfully in the brothel, seems to end moments after she has sat down with Menander, even though hours have passed.
Amara, there you are. You were meant to meet us after the second gladiator fight. We've been wandering round and round for ages.
She has never been sorry to see Dido's face before, but now the sight makes her heart drop through her stomach. She stares up at her 4 friends, ranged round, and instinctively grips Menander's hand. It can't be time to head back. Not yet.
You don't have to tell me, Victoria says, looking furious. Celadus hasn't even been on yet.
Felix had ordered them all to leave in good time, to make sure they missed the crowds and were back at the brothel to pick up the inevitable surge in trade after the event. As the most famous gladiator, Celadus's duel must have been left until the end. Menander rests his hand on her arm. "We'll see each other soon," he says gently.
"But we won't."
"You know we won't." He hugs her, crushing her against him. "We will have another whole day, just for ourselves, I promise, even if we have to wait until the Saturnalia."
"Amara,"
Cressa says,
"we can't be late."
She doesn't say goodbye, and neither does he. Letting go of Menander, standing up, walking away from him, knowing what she will now have to face instead, almost stops her breath. The pain is physical in its ferocity. She cannot bear to look back. She tells herself it is easier not to want, not to feel. When you cannot make your own choices, what good is wanting anything or anyone? Dido takes her hand.
"I'm here,"
she says, squeezing Amara's fingers.
Chapter 21. For assuredly, to live is to be awake. Pliny the Elder, Natural History. The stall selling flowers and garlands is on the shady side of the street, but the heat of the late afternoon has still caused many of the blooms to wilt. Amara and Dido whisper together, trying to pick out the freshest stems from buckets of water, watched by the hovering shop assistant.
"Can we afford lilies?"
"We should probably make the effort, if we want Aurelius to book us again. It's only the second time they have been to the wine seller's house. Aurelius is a friend of Fuscus, but not Cornelius, and his tastes seem more decorous. A secret brothel at the end of his garden is an unthinkable idea. They buy the lilies and wander slowly back. The streets are less crowded than usual. Nobody who doesn't have to be out is braving the heat, and if last night at the brothel is any indication, half Pompeii has a hangover. Amara rubs her arm where she knows a bruise marks the skin, a gift from a particularly aggressive customer last night. It will be a nuisance to hide the blemish tonight.
"Are you feeling better?"
Dido looks anxiously at her arm.
"I know last night was difficult."
"I almost wish I hadn't seen him now," Amara says, and they both know she isn't referring to the customer. But it hurts too much to talk about Menander directly.
"It makes everything feel so much worse."
"I told Nicandrus this. Were you meant to see him yesterday too?" Amara is surprised Dido didn't tell her. Dido nods. Then they pause their conversation to let a cart pass, standing close against the wall to avoid the dust.
"What can we give each other?"
Dido asks as they start walking again.
"Apart from a moment's kindness. When you cannot be with someone, is it worth the pain, pretending it's any different?"
"I'm sorry," she says, seeing Amara's stricken face.
"But I'm not sure what loving Menander gives you.
If it were Salvius, even, I would understand. Might he not buy you one day? At least it's possible. Another slave, there's nothing he can give any woman, however much he might want to." "I know," Amara says, trying not to think of the feel of Menander's arm around her, or the laughter in his eyes. "I know he can't."
"Do you think Salvius would ever buy you?"
"No. I mean, I have wondered about it, she admits. But you should hear him talk about Sabina, her extraordinary virtue, her shyness. He's not the type to keep me as a concubine, and it's obvious I'm not someone he might think of as a wife. She hesitates. What about Priscus?
No chance.
Dido laughs. What would he do? Keep me at Salvius's house as a secret lover? He has that already. They reach the brothel and knock at the door to Felix's flat. Paris answers. "Master's busy," he says, scowling at them both.
"Doesn't matter,"
Amara answers, giving the door an impatient shove. "We're here to practice for this evening. He knows about it." "No need to be a bitch and kick the door down," Paris snaps, stepping aside to let them enter.
"Doesn't he ever get lonely?"
Dido whispers after they've climbed the stairs.
"I don't think he has any friends."
"Not surprising with that attitude," Amara replies, not bothering to lower her voice. The lyre is kept in the small living area of Felix's bedroom. As soon as they walk in, they realize he has company next door. It's Victoria. Amara would recognize her ecstatic moaning anywhere, although it sounds like she is putting in an extra effort for the boss. Dido grabs her arm, stopping her from walking further in.
"Should we be here?"
she whispers. "Not like we don't hear her every night."